creatures at the forefront of the horde. With rapid precision, he fired half a dozen rounds, each finding its mark and sending ghouls crashing to the ground. "You missed the head," Reed said. "Wasn't aiming for it," Devin replied, gesturing towards the falling. They watched as the incapacitated zombies struggled to rise, their flailing limbs causing chaos among their ranks. "Maybe it's just me, but this seems to be working a bit better," Devin remarked, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Reed shrugged, acknowledging the effectiveness of Devin's strategy. "You keep at it. I'll get the car moved back a ways so we have time to keep slowing them down," Reed said. Devin nodded in acknowledgement as he continued firing into the crowd, focused on their makeshift defense. Meanwhile, Reed swiftly made his way back to the SUV, tossing the remaining Molotovs into the back seat before jumping in. As he reversed a few hundred yards, he grabbed the radio. "Hey Tatum, do you copy?" Reed radioed. "I'm here, Reed. What's your status?" came Tatum's response. "We're slowing them down. I figure we might be able to buy you an extra 15 minutes or so," Reed reported. "We're going to need it. How soon until you guys are back here?" Tatum inquired. 30 minutes, give or take. That should put those things a little more than an hour outside of town, Reed estimated. "Good. When you boys wrap up, hurry back, because we could use a hand," Tatum replied urgently. "Copy that. We won't be long," Reed assured. As the radio fell silent, Tatum clipped it onto his belt and surveyed the highway opposite the school. Several dozen cars were positioned strategically, forming a barricade. The backstop consisted of 12 vehicles, arranged 4 across and 3 deep, providing a sturdy defense. About 50 yards ahead, another dozen vehicles were lined up similarly, but instead of being stacked tightly like the backstop, they were spread out, creating pockets along the road. Tatum shook his head as he took in the scene, emitting a sharp whistle before motioning for Frank to join him. "What's up, Tatum?" Frank asked, approaching. "I think we should take that middle row and move those cars to the back here," Tatum suggested. "The backstop is pretty solid. It's not going anywhere," Frank pointed out. "That's not what I'm saying. I think it needs to be on the opposite side of the road, boxing them in. So when they start bunching up, they won't be able to wander off into town," Tatum explained. "Sure thing. Oh, and Mike wanted to see you up by the front of the line," Frank added before heading off to assist with the barricade. Tatum nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards the first group of cars on the highway, where several individuals were busy fortifying the barricade with makeshift fasteners. Mike stood in front of them, positioned behind a pickup truck. "What have you got, Mike?" Tatum inquired. "Do we know how much time we've got?" Mike asked, concern etched on his face.
Construction venture completed.
"Maybe an hour," Tatum replied. "I can work with that. Come here. I want your opinion." Mike beckoned Tatum over to the back of the truck, where thick metal beams and a long length of chain lay. "So what I'm thinking is, if we can get these in the ground a few feet deep, we can hook the chain on it and run it across the road," Mike explained, outlining his plan. Tatum paused to consider the proposal, mentally visualizing the scenario. After a moment, he began nodding in
A
agreement.
study has been completed.
"So when those things come through, the ones at the front are just pushed through the chain," Tatum clarified. Mike's expression soured as he contemplated the grim reality, shaking his head in disbelief. "I mean, I was just thinking it would slow them down some. But I guess if these things really don't feel pain, that might happen. If it did, it would be good for us," Mike acknowledged reluctantly. "Make it happen," Tatum said. Mike nodded in agreement, whistling for a couple of others to assist in setting up the defensive measures. Meanwhile, as Tatum headed back, the radio crackled to life. "Tatum, I need you over at the school," Edgar's voice came through. On the way, Tatum responded promptly, altering his course towards the school, located a couple of 100 yards from the highway. With a clear path to the building, Tatum ensured there were no obstacles for the zombies to become entangled in. Approaching the back door, he saw Edgar waving him in. "I heard Reed on the radio. We have an hour until showtime? Edgar queried. It appears that way. What do you have for me? Tatum asked. Together, they entered the building, finding themselves in a long hallway stretching for a couple of 100 yards, lined with rows of desks. Well, this looks like a mess, Tatum remarked, surveying the chaotic scene. Thank you. I take my job seriously, Edgar replied with a hint of sarcasm. How in the hell do we get through this? Tatum wondered aloud. I put rows of desks every 5 yards or so. There are pathways alternating from the right to the left on each one. So the first one we go to the right, the next one to the left, and so on, Edgar explained. Easy enough, Tatum acknowledged, relieved by the simplicity of the plan. The good news is, these doors open outward, and they're metal storm doors. So I don't think they're getting in here. The lunchroom is another story, Edgar added. As they navigated the pathway down the hallway, Tatum glanced into the schoolrooms they passed. In each one, a handful of civilians were busy sharpening broomsticks and affixing knives onto metal pipes for added reach. Looks like the spear project is coming along, Tatum remarked. Oh yeah, we should have 100 ready to go for when they get here. There's only 5 classrooms on this hall, so 20 each should do it, Edgar confirmed. I want one of us in a room with 3 civilians, Tatum instructed. Who is the odd man out? Edgar
A spaceborne life form has appeared to us.
I want Devin across the highway keeping an eye on everything, Tatum decided. He always gets help on assignments, Edgar commented wryly. Tatum smirked as they reached the lunchroom. He sighed as he beheld a large pane of glass with spiderwebbing cracks throughout it. Yeah, that's not going to hold very long, now is it? Tatum observed.
A station is under attack.
Nope, and we really don't have a way to shore it up, Edgar admitted. It's all good. We'll figure it out. Hopefully we can keep them in front of the windows, Tatum replied optimistically. Here's hoping. Is there anything else you want me to get set up? Edgar asked. Make sure there's food and water in all the classrooms. This might take a while, Tatum instructed. Edgar nodded before heading off towards the lunchroom. Tatum turned to the weakened glass, giving it a tap. Oh, I hope that you hold. Chapter 5. Devin scaled the building situated just east of the highway, positioning himself approximately 20 yards behind the barricade. He carefully placed his sniper rifle at the edge, settling into a comfortable position before retrieving his binoculars and walkie-talkie. With a focused gaze, he surveyed the highway below, immediately spotting the vast horde of creatures steadily advancing. Their relentless march indicated a singular purpose, driven by an instinctual desire for something ahead, though uncertain of its exact nature.
A study has been completed.
Nonetheless, they pressed on with unwavering determination. The group of civilians stationed at the first barricade, clutching their hunting rifles tightly, stood about 100 yards away from the approaching threat. Okay, everybody, Devin spoke into the walkie-talkie. It's just about showtime. The party guests are 100 yards away from the first checkpoint. I know you boys there are eager to get things rolling, but give them another 50 yards before you roll out the welcome mat. Give me a thumbs up if you hear me. Adjusting his view to the barricade line, Devin observed as a couple of the men raised their thumbs in acknowledgement. Good. That's what I like to see, he continued. Now, I know we've been over this, but you go on my mark. I don't care what you think you see on the ground right in front of you. When I say move, you move. Give me another thumbs up if you heard that. Once again, the men responded with thumbs up, though a couple of them trembled visibly, their fear palpable as the mob loomed less than a football field away. Okay, and one last thing, Devin added, his voice steady despite the tension. Always remember that you have a guardian angel looking down on you. Now let's show these assholes what this town is made of. Setting aside the binoculars, Devin switched to his rifle, maintaining his seated position while adjusting to ensure a steady firing stance. As he prepared, the sound of gunshots erupted from the first
military station has perished.
Initially sporadic, the gunfire quickly escalated into a rapid barrage.
Construction venture completed.
Approaching mob, witnessing the fall of zombie after zombie under the relentless assault. Devin carefully squeezed off a single round, the bullet tearing through the head of a zombie below, ensuring his range was dialed in. Shifting his focus to the chain stretched across the highway, Devin observed as the creatures at the forefront became entangled in its barrier. Despite their struggles, those behind them relentlessly pushed forward, driven by a primal urge to advance. Before long, the chain began to cleave through the bodies of the creatures, severing them at the waist as their upper halves continued to crawl forward. Approximately 40 of the undead were halved by the unforgiving metal, their torsos persisting in their futile journey. However, the chain's integrity faltered after a few moments, giving way under the relentless pressure. As the chain snapped, the severed torsos were swiftly buried beneath a tide of frenzied feet as the mob surged onward. Undeterred, the men at the barricade continued their relentless barrage of gunfire. The battle raged on for several intense minutes, with the exchange of gunfire echoing through the air as dozens of rounds were expended. As the front edge of the zombie horde closed in on the cars, the men at the barricade swiftly slung their rifles over their shoulders, drawing their handguns in preparation for close-quarters combat. With practiced efficiency, the men aimed and fired with rapid precision, swiftly mowing down an entire line of zombies that lay face down in their wake. However, the threat persisted as creatures began to emerge from the sides of the vehicles, prompting the men to shift their aim and continue their onslaught. "Okay, everybody, move to the next station," Devin yelled. Much to Devin's surprise, the men heeded his command without hesitation, swiftly abandoning their posts and racing back to the next line of cars for cover. Seizing the opportunity, Devin maintained his position, taking aim and firing off several rounds to cover their retreat, effectively slowing the advance of the mob as they scrambled to regroup. As the men positioned themselves behind the new barricade of cars, the sound of tires screeching filled the air, indicating the immense force exerted by the advancing horde as they pushed against the
Construction
vehicles.
venture completed.
Despite their efforts, the sheer mass of the undead managed to shift the cars, gradually aligning them in the direction of the road. "Start lighting them up." Devin's command rang out, urging the men to resume their onslaught as they braced themselves for another wave of relentless attacks. The men behind the makeshift barricade unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the air resonating with the sharp reports of their weapons.
Construction
Devin observed
venture
with a sense of
completed.
approval as more zombies dropped under the relentless hail of bullets. Their marksmanship was impressive, but not unexpected in this prime hunting territory. Minutes passed as they continued to fend off the advancing horde, but as the creatures pressed against the next barricade, the men once again drew their handguns, unleashing a storm of bullets that dropped the undead one by one. However, the escalating danger prompted Devin to make a decisive call. "Okay, boys, pack it up and get to the fallback position," Devin commanded, urgency lacing his tone. "Get up to the roof and stay quiet. I'll let you know if there's something that needs shooting." Watching as the men broke away from the barricade and sprinted to safety, Devin quickly relayed the message over the radio. "Okay, Tatum, we're clear here. You're up," he announced. "Hang on to your ass," Tatum's response crackled through the radio. A moment later, the blaring alarm bell from the school pierced the air, signaling the start of their diversionary tactic. Devin instinctively ducked out of sight, ensuring he remained hidden from the advancing horde. "Come on, please work, Devin muttered anxiously to himself, his gaze fixed on the approaching mass of zombies. "I don't have enough bullets for all of
The
these
relics
assholes."
screen allows us to view and activate
Observing
our
as the
relics,
creatures began
and
to
also to
shuffle
enact
towards the source
decisions
of the
making
alarm,
use of minor
Devin sighed
artifacts.
with relief. It took a couple of minutes before the entire mob redirected their attention towards the school, leaving the highway momentarily deserted. Quietly reaching for his radio, Devin spoke softly into the device. "Okay, Tatum, your plan is working a little too well," he reported. "The only zombies that aren't coming your way are the ones that got cut in half by the chain, and I'm pretty sure that they want to. Keep an eye on things, especially up the highway," Tatum responded, his voice carrying a note of caution. "You got it, boss," Devin affirmed. "And you let me know when you need some backup." "Hopefully we won't need any, but it's good to know it's there," Tatum replied before signing off. "Good luck," Devin said. The line went dead as Tatum tossed the walkie-talkie onto the teacher's desk, his focus shifting to the makeshift spear in his grasp as he approached the window. Glancing over at Mike and the other two men in the room, he noted their determined stance, their grip on their weapons firm as they prepared to face the approaching enemy. "Mike, are you and your guys ready for this?" Tatum inquired, his tone resolute. "Yes, sir. We will defend this town with everything we got," Mike replied with determination. "Oh, and I figured I should mention this now," Tatum added, a hint of levity creeping into his voice. "While we are a full-service protection squad, we don't do cleanup." The unexpected humor caught the civilians off guard, eliciting laughter before they quickly composed themselves. "Sorry, just felt like we needed a tension break," Tatum explained. It was a good line, Mike acknowledged with a nod. As the creatures drew nearer, closing the distance to 30 yards, Tatum stepped forward, whistling loudly to grab their attention. "Hey assholes, why don't you come over here? We got a little something for you," he called out, his voice ringing with defiance. They watched as a significant number of zombies responded to the provocation, shuffling towards their windows with eager moans matching their pace. "Okay, remember what I taught you," Tatum instructed, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Stab as hard as you can, but don't get close to the window. They're going to try to grab to pull you in, but they can't if you're far enough away. We have all the time in the world, so there's no reason to get yourself in a dangerous situation." Mike and the others nodded in agreement as the first zombie reached the window, its arms stretching through the open space, emitting guttural moans. Tatum stepped forward, his movement swift and decisive as he thrust his weapon with all his strength. The tip of the filed-off broomstick pierced through the creature's eye, causing it to convulse before collapsing. Tatum wasted no time in withdrawing the weapon from the undead skull. In the blink of an eye, another zombie took the fallen one's place at the window, accompanied by several more ghouls advancing towards the wall. "Hit them with everything you've got," Tatum commanded. All four men stepped forward, their movements synchronized as they thrust their weapons with
An
all their
alien
might.
society calls to
Tatum
us
and
from
Mike
across
swiftly
the
dispatched the
ether.
zombies at their window, their strikes precise and effective. However, the two younger men's blows only grazed their targets, scraping their knives against the sides of the undead's faces. Observing the
Construction
struggle,
venture completed.
Tatum quickly broke away from his position to provide hands-on instruction. He positioned himself behind one of the men, guiding his hands on the weapon.
Establishing a new colony.
"Do it like this," Tatum instructed, demonstrating the proper technique. "Go as hard as you can while aiming at the bridge of their nose. Most of the time, it will glance off the bone and go into the eye." With Tatum's guidance, the man gained a better sense of the required force and angle. Stepping back, Tatum watched with pride as the two men executed the technique, swiftly dispatching the creatures with single, decisive blows. "Good, now just keep that energy up a few hundred more times," Tatum encouraged with a hint of humor. Tatum surveyed the line of creatures pressed against the building, focusing on the relentless onslaught before him. He worked diligently for several minutes, dispatching half a dozen zombies with precision strikes, his movements steady and determined. Suddenly, the sound of his radio crackled to life, drawing his attention away from the battle at hand. "Yeah, what is it?" Tatum responded, his voice tense with anticipation. "It's Devin," came the voice on the other end. "It looks like you boys have all you can handle." "Yeah, it looks like it from this vantage point too," Tatum replied, concern evident in his tone. "Do you have something for me?" "Yeah, you may want to start making more noise on your end, because a large number of those things are headed towards your weak spot," Devin explained. "Damn it, already? I figured they'd work their way up there eventually, but right out of the gate," Tatum muttered, frustration creeping into his voice.
A system survey has concluded.
"I don't know what to tell you, but they're headed for it like it's a damn siren's call," Devin added. As the realization dawned on Tatum, he momentarily lowered the radio, shaking his head in disbelief. "I'm an idiot," he muttered to himself. "What's wrong?" Mike inquired, noticing Tatum's reaction. Just keep doing what you're doing. I'll be right back, Tatum replied, his tone determined. You'll be right back, Mike exclaimed. Tatum's voice cut through the radio with urgency. It's the damn alarm bells. One of them has to be in the lunchroom. That's what's drawing them, he explained. Devin swiftly adjusted his scope, scanning the area for any sign of the source of the disturbance, but found nothing. It has to be inside because I don't see anything, Devin replied. Just keep an eye on that glass. Let me know if it breaks, Tatum instructed. What the hell are you doing? Devin questioned. I'm going to see if I can shut it up, Tatum responded resolutely. Devin remained silent, knowing that nothing he could say would dissuade Tatum from his self-imposed mission. With a sense of purpose, Tatum rushed over to the door, exerting all his strength to shove the heavy desk out of the way before throwing it
Construction venture completed.
Tatum sprinted as fast as his legs could carry him, maneuvering through the maze of desks that Edgar had arranged. It took him a minute of frantic movement, but he finally reached the other side, closing in on the lunchroom. The deafening clang of the alarm bell guided him toward its source. As he entered the open area, he looked up and spotted it. Without hesitation, he raised his rifle, his gaze briefly flickering to the damaged window where a horde of undead pressed against the glass. Pushing aside the distraction, Tatum focused on his target and fired a single round. The bullet struck the bell with precision, silencing its clamor and bringing a momentary respite to the immediate vicinity. Relief washed over him at the absence of the alarm bell's relentless ringing, but it was short-lived as the sound of breaking glass shattered the stillness, sending a surge of terror coursing through him. Tatum's heart pounded in his chest as he witnessed the sides of the window giving way, his presence in the lunchroom only serving to further excite the creatures pressing against the glass. Before he could retreat, one side of the window gave in, allowing several undead to breach the building. Tatum reacted swiftly, raising his rifle and firing multiple shots in their direction, hoping to hold back the tide. However, the relentless pressure from the horde outside proved too much to overcome. With a crash, the entire pane collapsed onto the ground, trapping a few of the zombies that had already infiltrated the building. Tatum continued to squeeze the trigger as fast as he could, desperate to slow the advancing horde, but his efforts proved futile as his gun clicked empty. As a flood of creatures poured into the school, Tatum's adrenaline-fueled sprint down the hallway was punctuated by his urgent cries, transmitted both over the radio and loud enough for those inside the school to hear. We have a breach. We have a breach. Chapter 6. Tatum sprinted down the hallway, his heart pounding against his ribs as he passed the first classroom. Abruptly halting his stride, he skidded to a stop when Edgar's head popped out. What the hell is going on? Edgar's voice sliced through the tension. We got company, and a lot of it. Tatum
Debris
replied
has
urgently.
been analyzed.
Shit, already? Edgar's tone was tinged with disbelief. Yeah, already, Tatum confirmed grimly. Both men pivoted toward the top of the hallway, their eyes narrowing as a horde of creatures emerged into view. Tatum and Edgar gripped their weapons tightly, their fingers hovering over the triggers. With precision, they aimed and unleashed a barrage of bullets at their advancing targets. The creatures fell one by one, but their ranks seemed endless, with more trampling over the fallen bodies. Get back inside and barricade the door, Tatum ordered, his voice steady despite the chaos. These doors aren't going to hold up too long against them, Edgar observed. I know, we'll figure something out, but we need to thin the herd out as much as we can, Tatum replied. Edgar nodded and darted back into the relative safety of the classroom. Tatum fired a few more shots before retreating through the maze of desks. At the next door, Reed appeared, already
A
armed and
system
ready for battle.
survey has concluded.
He aimed and fired several rounds towards the oncoming mob, their numbers swelling with each passing moment. Tatum joined in, unleashing his own barrage of gunfire from behind the makeshift barricade. Well, that didn't last long, did it? Reed remarked wryly. Give me a spear, the strongest one you've got. No, screw that. Give me 2, Tatum demanded. Reed nodded solemnly and disappeared into the classroom, leaving Tatum to discharge the remaining bullets in his magazine with deadly precision, dispatching several zombies in rapid succession. Moments later, Reed reappeared, carrying the requested weaponry along with additional spears for himself. "I only need 2, Tatum asserted firmly. "I'm not going to let you go to war by yourself," Reed countered. "I know what I'm doing. If this is going to work, I need you in that classroom thinning the herd outside," Tatum commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Reed acquiesced with a silent nod, passing over the weapons to Tatum before retreating back into the relative safety of the classroom. As Tatum loaded a fresh magazine into his rifle and slung it onto his back, he tossed one of the spears a few rows back. Then, with a firm grip on the remaining weapon, a sturdy piece of rebar sharpened to a lethal point, he steeled himself for the impending confrontation. "Okay, assholes, let's do this." Tatum's voice boomed, echoing through the tense air as he prepared to face the relentless horde. Tatum maneuvered to the right, wielding the metal weapon with purpose, its metallic clang resounding through the hallway and cutting through the cacophony of alarms and moans emanating from the approaching horde. As the first few creatures stumbled over the strewn and stacked desks, their movements clumsy and erratic, Tatum wasted no time in dispatching them with swift, decisive strikes to the backs of their heads, swiftly neutralizing the immediate threat. However, he was quickly outnumbered as more creatures surged forward, trampling over their fallen brethren in their frenzied attempt to reach him. With calculated precision, Tatum thrust his weapon forward, impaling a creature in the chest before forcefully flinging it aside, sending it crashing into several others. Yet, even as they fell to the ground, more continued to press forward, their advance pushing Tatum back. With the fallen creatures temporarily incapacitated, Tatum swiftly drew his handgun and dispatched them with precise shots to the head before retreating behind the cover of the next row of desks.
Construction venture
However,
completed.
one particularly agile zombie caught him off guard, using the fallen bodies as stepping stones to propel itself forward with surprising speed. Tatum narrowly evaded its lunging attack, sidestepping just in time to avoid its grasping arms. Reacting quickly, Tatum swung the rebar weapon backward, striking the creature behind the knee and sending it crashing to the ground. As it struggled to rise, he delivered a decisive blow to its head, ensuring its permanent demise. Turning his attention back to the advancing mob, Tatum watched grimly as they pushed through the barricade of desks, their sheer numbers overwhelming.
Construction venture completed.
Behind them, dozens more lurked in the shadows, marching in his direction.
The situation log has
Amidst the
been
chaos,
amended.
Frank and Eric emerged from their respective classrooms, their faces etched with grim determination. "Get down," Eric yelled. Tatum dropped to one knee, both men unleashing a barrage of gunfire that tore through the front ranks of the oncoming horde, swiftly neutralizing the immediate threat and buying them precious moments to reassess their strategy. "How are you doing out here, Tatum?" Frank inquired. "Getting my workout for the weekend? That's for damn sure," Tatum replied wryly. "What's the plan?" Eric interjected. "I'm going to buy us as much time as I can out here while you guys clear the ones in the front of the building," Tatum explained. "And then what?" Frank pressed. Tatum smirked knowingly, shaking his head at the predictability of Frank's response. "Ah, hell, it's one of those plans." "Okay, sure, why not?" Frank conceded with a resigned chuckle. "Just make sure the front of the building is clear," Tatum instructed firmly. As Frank and Eric nodded in understanding and retreated into the relative safety of the classroom, Tatum took a moment to regroup, his eyes scanning the rows of desks until they landed on his backup weapon, identical to the one he currently wielded. Turning his attention back to the advancing mob, Tatum watched with growing concern as their numbers continued to swell, pushing relentlessly forward. He glanced towards the classroom doors, noting with grim resolve the growing congregation of zombies attempting to breach their defenses. With the closest zombie still struggling to navigate through the barricade of desks, Tatum seized the opportunity, slinging his rifle back into position and taking aim towards the door at the far end of the hallway. With a series of precise shots, he dispatched a couple of zombies, their heads exploding in bursts of gore, drawing more attention his way. "Yeah, I'm down here. Come and get me." Tatum's defiant challenge echoed through the hallway. As a few of the creatures diverted their attention away from the door, Tatum realized it only served to allow more zombies to press up against it, intensifying the pressure on their barricade. With a furrowed brow, he watched as the desks slowly shifted his way, the relentless advance of the undead threatening to overwhelm him. Turning his focus to the top of the desks, Tatum observed several zombies stumbling over them, their grotesque forms inching closer with each clumsy step. Seizing the opportunity, he darted forward, scaling the makeshift barrier and delivering swift, decisive blows to the heads of the closest creatures. But as he swung for a third strike, Tatum's footing faltered, nearly
A special
causing him to lose
project
balance.
is complete.
In the split second of vulnerability, another zombie lunged forward, knocking the weapon from his grip. With a sharp intake of breath, Tatum stumbled backward, his heart pounding in his chest as the ghoul's hand grazed his foot. Reacting with lightning speed, Tatum drew his handgun and fired at near point-blank range, the echoing shots reverberating through the hallway. "Hey now, watch the shoes," Tatum quipped. Tatum retreated several rows, hastily grabbing the spare spear lying on the ground as he scanned the now crowded hallway. The sight of the encroaching horde, nearly filling the entire space, made him hesitate. While the urge to advance and take down more of the undead gnawed at him, the increasingly treacherous conditions with the shifting desks gave him pause. Deciding against further engagement, Tatum hurried back into the safety of his classroom, his voice echoing with urgency as soon as he crossed the threshold. "Give me a hand with this desk," Tatum called out. Mike, who had been stationed at the window, swiftly broke away from his post, rushing over to lend a hand. Together, they maneuvered the heavy desk back in front of the door, fortifying their defenses against the creatures in the hallway. Pointing towards another sturdy teacher's desk on the opposite side of the room, Tatum issued his next command. "We're going to need that one too," he directed, his gaze meeting Mike's with a sense of urgency. With determined nods, the two men raced across the room, straining their muscles as they dragged the cumbersome furniture across the floor. But as they attempted to lift the desk onto the barricade, Mike's expression turned grim. "If I get that thing a foot off the ground, it's going to rip my shoulders right out of their sockets," Mike said. Tatum nodded in satisfaction as he positioned the second desk snugly against the one barricading the door, ensuring their makeshift fortification was as secure as possible. "I think this will do," Tatum remarked, his tone brimming with cautious optimism as he surveyed their handiwork. "Is it bad out there?" Mike inquired. "Very bad." "But don't worry, I have a plan," Tatum reassured him. "Hopefully it's a step up from this one," Mike quipped with a half-joking smirk, earning a chuckle from Tatum. "Look at you, fitting in with us already," Tatum remarked playfully, wagging a finger in Mike's direction as the camaraderie between them blossomed. As Mike returned to his post at the window to assist the others, Tatum grabbed his radio. "Hey Devin, do you copy?" Tatum said. "I was hearing an awful lot of gunshots coming from the school." "I was beginning to worry," Devin's voice crackled over the radio. "Well, given how much hell I put my teachers through in school, it would be karma for me to die in a school. But it's not going to be today, not if I can help it," Tatum replied. "What's the situation?" Devin inquired, his tone serious. "The hallway is jam-packed with those fuckers, and we're not going to be able to fight our way to safety without an assist," Tatum explained. "What can I do to help?" Devin asked. "First off, how is the outside looking?" Tatum inquired. "It's still looking pretty crowded outside. Those things are spread out all across the length of the school, and a good 10, 15 deep," Devin reported. "That's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be," Tatum remarked, a hint of relief in his voice.
Construction
"Well,
venture
don't get too
completed.
excited yet. You still have a couple hundred of those things trying to get into the lunchroom," Devin warned. "Damn it. Even after I took
A
out the
study
bell,"
has been completed.
Tatum grumbled, frustration evident in his voice. "These things love playing follow the leader," Devin remarked dryly. "Yeah, that's true. But I got a question for you. How's it looking in your neck of the woods? Tatum inquired. Up here by the barricades? Pretty clear. Only half a dozen of those things wandering around, not counting the crawling torsos 100 yards up, Devin replied. Okay, good. Is your squad still with you? Tatum pressed. On the building next to me, Devin confirmed. Good, because you're going to need them. Chapter 7. Devin sat perched atop the roof, his head swaying in disbelief as he absorbed Tatum's latest scheme. You know, Tatum, you're lucky it's the apocalypse, Devin remarked, his voice laced with incredulity. Because if anybody heard the plan you just pitched to me back in the civilized times, you'd be a great candidate to be involuntarily committed. A chuckle crackled over the radio, signaling Tatum's response. Oh, come on now, Devin. Don't act like this is the dumbest idea I've come up with so far this apocalypse. Devin pondered for a moment, his skepticism lingering like a shadow. Yeah, I think this one is the winner. Tatum paused, memories flickering through his mind like distant flames. Oh, that's right, you weren't there for Flat Creek, were you? I heard about it from Reed, Devin recalled, a wry grin tugging at his lips. And even with his dramatic retelling of the raft incident, this plan is still far crazier. Tatum's laughter echoed through the airwaves before he retorted. I mean, if you have a better idea? Oh no. Devin replied with a shake of his head, determination firm in his tone. We're going to do this plan. Mainly because I never want to hear that raft story again from Reed, and I figure this will shut him up. That's good enough for me.
A spaceborne life form has appeared to
A
us.
note of satisfaction evident in his voice. How much time do you need? Devin peered cautiously over the edge of the building, surveying the scene below where cars littered the ground and a handful of creatures roamed aimlessly. It shouldn't be more than 10 minutes, Devin relayed over the radio. I have to take these things out quietly. Take 15, Tatum responded, his voice tinged with consideration. We should be done with the outside zombies by then, but we could use a breather. Don't go getting all soft on me, Tatum, Devin teased. I was speaking more for Reed, Tatum clarified. You guys know this is an open channel, don't you? Reed interjected. The banter elicited laughter from both Tatum and Devin. And I'm going to tell that raft story for as long as I live, Reed declared. Not to me, you're not, Devin retorted amidst his laughter. I'll be in touch soon. And my team, go over to channel 12 for a minute. Despite Reed's attempt to continue, Devin ignored it, swiftly changing the radio frequency. Okay, Jimmy, are you guys there? Devin inquired. Yeah, we're here, Devin, Jimmy confirmed. So you heard the plan. Do we have any volunteers? Devin asked. We're all in, Jimmy affirmed. Our people are in that school, and it's our town, so we're willing to do whatever it takes. Good man. But I don't need all of you, just 3. And nobody moves until I deal with the ones by the barricades, Devin instructed. We can give you a hand with those, Jimmy offered. No, I appreciate the offer, Jimmy, but I've done this kind of work. A lot more than any one man should. I can handle it. I'll let you know when to come down, Devin assured. Devin's gaze traversed the distance to the rooftop opposite, where Jimmy stood. Though separated by space, the subtle movement of Jimmy's head conveyed compliance. Yes, sir, Jimmy responded meekly. Okay, hang tight.
A system survey
This won't take
has
long,
concluded.
Devin assured before leaving his sniper rifle on the roof. With swift, purposeful movements, he descended the ladder to the ground below.
The situation
His
log
combat
has been
knife strapped to his
amended.
belt was drawn as he strode towards the highway. Rounding the corner of the building, Devin positioned himself behind the backstop barricade. From this vantage point, he observed a half-dozen creatures milling about. Some seemed indecisive, their gaze flickering towards the school, as if torn between staying or venturing forth. A couple of the undead stopped, their movements hindered by the barricade. The force of the mob pushed them against the uneven metal of the older vehicles,
Construction venture
snagging
completed.
and holding them in place. Devin navigated around the barricade, approaching his first target, a zombie ensnared on a wheel well, its gaze fixed on the school. With a swift leap over the car, he descended upon the creature, the blade of his combat knife plunging into its skull with precision. The distant alarm distracted the attention of the other creatures, save for one lurking a few yards away, focused on Devon's presence. The creature emitted an eager moan as it lurched towards Devon, who sidestepped with practiced agility, swiftly driving his blade into its temple and sending it collapsing to the ground. Without pause, Devon pressed forward, his movements fluid and precise. Approaching the next creature, which remained oblivious to his presence, he thrust the tip of his blade into the base of its skull. With a calculated shove, he propelled the ghoul into its companion a few paces away. The impact sent the undead crashing to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Before it could recover, Devon swiftly dispatched it, severing its unlife with a decisive strike. With only 2 creatures remaining and one immobilized, Devon stood poised, allowing the lone mobile ghoul to draw near. As it closed the distance, he shifted his weight, cracking his neck to the side before unleashing a powerful front kick. The force of the blow sent the creature tumbling backward, crashing to the ground in a heap. With swift efficiency, Devon drove the blade into the skull of the immobilized creature before darting across the open highway towards the last remaining ghoul. The creature writhed eagerly, attempting to free itself from its trap, but Devon swiftly ended its struggle by thrusting the blade through the bottom of the jaw and into the brain, extinguishing the remnants of life in its dead eyes. Retrieving his knife, Devon wiped it clean on the fallen ghoul before sheathing it. He then retrieved the radio from his belt. "Okay, Jimmy, you boys can come down now," Devon announced. Standing there for a moment, Devon struggled to contain his rising rage, as if battling against a haunting memory. Just as the conflict threatened to overwhelm him, Jimmy's voice broke through the turmoil. "Devon, are you all right?" Devon shook off the momentary lapse, returning to his usual composed demeanor. "Yeah, I'm good. Come on, let's break a couple of these cars free," he replied. They worked together to remove the binders holding the cars together, a task that didn't require much effort. Once the vehicles were freed, Devon positioned himself behind the wheel of a larger SUV, with Jimmy beside him. The other 2 men climbed into a heavy late-model sedan. "Okay, you get that car over to the back doors and put the front end of it against the exit," Devon instructed, addressing one of the men. "Don't push too hard on it because we don't want to weaken the frame. Just make sure it's flush against it so they can't break out." "Do you need us to stay there?" the man inquired. "No," Devon replied firmly. "Once you get the car in place, get the hell out of there and back to the roof. Tatum and the others should have the front of the school cleared by then, but if not, then you need to be careful." The man nodded in understanding as Devon turned to Jimmy, motioning for him to take the back seat. "Are you sure about this, kid?" Devon asked, concern evident in his tone. "I'm sure," Jimmy affirmed, his resolve unwavering. "Besides, I'm the best shot with a handgun out of those guys." "Did they give you all their ammo?" Devon inquired. "They did," Jimmy confirmed. "Okay, then get in the back and buckle up, because this is about to get crazy," Devon warned. Devon picked up the walkie-talkie, switching it back to the group channel. "Okay, Tatum, we're inbound," he announced. "We'll be ready." Tatum's voice crackled through the radio in response. Devon shifted the SUV into gear, flooring the gas pedal. The tires screeched on the pavement before gaining traction, propelling them forward with a jolt. Inside the vehicle, Devon and Jimmy bounced around as they veered off-road. Devon's grip on the wheel tightened as he steered the SUV directly towards the broken window in the lunchroom. As they approached within 50 yards of the window, they witnessed zombies pouring out of the building, congregating just a few steps outside, all of them trying to force their way inside. Though tightly packed inside, few ghouls ventured into the lunchroom, instead pressing towards the hallway. "Hang on, kid," Devon shouted. With alarming speed, the front of the SUV slammed into the pack, barreling through at 70 miles per hour. The first few ghouls were obliterated, their bodies disintegrating upon impact, while several others were crushed beneath the vehicle. Maintaining momentum, the SUV plowed deep into the building, mowing down creatures as if they were mere obstacles. Devin kept his foot firmly on the gas, ensuring they pressed forward enough to reach the hallway. Come on, Devin urged. The vehicle strained under the weight of the horde, its engine roaring as it pushed through to the hallway entrance. Although the SUV wasn't large enough to completely block the entrance, it came close, leaving barely enough room for a zombie to squeeze through. With the SUV in position, Devin swiftly shifted it into park and engaged the parking brake. He grabbed his gun and shouted, "Light them up." Both men inside the SUV opened fire, their shots echoing down the hallway as they aimed towards the zombies now focused on them. Bullets tore through the air,
Council agenda
cutting down
available.
a dozen creatures in a matter of moments. As they continued to fire, clearing some space on their side of the vehicle, they heard the sound of hands pounding against the glass on the lunchroom side. Jimmy flinched, momentarily distracted. "Ignore them," Devin commanded. "They can't get through the window. Just keep clearing the hallway." Jimmy nodded and resumed firing alongside Devin, the two of them relentless in their efforts to mow down the advancing horde. After a solid minute of sustained gunfire, during which they emptied several magazines each, they paused to assess the situation. Motioning for Jimmy to stay back from the window, Devin moved to the passenger seat, surveying the carnage outside the SUV where piles of undead bodies lay stacked 2 or 3 high. Down the hallway, however, a couple of hundred creatures continued to shamble relentlessly in their direction. Devin swiftly picked up the walkie-talkie. "Hey guys, we're in position and mowing them down, but I don't think we have enough ammo to take them all out, so an assist would be nice. And we have a handful of those things on the lunchroom side if someone feels like going for a walk," he relayed. As Devin and Jimmy reloaded their weapons, they heard gunshots echoing from inside the classrooms. Though nobody dared to open the doors, they were firing through the small windows, doing what they could to thin the ranks of the approaching horde. The creatures seemed torn, some pressing against the doors while others continued their advance towards the SUV. "What do you say, Jimmy? You ready to finish this off?" Devin asked, determination burning in his eyes. "Absolutely," Jimmy replied, his resolve matching Devin's. The group joined forces, their combined firepower steadily thinning the ranks of the undead. The extermination of the zombies took the better part of 20 minutes, but eventually, every creature in the hallway was taken down. Jimmy and Devin sat in the vehicle, observing the futile attempts of the zombies on the lunchroom side to breach the glass. "So what are we going to do about them?" Jimmy asked, gesturing towards the trapped creatures. Devin glanced over his shoulder at the zombies and shrugged as he loaded a fresh magazine into his rifle. "Same thing we did
Construction
with that
venture
lot,"
completed.
he replied resolutely. As they prepared to resume their assault, they heard shots echoing from the window. Devin raised his hand, signaling for Jimmy to stand down. They watched as Tatum and Reed navigated through the crowd, swiftly neutralizing the remaining threats. Once every creature was down, Devin and Jimmy exited the SUV, ensuring that the zombies at their feet were truly dead. "We appreciate the assist there, Tatum," Devin acknowledged. "Not a problem. We were tired of being in class anyway," Tatum quipped. "Everybody make it through all right?" Devin inquired. "Yeah, we're all fine. We're going to need a hell of a lot of ice packs, but other than that, we're good," Tatum confirmed, a hint of exhaustion evident in his voice. With smiles of relief, the group basked in the victory they had achieved. "Come on, let's get back to the highway and do one more pass. I'd hate to go through all this and have a straggler ruin it," Tatum suggested. Devin and Jimmy nodded in agreement as the group exited the school. With renewed vigor, they set off towards the highway to ensure that no stragglers remained to threaten the hard-won victory. Chapter 8. Tatum approached the crawling top half of a zombie torso, his gaze fixed on the grotesque sight before him, trying to comprehend the surreal scene. "I don't get paid enough to deal with this stuff," he muttered, a chuckle escaping his lips as he drove his spear into the creature's skull, putting an end to its twisted existence. Glancing around at his companions who were finishing their cleanup duties, Tatum received the all-clear signal. With a sigh of relief, he discarded his spear, signaling his exhaustion with the ordeal. As he stretched to alleviate the strain in his arms, Mike approached. "I think that about does it," Mike commented wearily. "Let's hope so, because we blew through most of our ammunition in the school," Tatum replied. "I wish we had some to give you back," Mike lamented. Tatum raised his hands in an apologetic gesture, shaking his head. "Oh no, you're fine, Mike. I wasn't implying that at all. You don't have to give us anything." "Well, it just don't feel right to not give you anything. You boys bailed us out of a hell of a mess," Mike insisted. "I tell you what, Mike," Tatum began. "If it will put your mind at ease, how about we do this? I'll have some of my men come down here and help you create some real defenses. And in exchange, you stay in touch and be an ally if we need it." "We're more than happy to be your ally, Tatum, but I have to ask, what are you expecting?" Mike inquired cautiously. "I wish I knew, Mike. But if the last 2 weeks have taught me anything, nothing is too crazy to happen," Tatum responded. "That's an understatement," Mike said. Laughter filled the air as both men shared a moment of respite, but their tranquility was short-lived as Jimmy came rushing up. "Tatum, sir." Jimmy called out urgently. "What is it, Jimmy?" Tatum's tone shifted instantly, alertness flooding back into him. "It's your people. They just called in and need you to get back there as soon as possible." Jimmy relayed the message, his words injecting a sense of urgency into the atmosphere. Tatum's muscles tensed at the news, his mind instantly switching back to combat mode. "What's going on?" he demanded, his voice sharp with concern. "They're not under attack. Don't worry," Jimmy reassured, sensing Tatum's unease. Those words provided a momentary relief, and Tatum visibly relaxed his stance. "Then what is it?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. "They said a plane just landed at the airport," Jimmy explained. Tatum glanced over at Mike, seeking his approval. "Go and take care of your people. We'll handle the cleanup," Mike offered without hesitation, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I'll let you know what happens, and when we'll be back to help with those barricades," Tatum promised.
Construction venture completed.
"You boys be safe," Mike replied. With a nod, Tatum swiftly made his way to their vehicles, his commanding voice cutting through the air as he rallied his comrades. "Everybody from St.
A
Mary's,
study has
we have
been
to roll out
completed.
right now," he called out, urgency fueling his every movement. Half an hour later, the convoy rumbled into St. Mary's, tension palpable among the occupants as they braced themselves for the unknown. Pulling up to the
There's a
restaurant in
light
the town center, they were
over the
greeted by
newly
Maggie,
established
who emerged
colony.
with a calm demeanor, her hands raised in a gesture
A
of
system
peace.
survey has concluded.
Tatum's heart rate slowed at the sight of his wife, her serene expression immediately easing his apprehension. She didn't appear distressed. Instead, a smile graced her lips, sending a wave of relief through Tatum's tense frame. As the group exited their vehicles, their weapons poised for action, Maggie intervened, her voice cutting through the tension like a beacon of reason. "We need to start getting you boys some decaf." "Relax, everything is just fine," she reassured, her words soothing their frayed nerves. "What's going on? We heard somebody flew into the airport." Tatum inquired, his curiosity piqued. "They did, and I think it's somebody you need to meet," Maggie replied cryptically, her gaze fixed on Tatum with unwavering certainty. Tatum exchanged a glance with Maggie, her assurance convincing him to lower his guard. Motioning for his companions to follow suit, he issued a directive. "Okay, let's go meet the guests," he declared, his tone firm yet tempered with curiosity. The group complied, slinging their rifles over their shoulders as they followed Maggie into the restaurant. Seated at a far table was Maxwell, a figure in his early 40s exuding an aura of confidence. Tall and physically fit, with a mane of longer hair and a well-kept beard, he commanded attention. Flanking him on either side were two imposing men, their presence formidable despite the relaxed posture with which they carried their rifles. "Go sit down and I'll bring some more coffee out," Maggie offered. Tatum approached the table, Maxwell rising to his feet and extending a hand in greeting. "You must be Tatum," Maxwell remarked, his voice confident. "I am." "And who do I owe the pleasure?" Tatum replied, reciprocating the handshake. "My name is Maxwell. Please have a seat. We have much to discuss," Maxwell offered, gesturing to an empty chair. Tatum nodded and settled into the seat, while Maggie promptly emerged with a coffee pot and cups, pouring them each a
A
serving.
system survey has concluded.
"I'm afraid all we have is the non-dairy creamer, Maxwell," Maggie apologized. "Oh, I prefer it black." "I don't want anything but eating the caffeine," Maxwell replied, declining the
A
creamer
special
with a smile.
project is complete.
Maggie exchanged a knowing glance with Tatum before nodding in acknowledgement. "So what brings you to our fair little town, Maxwell?"
Construction venture
Tatum
completed.
inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "A partnership proposal," Maxwell began, his
Construction
gaze
venture
steady.
completed.
"I'm listening," Tatum responded, leaning forward with interest. "Like you and your men before the apocalypse, we retreated from the world to an extent. We used the skills our government gave to us in order to move further away from that government, because we saw how flawed it was," Maxwell explained, his words measured. "And for the most part we were left alone, broken up into our little self-sustaining groups.
Construction
We always didn't see
venture
eye to eye with
completed.
each other, so we stayed out of each other's way.
Construction
No
venture
animosity,
completed.
mind you, just different viewpoints. However, now we all have everything in common." Maxwell continued, his expression grave. "We have everything in common?"
Our
Tatum
vessels have
questioned.
been reinvigorated.
"Oh, we absolutely do, Tatum. We face the same threats. The undead threatening to break down our door, the threat of succumbing to starvation, or the elements, or any of 1,000 other ways to perish. But most importantly, we were abandoned by our government in our time of need," Maxwell continued, his words resonating with a sense of betrayal. Maxwell paused, taking a sip of his coffee, the momentary silence adding weight to his words. "Now I do see the irony in being upset that the government we despised left us to our own devices. However, as you well know, they didn't just leave us. They left civilians. Lots of them. People who depended on them to help in a time of crisis. And who did those people look to for help? People like you and me, Tatum. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, you and your men just got back from helping one such group of civilians," Maxwell said. "We did. A nice group of people just up the road from Spokane. Helped them deal with a mob of 2,000 of those things," Tatum confirmed. Maxwell's interest was piqued. 2,000? I'm impressed. Very impressed. When we have more time, I would love to hear how you pulled that off. "It was an adventure, that's for sure," Tatum admitted with a wry smile. "Well, I can't wait to hear the story. However, it will have to wait, because we have more stops to make, and I need to pitch you my partnership proposal," Maxwell declared, his tone businesslike. "We're all ears," Tatum replied, signaling his readiness to listen. "I represent a major group based in Bend, Oregon. And when I say major, I mean it," Maxwell began, his demeanor serious. "I bet." "Bend isn't exactly a small town," Tatum remarked. "A population of 100,000 before the war. It took a lot of effort, a lot of coordination with the other groups in the area, but we amassed a force nearly 10,000 strong and took the city. Saved a lot of people in the process," Maxwell revealed, pride evident in his voice. Tatum couldn't help but whistle in awe at Maxwell's revelation. "You have a group that's 10,000 strong. Why in the world do you want to partner with a group of 30 that's 400 miles away?" Tatum
A
questioned.
special project is complete.
"Because we're of similar mind. And these days you can never have too many allies. Plus, you aren't even the smallest group we've partnered with," Maxwell replied with a sly smile, sensing Tatum's confusion. "We've been busy with our outreach over the last couple of weeks. While Bend is the biggest force, we have groups covering the Northwest," Maxwell explained, his tone serious. "From the northern part of California up to the Canadian border, and clear across to Boise. While we are all autonomous, we strategize together, help each other out with manpower and supplies, and most importantly, we're united against the potential threat that is coming our way," Maxwell continued,
A study
his
has been
words carrying a
completed.
weight of urgency.
A
What threat
system
is that?
survey has
Tatum inquired,
concluded.
his brow furrowing in concern. The government, Maxwell replied, his tone grim. Tatum glanced at his men, their expressions mirroring his own apprehension. They cut bait and ran on the first day of this, Tatum interjected. Believe me, I am well aware of that.
Canadian society calls to us from across the ether.
However, we have reliable intelligence that points to them making a play for Seattle, Maxwell revealed, his voice tinged with foreboding. Tatum pondered Maxwell's words for a moment before nodding in agreement. I can see that, actually, Tatum said. Strategically, it makes sense. However, it has the potential to cause us trouble. Because if there's one thing our government is known for, it's not asking permission, as it takes what it wants and needs from those who can't defend it. We have
A
fought,
system
bled,
survey
and died to
has
defend our homes and the lives of others, and if the government decides to leave us alone, we have no problem living side by side with them. However, if they come for our resources, that will be a different story, Maxwell cautioned, his tone somber with the weight of experience. So, in this partnership, what would you like us to do? There's 30 of us capable of fighting, which is nothing compared to what they have, Tatum acknowledged. Fighting is a last resort, Tatum. However, before they can take Seattle, they have to take Spokane, which is what they are planning to do over the next few days. Once they achieve their objective and settle in, I'd like you to go up and introduce yourselves. Feel them out. And report back what you find, Maxwell outlined. Yeah, we can do that. We're just a stone's throw away from Spokane, so getting to know the new neighbors makes sense, Tatum agreed. Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that you're on board with this. And as with all partnerships, it's a two-way street of cooperation, Maxwell affirmed. That is good to know. However, I'm not sure what you can do for us at the moment, Tatum admitted. Well, I hope you don't mind, but I took a stab in the dark and brought along some welcome gifts. On the tarmac as we speak, your men are unloading 10,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, Maxwell revealed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Tatum's eyes widened in astonishment at the news, his gratitude evident as he began nodding in appreciation. That's incredibly generous of you. I'm not sure we can accept that, Maxwell, Tatum expressed, his tone filled with humility. You can and you will.
Construction
You're
venture
doing good work up
completed.
here, and we want to help you continue to do so, Maxwell insisted firmly, his conviction unwavering. And the ammunition we're providing is just the tip of the iceberg. Our resources are vast and growing, Maxwell added. It is appreciated, and rest assured, we will live up to our end of the partnership, Tatum assured, his commitment unwavering. I have no doubt that you will,
A study has been
Maxwell replied.
completed.
Glancing at his watch, Maxwell swiftly finished his coffee and rose to his feet. I apologize for cutting this short, but we have another stop to make before we can head home for the day, Maxwell explained. Tatum stood up, shaking Maxwell's hand as they made their way toward the exit.
A special
I look
project
forward to hearing
is
what you find in
complete.
Spokane, Maxwell remarked, his gaze meeting Tatum's with anticipation. You'll know something as soon as we do, Tatum promised. Maxwell nodded appreciatively as Maggie stepped forward, gesturing down the street for a vehicle to approach. They'll take you back to the airport. Thank you for dropping by, Maxwell. You're welcome here anytime, Maggie offered warmly, her hospitality genuine. I
The
appreciate your
situation log
hospitality,
has been
Maggie.
amended.
Do your best to keep this one in line. He seems like a handful, Maxwell joked,
A study
giving her
has
a
been
wink before
completed.
getting into the car. As the vehicle disappeared around a corner, the rest of the men gathered around Tatum, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. Well, that was unexpected, Eric remarked, breaking the silence. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, Reed added, voicing the confusion shared by the group. Tatum smiled, nodding in agreement before addressing his men. It's simple, Reed, Tatum began, his voice filled with a sense of relief. We're not alone in the apocalypse anymore. The end.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding, belts slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to paradise. With the Platinum Card, unlock over $1,500 back in value annually on select purchases across travel, entertainment, and dining. Now let's make our trip next level. Hottest restaurant? Booked with Resi. Unforgettable experiences? Event access? Endless vibes. Late hotel checkout? Yes, please. Platinum Card membership for a trip that's nothing less than iconic. Learn more at americanexpress.com/explore-platinum. Terms apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along.
Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/zip.
ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/zip. That's ZipRecruiter.com/zip. ZipRecruiter.com/zip.
If you work as a manufacturing facilities engineer, installing a new piece of equipment can be as complex as the machinery itself. From prep work to alignment and testing, it's your team's job to put it all together. That's why it's good to have Grainger on your side. With industrial-grade products and next-day delivery, Grainger helps ensure you have everything you need close at hand through every step of the installation. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That America presents The Soldier Day Zero, a multi-part serialized event. And now please enjoy Part 9. Chapter 1. Flint stopped just shy of the door, motioning for Anne to take a couple steps back and give him room to operate. "Do you remember where you parked?" he asked. "It's on the left side of the lot, second row, underneath the light post," Anne replied. He nodded and readied his cleaver, then gently pushed the door open just enough to peek outside. It took him a moment to scan the parking lot and locate Anne's vehicle among the scattered cars. His expression immediately dropped when he finally spotted the car. Several dozen zombies were swarming around the vehicle, as if someone had tried to make a run for it earlier and had fallen right in front of the car, attracting every creature in the immediate vicinity. Another dozen zombies stood between their current position in the parking lot, with the closest ones about 30 yards away from the door. "Well, somehow this is even worse than I thought it was going to be," Flint muttered. He let out a long sigh as he gently pulled the door closed, cutting off their view of the nightmare outside. Flint remained silent for several moments as he contemplated their other options, but was interrupted when Anne spoke up. "So it's that bad out there?" she asked. "There's about 100 of those people between us and the car," Flint replied grimly. "So, yeah, it's that bad out there," Anne said with resignation. Flint's first instinct was to abandon the mission and find someplace to hunker down. However, before he made that decision, he turned to Anne and spoke with intensity. "Level with me, Doc. How important are you?" he asked directly. "I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure how to answer that question," Anne replied. "You know what I mean, Anne," Flint pressed. "I have an idea on how to get to the car, but it's risky as hell," he explained. "And, to be quite frank with you, I'm willing to take that risk, but only if you're that important to understanding what's happening out there. So tell me, how important are you?" And thought about the question for a moment, weighing her words carefully before nodding and speaking with confidence. "I'm at the top of my field when it comes to understanding how viruses mutate," she said. You said that there was a biological attack, right? Yeah, but that's all I know, Flint confirmed. Well, whatever was released was clearly viral in nature, or else it wouldn't have spread all over the country this quickly, Anne explained. Now, I have no idea if I'm going to be able to understand the virus or do anything to prevent it from mutating into something more dangerous, but I can guarantee that you're going to be hard-pressed to find someone more qualified than me to look into it. Flint gave her a knowing nod, understanding that her expertise made the risk worthwhile. Yeah, I was afraid you were going to say that, he said. So what's your plan on getting to the car? Anne asked. How fast of a runner are you? Flint replied. I'm not winning any medals, but if something's chasing me, I can move, Anne said. Good, because I'm going to get the focus on me and clear the way for you, Flint explained. Anne's eyes widened as she stared at him in disbelief. Are you kidding me? She asked. I'm not, but there's no other way to get you to the car, Flint said firmly. So where are you running to? Anne pressed. Hopefully to the end of the lot and find a truck to get on top of, Flint replied. And I'll swing by to pick you up, Anne added. That's the plan, he confirmed. You're a maniac, you know that, right? Anne said, shaking her head. If I wasn't a maniac, you would still be in the bar, Flint pointed out. Anne chuckled before reaching into her pocket and pulling out her car keys. She gave him a confident nod, even if she wasn't confident about going outside. Flint turned back to the door and unslung his rifle, mentally reminding himself that he only had 7 shots remaining. Just run as hard as you can, he muttered to himself. You got this, you got this. Despite his doubts, Flint threw open the door and darted out of the building into the night air. The parking lot stretched before him, filled with abandoned vehicles and wandering zombies that immediately began to take notice of his presence. He raced to the left for several yards before turning up toward the parking lot, getting within 20 yards of the first row of cars. Once he was in position, he fired a single shot into the air to announce his location to every zombie in the area. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Dozens of zombies that had been wandering aimlessly suddenly locked onto his position and began giving chase. Their excited moans filled the air as they pursued their fresh meal. Flint continued running hard across the asphalt, firing off another shot when he noticed that there were still some stragglers lingering near Anne's vehicle. The additional gunfire drew the attention of the remaining zombies, pulling them away from the car and toward his position. As he reached the edge of the parking area, a trio of zombies emerged from between parked cars directly in front of him. The creatures had been hidden in the shadows, but his gunfire had sent them into a frenzy and on a collision course. The sergeant narrowly avoided being grabbed by the lead creature, twisting his body at the last second to slip past its grasping hands. He managed to get by the zombie, but the encounter slowed his pace and allowed the pursuing horde to close some of the distance. Flint scanned the row of vehicles ahead of him, looking for something tall enough to provide safety from the growing mob. He saw nothing but sedans and compact cars that wouldn't get him high enough off the ground. The nearest truck was approximately 10 cars down on the left side of the lot. Given the number of ghouls that were now swarming toward his position, he realized he wouldn't be able to reach it on foot before being overwhelmed. Damn it, Flint cursed under his breath. Instead of continuing his ground-level sprint, Flint adjusted course and raced toward the nearest car. He jumped up onto the hood, firing off another shot, and maintained the zombie's focus on his location. Rather than remain stationary and allow the creatures to surround the vehicle, he began running across the tops of the parked cars toward the distant truck. As he jumped from rooftop to rooftop, zombies began swarming the area directly below him. Their arms reached upward, trying to grab his boots or trip him up as he leaped between vehicles. He could feel their fingertips brushing against his boots, forcing him to jump higher with each passing car. As he reached the last car before the truck, One particularly tall zombie managed to clip the front of his foot just as he was launching into his jump. The contact threw him off balance in midair, causing him to lose his trajectory toward the truck bed. In desperation, Flint planted his good foot on the car roof and pushed off with everything he had, using the remaining contact with the vehicle to generate additional lift and distance. The maneuver was awkward and uncontrolled, but it was his only chance of reaching safety. He soared through the air, off balance, his arms windmilling as he tried to correct his position before landing. The truck bed rushed up to meet him, and he crashed down hard on his shoulder, the impact knocking the air from his lungs and sending waves of pain through his upper body. Before he could fully recover from the landing, several zombie arms appeared over the edge of the truck bed, grasping at him from multiple directions. Flint smacked the grasping hands away while scrambling to his feet, frantically aiming his rifle around to check for any zombies that might be tall.
A system survey has
His shoulder
concluded.
throbbed from the impact, but he forced himself to ignore the pain and focus on the immediate danger. After a moment, he gathered himself and realized that despite the scare, he was relatively safe from the dozens of zombies that were now swarming around the base of the truck. The vehicle's height provided just enough elevation to keep him out of their reach, though they continued their attempts to reach up and grab him. Flint looked back toward the building entrance, where a few zombies still remained in his path to her car. He muttered curses under his breath as he raised his rifle and pulled the trigger several more times to draw those final creatures toward his position. "Come on, Doc, get to the car," he said, watching the building entrance intently. A few seconds later, Anne emerged from the building, right on schedule. She was running hard toward her vehicle, moving with the determination of someone who understood that hesitation meant death. Flint watched intently as she made it to the parking lot, pushing through the scattered line of remaining vehicles and reaching her car without incident. The engine started immediately, and Anne began driving toward his position in her sedan. Within moments, Anne was pushing through the horde of zombies that surrounded the truck. Creatures were shoved aside or knocked down as the vehicle plowed through them, their bodies creating dull thuds against the car's frame and bumper. Once the sedan was positioned directly beside the truck, Flint slung his rifle over his shoulder and prepared for the most dangerous part of his plan. He took a deep breath and leapt off the truck bed with
This fleet is now capable of becoming a mercenary enclave, if we so wish.
The distance was short.
The fleet would cease to be under our direct control. Instead, it would become an independent force, capable of loaning out mercenary fleets to empires, including our own.
Flat on the roof of Anne's car with a metallic thud that resonated through the vehicle's frame. He immediately reached forward, grabbing onto the lip where the roof connected to the windshield, trying to establish a secure grip on the moving vehicle. Almost immediately, he felt several zombie hands grasping at his legs and boots as creatures that had been chasing the car managed to get close enough to reach him. Their fingers clawed at his uniform, trying to pull him off the roof and into their waiting jaws. "Drive, drive, drive," Flint shouted. Anne didn't hesitate, slamming her foot down on the accelerator and peeling out of the parking area. The sudden acceleration nearly threw Flint off the back of the car, and he managed to hold on only by his fingertips as the vehicle shot forward. Even as they picked up speed, a couple of determined zombies continued trying to pull him off the roof, their hands maintaining contact with his boots until the car's velocity finally broke their grip. Anne sped down the parking lot, weaving between abandoned vehicles and debris. As they reached the exit, she cut the wheel hard to the right to navigate around a blockage, nearly throwing Flint off the side of the car with the sharp turn. As they reached the street and put several hundred yards between themselves and the zombie mob, Flint knocked on the windshield. "Stop the car! Stop the car!" he yelled. Anne immediately slammed on the brakes, not realizing that the sudden deceleration would send Flint tumbling over the front of the vehicle. He hit the asphalt hard, rolling several times before coming to a stop on the pavement. Anne threw open her door and rushed to check on him as he staggered back to his feet, clearly shaken but apparently uninjured. "I'm so sorry, are you okay?" she asked with concern. Flint muttered curses under his breath as he made his way around to the driver's side of the vehicle, his body aching from being tossed off the roof. "Get in the passenger seat. I'm driving," he ordered. Anne complied without argument, climbing into the passenger seat as Flint settled behind the wheel. He sat there for a brief moment, catching his breath before throwing the car into drive. With a final look back at the casino complex they were leaving behind, Flint hit the gas and began their desperate race to reach Barksdale Air Force Base before the last evacuation flight departed.
Ever wanted to stay on vacation longer? Us too. With Vrbo's long stay discounts, you can stay longer and save more on select properties. Gotta love a win-win. Book the perfect summer getaway today with Vrbo Private Vacation Rentals. Your future self will thank you later.
Hope. It's more than a word. It's a breakthrough in the making. At City of Hope, we're pushing the boundaries of science, targeting cancer at the molecular level, with teams of experts working together to personalize a treatment plan right down to your DNA with unprecedented speed, making every second count, with appointments in as little as 24 hours. City of Hope, advancing cancer care at life-saving speed. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chapter 2. Flint drove the duo down the darkened street that ran along the river, the sedan's headlights cutting through the night as they put distance between themselves and the casino. The road was quiet for the most part, with only scattered debris and abandoned vehicles indicating that anything unusual had occurred. However, they could hear sirens going off in the distance, echoing across the water from various parts of the city. The sergeant drove them approximately a mile before stopping the vehicle in the middle of the road. "Is everything okay, Flint?" Anne asked, noting his hesitation. "I'm just trying to get my bearings," he replied. "How long have you been stationed here?" Anne inquired. "Not long at all," Flint admitted. "In fact, the first time I left base was tonight." Anne's eyebrows raised.
All the ships in use within our empire are designed here. New hull sizes and components will be unlocked as we research new technologies.
Flint let out a chuckle. "That's a relief, because I honestly have no idea where I'm going," he confessed. "If we can get up on the highway, head away from the river for an exit and we'll be on the right path," Anne explained. Flint nodded and began accelerating toward their objective, but slowed down again once the highway entrance came into view. "I think we're going to need a plan B," he said grimly. The entrance to the highway was completely blocked by an abandoned fire engine that sat sideways across the ramp. The truck's emergency lights were still flashing red and blue, creating an eerie strobe effect in the darkness, but there was nobody around to explain why it had been left in such a position. Flint examined the sides of the ramp, hoping there might be a path around the truck. However, there were steep drop-offs on either side of the roadway, and he didn't want to risk damaging the car or getting stuck in a ditch. As they sat there considering their options, a couple of zombified firefighters emerged from around the blocked truck. The creatures were still wearing their heavy, fireproof suits, which made their movements somewhat clumsy, but also more intimidating. The zombies immediately locked onto the sedan and began sprinting toward them, their boots pounding against the asphalt. When they reached the vehicle, they began smacking their gloved hands against the glass windows, their vacant eyes staring through the barriers at the living prey inside.
The faction screen gives an overview of the populace's political leanings. Be aware that shifts in the socio-political climate may give rise to factions. Details on faction sizes, attractiveness to our pops, and how content they are can also be found here.
Flint followed her directions, turning onto the cross street as requested. However, he was forced to slam on the brakes almost immediately. Several dozen zombies were scattered along the block, wandering between parked cars and storefronts. When the creatures heard the sound of the car engine, many of them turned toward the noise and began running in their direction. "Can we drive through them?" Anne asked. "Maybe," Flint replied, though his voice carried uncertainty. He trailed off as he noticed even more creatures emerging from the side streets, drawn by the commotion of the first group's response to their vehicle. "Well, maybe not," Flint amended as he muttered curses under his breath. "We need to find a way to move to the east, at least a mile," Anne said. He threw the car into reverse, hitting the gas and backing up rapidly down the street. When he had enough room to maneuver, he cut the wheel sharply to turn the vehicle around. Anne held onto the handle above the passenger door to steady herself as Flint executed the sharp turn and pointed the car back toward the highway area they had just left. "Where are we going?" she asked, clearly confused by the change in direction. "The base is close to the river, right?" Flint asked instead of answering directly. "Yeah, it is, but why?" Anne replied. "With the way the city is falling apart, I don't think we're going to make it a block, let alone a mile deeper into it," Flint explained. "So we're going to go the other way." Anne thought about his logic for a moment, running through the local geography in her mind. After considering it for a moment, she began nodding in agreement. "That could actually work," she said. "There's a public boat dock just across from the base. We'll just have to figure out a way to get across the water." Flint hit the accelerator just before the front edge of the zombie mob that had been pursuing them could reach their position. He picked up speed quickly, racing back toward the highway area while the creatures gave chase on foot behind them. When he approached the area where the blocked exit ramp was located, he cut the wheel hard to the left to access the entrance ramp instead. "Be empty, be empty, be empty," Flint chanted, trying to will the ramp to be clear of other vehicles. He continued his mantra as they climbed the curved ramp toward the main highway. His heart rate increased as they approached the top, knowing that a collision at high speed would likely be fatal for both of them. As they crested the ramp and merged with the highway, Flint spotted the headlights of a massive tractor-trailer speeding down the roadway in their lane. "Oh shit!" Flint exclaimed. He quickly jerked the steering wheel to adjust their course, but there wasn't enough time to completely avoid contact. The side of the truck scraped along the passenger side of Anne's car, sending a shower of sparks flying and tearing off the side mirror with a loud crash. Flint managed to get them onto the shoulder of the highway, where he brought the vehicle to a stop. Both occupants sat breathing heavily as they processed how close they had come to a fatal accident. "Yeah, sorry about that," Flint said, glancing over at Anne to make sure she was uninjured. "It's all good," Anne replied, though her voice carried the tension of someone who had just experienced a near-death experience. "I'm sure the military can give you a new paint job," Flint offered with a smirk. Anne chuckled and shook her head at the empty promise. "Just get us across the river, Flint," she said. The sergeant nodded before checking to make sure the coast was clear, no headlights appearing to be coming their way. He floored it once they were in the right direction, speeding to the bridge over the river.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Get the long-lasting power you need with Energizer. Menards has the largest in-stock selection of Energizer batteries. They provide solid power for flashlights, remotes, and so much more. Right now, save big on Energizer batteries. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Corporate megastores are spending millions lobbying DC politicians on one-sided policies that send small businesses tumbling. They want to enact harmful credit card mandates that take resources away from your local credit union and community bank, leaving Main Street businesses with less access to credit, making it harder for your family to pay for everyday goods like gas and groceries. Tell Congress to guard your card and oppose the Durbin-Marshall credit card mandates.
Paid for by Electronic Payments Coalition.
Chapter 3. As they drove toward the bridge, Anne looked back toward the city they were leaving behind, getting a better vantage point from the raised highway. She fought back tears as she spotted bright orange spots scattered throughout the urban landscape, clearly from fires that were burning out of control. "My God, this is horrific," Anne whispered. Flint tried to think of something comforting to say, but he knew there wasn't anything he could offer that would make a meaningful difference. The situation was horrific, and Flint suspected it was only going to get worse when the sun came up and more people began leaving their homes. He got them across the river without incident, taking the first exit on the other side but stopping halfway down the ramp when he spotted movement on the street below. Not wanting to give away their position, he cut the headlights and let the car coast to a stop. "I don't suppose you have your phone on you?" Flint asked. "It's in the glove box," Anne replied. She opened the compartment and rummaged around for a moment before locating the device and powering it on. "Don't take offense to this, Anne, but what kind of psycho leaves their cell phone in the glove box?" Flint asked with amusement. "It was the Bachelorette's rule," Anne explained. "No distractions and, more importantly, no photographic evidence of what happened." Flint let out a chuckle at the explanation. "And here I am thinking that all you academic types were straight-laced and buttoned down," he said. "Clearly you never spent time in graduate school, Flint," Anne replied with a grin. "We work hard, but when we need a stress reliever, we know how to party." "So what you're saying is, I need to go back for my master's?" Flynn asked playfully. "I'll make you a deal," Anne said. "You get me back to base safe, and I'll write you a letter of recommendation." "Sounds good to me, Doc," Flint agreed. Anne finished powering up her phone and clicked on the GPS application before handing the device over to him. The screen displayed their current location and the surrounding area in detail. "I assume this is what you wanted," she said. The sergeant nodded as he studied the device, zooming out to get a broader view of their position. He moved the map around, looking for any kind of dock or boat launch on their current side of the water. While nothing obvious stood out as a public boat ramp, he noticed a small business icon
Construction venture completed.
that caught his attention. "Is this place what I think it is?" Flint asked, showing the listing to Anne.
Council
She looked at the
agenda
screen
ready.
and nodded with recognition. "Yeah, they rent kayaks and canoes so people can go out into the river," she confirmed. "How do you feel about a little boat trip?" Flint asked. "You may have to do most
Vessels
of
have
the
been
paddling,
refitted.
but I'm in," Anne replied. "If it gets me into a party school, then I got you covered," Flint said with a playful wink, hoping to keep her spirits up despite their dangerous situation. Anne let out a smile at his attempt at humor as the sergeant released the brakes and gently pressed the accelerator. The car picked up speed quickly as they descended the ramp. Flint switched the headlights back on just before they reached the bottom, illuminating several zombies that had been wandering around in the darkness. The creatures were looking around in confusion, struggling to locate the source of the engine noise they'd been hearing. The sudden appearance of the headlights immediately focused their attention on the approaching vehicle. Flint cut the wheel hard to the left, causing the rear end to skid on the pavement. The sliding motion caused them to smack into a couple of the zombies, sending the creatures flying through the air before they crashed back down onto the asphalt. It took a moment for the tires to regain traction on the road surface, but within seconds they were speeding down the street toward their destination. Anne followed their progress on the GPS display, keeping track of their location and the route they needed to take. Meanwhile, Flint focused intently on the road ahead, weaving between zombies that had wandered into their path. There were scattered wrecked vehicles throughout the area, some with their doors hanging open and others that appeared to have been abandoned in the middle of the street. The sergeant didn't slow down to check if anybody might still be alive inside any of them. Even if there were survivors in the vehicles, he didn't have the bullets or the time to help them out. After several minutes of navigating through the suburban streets, Flint began slowing down as he looked for a specific turn. Anne caught on to what he was doing and called out the direction. "It's 2 blocks up, just hang a left," she said, reading from the GPS. It's so nice having a navigator, Flint said appreciatively. I had to save a guy's life just to get directions to the casino. I still can't believe they sent someone with no knowledge of the city out into this mess, Anne said, shaking her head at the poor planning. In their defense, I was on a team that knew the city well, Flint explained. Anne fell quiet as she processed the implications of what he was saying. If he had been part of a team and was now operating alone, it meant that something terrible had happened to his fellow soldiers. I'm sorry, Flint. I didn't mean to...
Construction venture completed.
But trailed off as she realized she might
Construction
be
venture completed.
It's war and shit like that.
A special project is complete,
said matter-of-factly. Anne didn't respond immediately, not wanting to
a
upset
system
him further by
survey has
dwelling on the subject.
concluded.
While he had only known the men for a short time, their loss was clearly still affecting him on some level. Flint kept his foot pressed firmly on the accelerator, pushing the car to maintain high speed as they raced down the street toward the boat rental facility. He began slowing down once he could see the river in the distance, eventually coming to a stop just before the road that ran parallel to the waterfront. "Can I see the phone?" he asked. Anne handed the device back to him, allowing the sergeant to study the GPS display more carefully. He examined their position relative to the rental business, noting that it appeared to be about a block up the river road on their left. "Okay, hang tight, but get ready to move, because we might not have much time once we get there," Flint warned. "I'll be ready to move when you tell me to," Anne assured him.
Construction venture
Flint nodded
completed.
and pressed the gas pedal lightly, cutting off the headlights to mask their approach as much as possible. When they got within half a block of their destination, he applied the brakes again as the scene ahead came into sharp focus. "Looks like we weren't the only ones with this idea," Flint observed.
The situation log
There were
has been
several
amended.
abandoned cars scattered around the parking lot of the boat rental facility, and zombies were swarming throughout the area. The creatures appeared to be congregating around the vehicles, suggesting that other people had attempted the same escape route. "Maybe we could swim for it," Anne suggested. "I don't know what the current is like, but there's a decent chance we end up miles downriver before we're able to get across," Flint replied. "At least with the boat we can paddle against the current without worrying about drowning." "So what do you want to do?" Anne asked. Flint ejected his rifle magazine and checked his remaining ammunition, counting only 3 bullets left.
Construction venture
The firepower
completed.
situation was even more dire than he
Vessels
thought.
have been
"Well, we're
refitted.
not shooting our way out of this," he said with resignation. Anne went deep into thought for a moment. Her
A study
expression
has been
suggesting she
completed.
was working through some kind of idea. Her sudden concentration confused Flint. "You got something?" he asked. "I've been here before, and they have stacks of rubber rafts sitting near a little beach area," Anne explained. Flint thought about her suggestion for a moment before catching on to what she was proposing. When the full implications of her plan became clear, he let out a bitter laugh. "Well, you said you knew how to party. I just wasn't prepared for how hard you went," he said with admiration. "Do you think it could work?" Anne asked. "My only concern is the paddles," Flint replied. "There are small ones attached to the sides, at least from what I remember," Anne said. "Okay, then yeah, I think it could work," Flint agreed. "We pick up as much speed as we can, hit the stacks, and hope like hell we can carry one of them
A
into the
system
water."
survey has concluded.
"Well, when you say it out loud," Anne began, her voice trailing off as the full absurdity of the plan became apparent. "Yeah, I know.
Construction
That's why I
venture
usually just
completed.
go without thinking," Flint said. "Let's do that from now on," Anne agreed nervously. Flint let out a laugh as he noticed the clear fear on Anne's face despite her attempt to appear confident. He gave her a reassuring pat on the arm, trying to let her know that everything was going to work out, though the gesture did little to settle her nerves. "Hang on tight, Anne, because here we go." Will Sergeant
Establishing
Flint
new colony.
reach the river safely? Be sure to tune into the next exciting episode of The Soldier, Day 0 to find out.
The Michigan Achievement Scholarship is funding every grad, every path. And odds are, your high school senior or recent grad will qualify for free money for community college, public or private university, or career training, no matter their GPA. And the scholarship is less income-based than you might expect. Wherever your child is headed, there's free money to get them where they want to go. Learn more at mi.gov/achievement.
Ever wanted to stay on vacation longer? Us too. With Vrbo's long stay discounts, you can stay longer and save more on select properties. Gotta love a win-win. Book the perfect summer getaway today with Vrbo Private Vacation Rentals. Your future self will thank you later.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done.
Our vessels have been
to his ears.
reinvigorated.
Call, click Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Take an Amex card with you on your morning coffee run and earn cash back. On a weekend trip, earn miles. See if you pre-qualify for an American Express card with no impact on your credit score. Learn more at americanexpress.com/check-4-offers. Your credit score may be impacted if you instruct a card. Terms apply.
Dead America. The Militia of St. Mary's. Part 4. By Derek Slayton. Chapter 1. Day 0 plus 19. Tatum, Eric, Reed, Frank, Edgar, and Devin gathered around the crackling radio in the compound nestled just north of St. Mary's. Days had blurred into nights as they remained tethered to the updates pouring in from Spokane. 6 days had passed since the military's bold advance into Spokane, a maneuver that seemed to be paying off. Their ranks swelled with each passing day as they relentlessly purged the encroaching horrors from the suburban fringes of the bustling city. Rotating in shifts, the group kept vigil over the airwaves. Despite the pressing need to fortify their own sanctuary in St. Mary's, the influx of survivors from Spokane demanded their attention. The primary radio, tuned to the military command channel, provided only fragments of the larger picture, supplemented by sporadic reports from local contacts. A voice crackled through the static. "Command, come in. This is Alpha 7 reporting." "What's your status, Alpha 7?" came the reply from Command. It was a bitch and a half, but we managed to clear the supercenter up here on the north side of town. "You'll need to be more specific, Alpha 7. Are you in Spokane proper? Suburbs?" "Sorry, Command. We're in Trentwood, I believe." "Copy that, Alpha 7. What's your next destination?" "There's a strip mall with some big box stores across the street that looks like there's some activity. After that, I'll be escorting the volunteers to the neighborhood due north of here. We'll clear it out until dark." "Thank you, Alpha 7. Happy hunting," replied Command, as the transmission faded back into the static hum of uncertainty. The airwaves fell silent, a common occurrence now amidst the ongoing assault. In the initial days, the chatter had been incessant, a chaotic symphony difficult to decipher. However, with the focus squarely on Seattle, communication had dwindled significantly. "How are they only in Trentwood?" Reed's voice broke the silence, laden with frustration. "That's still a good 10 miles outside the eastern portion of Spokane. Why is it taking them so long to clear them out?" "Skeleton crew, maybe?" Eric offered, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "Yeah, if they're focused on the Seattle invasion, maybe they're not too concerned with those things that are locked up tight," Frank speculated. "Maybe they're just not as good as we are when it comes to clearing those things out," Edgar suggested, his voice tinged with a hint of superiority. "That's probably a safe bet."
Construction venture completed.
3 weeks to start making a difference, Devin remarked, his tone reflecting a mix of disappointment and skepticism. "Yeah, but I still don't get why it's taking them so long." Reed persisted, his frustration palpable. "They have tens of thousands of troops at a minimum. It shouldn't be that difficult." Tatum sat in solemn silence before breaking it with a somber tone. "Maybe they're not using soldiers," he stated. All eyes turned towards him, curiosity etched on their faces. "Why wouldn't they be using soldiers?" Frank inquired. They're probably soldiers, just not the desirable ones, Tatum explained, prompting puzzled looks from the group, except for Devin, whose expression shifted to one of agreement, catching Eric's attention. What are you nodding about? Eric questioned Devin, curious about his sudden approval. Because it makes sense, Devin responded, nodding affirmatively. Over in the sandbox, when somebody got out of line, they got thrown in the brig. We're in the apocalypse now, so no sense in wasting resources on troublemakers. Put them to work doing the most dangerous job and let nature sort itself out. A heavy silence descended upon the room as they absorbed Devin's words. Christ, Frank muttered, breaking the silence. It makes you wonder what they did with the prison population too. Or anybody who stepped out of line, Reed added, his voice filled with concern. Tatum forcefully clapped his hands once, commanding attention. Okay guys, let's not get too far off the beaten path with speculation, he urged, his voice firm. It could just be that they want to focus on the invasion of Seattle. Regardless, we're going to need more information, and we're going to get it. The group exchanged nods of agreement as they prepared for their next move. Is it time to go pay our new neighbors a visit? Eric inquired. I think so, Tatum affirmed, his voice resolute. Reed, Devin, and I will head up, Tatum continued. I figure we're ex-military, so we might be able to get their attention easier than if we just sent civilians. We'll see what the situation is, and hopefully be back before nightfall. And if you're not, Frank interjected. Tatum paused, considering the possibility before responding firmly. If we're not back by nightfall, lock this place down. If we're not back in 48 hours, send a rescue team. We'll make it happen, Tatum, Frank assured him. Before the conversation could progress further, a militia member emerged from one of the side radio rooms, seeking Tatum's attention. Hey Tatum, I'm sorry to interrupt, the militia man spoke up. What is it? Tatum inquired. There's apparently some sort of commotion down in town. Mac has his hair on fire about something, and he's requesting your presence. He's at the western barricade, the militiaman informed him. Okay, Reed, Devin, get us a truck geared up. Full loadout. I'm going to go see what this is all about, and then we'll hit the road, Tatum instructed his companions. We'll be ready, Reed confirmed, already moving to carry out Tatum's orders. Tell Mac we're on the way, Tatum added. The man nodded in acknowledgement before retreating into the radio room to attend to his duties. Okay, let's go see what fire I have to put out now, Tatum remarked with a sigh, resigned to the inevitable chaos awaiting them. About 15 minutes later, Tatum, Frank, Edgar, and Eric arrived in the town of St. Mary's. As they navigated through the downtown area, they were met with a scene of bustling activity. Stores overflowed with people.
Council agenda
many weren't
available.
shopping, but simply existing. Sidewalks were crowded with individuals sitting on whatever they could find, taking advantage of the pleasant, sunny day despite its crisp coolness. The group surveyed
A study has been
their
completed.
expressions a mixture of concern and disbelief. Is it just me, or have we had a population boom lately? Frank remarked, voicing the question on everyone's minds. Yeah, ever since the military rolled into Spokane, people have been fleeing the area, Eric chimed in. But why are they all in the streets? Frank queried further, puzzled by the sight. Because there's no other place for them, Tatum explained somberly. Some of the locals opened their homes up to newcomers, but we didn't feel right forcing that upon them, especially if they were old or had kids. The houses that were left empty we've been doubling and tripling up on. There just simply isn't any place for them to go. A heavy silence enveloped the car as they continued towards the western barricade. As the barricade came into view, there was an audible gasp from many of the occupants in the car. You've got to be shitting me, Frank exclaimed, his disbelief evident. Max stood by the barricade, his arms crossed and his head hanging low, the weight of the situation evident in his posture. Behind him stretched a caravan of 20 vehicles, including a school bus. Tatum honked the horn as they approached, then stepped out of the vehicle. Oh, thank Christ you're here, Mac exclaimed with a mixture of relief and urgency. What's the situation, Mac? Tatum inquired, his tone serious as he assessed the scene. Mac gestured wildly towards the throng of people sitting in their vehicles. Can't you see? The circus is in town. I told them that we're full, but they didn't like that answer. Who's in charge? Tatum pressed, his gaze shifting towards the lead vehicle. Some guy named Jefferson, Mac replied, indicating the man who had just emerged from the vehicle. He was middle-aged, with balding dark hair. Yeah, that's him. Come on, I'll introduce you, Mac continued, leading the group towards Jefferson. As they approached the barricade, Jefferson greeted them with a calm demeanor tinged with frustration. So I take it that you're the big dog in charge here? Jefferson remarked, addressing Tatum. Something like that. I'm Tatum, Tatum replied evenly, extending his hand. I'm Jefferson. I appreciate you coming down here to sort all this out, Jefferson said, his tone reflecting a mix of gratitude and apprehension. I'm happy to do my part, but I'm afraid we simply do not have any room for you in town here, Tatum stated firmly. So that's the company line, huh? Jefferson responded with a hint of skepticism. I have 95 people here, desperate, terrified, and just looking for someplace safe to go. We heard this was the place. Tatum furrowed his brow in confusion, trying to piece together the situation. Hang on, someone told you to come to St. Mary's. Who? He questioned. I forgot his name, but I'm pretty sure he was from here. At least that's the way he made it sound. It was almost 2 weeks ago, so I really don't know, Jefferson admitted, his memory failing him. If it was 2 weeks ago, then why are you just now getting here? Tatum pressed, puzzled by the delay. I'm guessing you guys haven't been near Spokane since this thing began, have you? Jefferson surmised. No, but we helped some friends deal with a couple thousand visitors from there last week, Tatum replied. Jefferson let out a half laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. A couple thousand, you say? Man, we'd kill for those days. Everybody you see here? We were holed up in a supercenter for a couple of weeks. Those things were so thick we couldn't see pavement anywhere, even if we were standing on the roof. And we were on the south side of Spokane. We weren't even in the heavily populated areas. Tatum nodded, absorbing Jefferson's account but opting to remain silent, allowing Jefferson to continue. Then we got lucky a few days ago. The military started rolling in. They were making so much noise that it drew most of those things away from the store. We debated about staying, but we saw a chance to run, so we did. Frankly, after they cut and ran the first time, we weren't exactly sold on them seeing this through, Jefferson explained. Can't blame you there, Tatum agreed, empathizing with Jefferson's uncertainty. So Tatum, man to man, is there anything you can do for us? Because we don't have any place else to go, and even if we did, most of us don't have the gas to get there. We're hardworking people, not looking for a handout. Just someplace we can go, Jefferson appealed, his desperation palpable. Tatum nodded at Jefferson before raising his hand, signaling for a moment to confer with his group. Give me just a second, he requested, and Jefferson nodded understandingly as Tatum and his companions stepped away from the line. Okay, first off, who in the hell has been telling people to come here? Tatum questioned, frustration in his voice. Didn't we have a couple of civilians monitoring the radios
A system
while we were fortifying
survey
the town?
has concluded.
Frank asked. Tatum pondered this for a moment before acknowledging the oversight with a dejected nod. Okay, well, lesson learned there. But now the real problem. What do we do here? Open to any ideas. What about that RV park just down the road? Max suggested. Most of these people are in their cars, and we already have people sleeping in tents in town.
A study has been
Tatum pointed out.
completed.
Edgar raised his hand sheepishly, offering a potential solution. I think I know where we can take them, but we're going to have to do some heavy lifting. Let's hear it, Tatum encouraged. There's this little spot down the road named Calder. It's about 80 miles to the east, give or take. I came across it a few days ago while hunting, and with a little TLC, it could be just what the doctor ordered, Edgar explained. That doesn't sound like too much heavy lifting, Frank remarked optimistically. Yeah, they have the manpower to do the heavy lifting, Eric chimed in. Not exactly, Edgar clarified. The whole town is infested with those things.
A study has been
A couple hundred
completed.
it looked like. Something was keeping them there. Survivors? Max speculated. I don't think so. I tried the radio, but got nothing. And I wasn't about to shout out, Edgar replied. Okay, is that something you three can handle? Tatum asked, turning to Frank, Eric, and Edgar. Yeah, we can knock it out, Frank confirmed confidently. Okay, Frank, go tell Jefferson what's up. They can hang out here while you guys get Calder cleared out, Tatum instructed. Tatum paused, thinking the situation over a little more before responding. Or if you need our help, the rest of us can put off our trip to Spokane, Tatum offered. Damn Tatum, have a little faith in us. It's only a couple hundred of those things, Edgar retorted. Tatum chuckled, acknowledging Edgar's confidence with a nod. Okay, I leave it in your good hands then. Go make us some friends in Spokane, Eric encouraged with a grin. Tatum let out a sigh, playfully responding. Thanks for jinxing me, Eric. Chapter 2. Reed, Edgar, and Eric cruised down the highway to the east, still several miles outside of Calder. The windows were down, welcoming the late-year sun that bathed the region in an unseasonable warmth. Behind the wheel, Frank led the way while Edgar sat in the passenger seat, his hand playfully dangling out the window, dancing with the wind. His face wore a grin, reminiscent of a joyous child, which caught the attention of both Frank and Eric. They exchanged a glance in the rearview mirror, silently questioning Edgar's demeanor. Are you having fun there, Edgar? Frank inquired, breaking the silence. Why, yes, Frank, yes, I am having fun, Edgar replied with a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. Edgar didn't shift his gaze toward Frank, instead letting his hand revel in the breeze for a few more moments before lowering it and turning to his companions. Remember, boys, life is too short these days. We have to enjoy the little moments, Edgar reminded them earnestly. If you say so, Edgar, Eric responded, a hint of skepticism in his tone. I'm serious. Doing that reminds me of riding to the store with my mother when I was a young whippersnapper, Edgar continued, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Frank couldn't stifle his laughter, shaking his head before offering an apology. I'm sorry, Edgar. Please continue. And which part of my touching story caused you to laugh there, Frank? Edgar retorted, a playful glint in his eyes. Whippersnapper, really. What are you? A 1940s grandpa, Frank teased. Edgar couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, okay, you got me. But you get the point. You need to enjoy life a bit, because if you don't, then there's no reason to keep going on. Frank nodded in agreement before following suit, extending his hand out of the window. Eric, initially indifferent, shrugged and joined them, all three allowing the wind to toy with their outstretched hands. After a stretch of silence, Eric broke the quietude. So, what do you think is going to happen up in Spokane? Eric's voice cut through the wind's gentle roar. You mean with Tatum and the others? Frank clarified. Yeah, Eric confirmed. You're the one with military experience. Why don't you enlighten us? Edgar interjected, his tone laced with curiosity. All right. I think they're going to tell us to completed. That they have enough to deal with. If they really are invading Seattle, they aren't going to care about people 50 miles away. Hell, they probably don't even care all that much about the civilians they're coming across, Eric analyzed, his words heavy with realism. So you're not an optimist then, Frank observed wryly. Eric chuckled, shaking his head. Just speaking facts, Frank. I know what I saw in my time in the sandbox. If you weren't a vital part of accomplishing the mission, you weren't even back burner, you were clear off the stove. I just hope the military tells them to go home. I'm a little too old to be doing raids against armed resistance, Edgar confessed, a hint of weariness creeping into his tone. Frank couldn't resist teasing Edgar. Shit, man, you're too old to be doing raids like this. Shut up, whippersnapper, Edgar retorted with a playful grin. There was a moment of quiet in the vehicle, a brief lull before laughter erupted, filling the space with their camaraderie. It carried on for several moments until they caught sight of the road sign signaling their approach to Calder. Frank eased off the accelerator, eventually pulling over about a mile shy of the town. Exiting the vehicle, the trio surveyed the landscape around them. Trees sprawled to the north, tracing the contours of distant hills, while a river flowed to their right, just a stone's throw away. Come on. There's a good overlook just up the path here, Edgar directed, leading the way. As they walked, the faint sounds of moaning reached their ears, even at this distance. Edgar, can I ask you something? Frank's voice cut through the ambient noise. Go for it, Edgar replied, his tone open. What in the world were you doing this far away from town? 80 miles is a ways to go just for hunting, Frank queried. I had a friend who lived up here. I figured I'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Edgar explained casually.
Steering
Frank and
clear
Eric
of
exchanged a knowing
belligerents.
glance, sensing there was more to the story than met the eye. I'm sorry about your friend, Edgar, Eric said. Edgar started to retort with something snarky, but the weight of Eric's words hit him, silencing his initial response. He simply nodded, a somber acknowledgement of his loss. I appreciate that, Eric. He wasn't a good friend like you guys, but I cracked open enough cold ones with him over the years to warrant a field trip. He wasn't rough and tumble like us, so it didn't surprise me that he didn't make it, Edgar reflected, a hint of sadness coloring his words. Are you 100% sure he didn't make it? Frank pressed. Pretty close. You can see his house from the overlook we're headed to. The front door was open, and so was his truck door. I'm not that great at math, but that seems to add up to him being zombie chow, Edgar concluded grimly. Rather than continuing to push Edgar, both Frank and Eric remained silent, sensing from Edgar's tone that he wasn't interested in discussing the matter further. Come on, it's just up by that tree, Edgar redirected their attention, leading them to their vantage point. As they positioned themselves and looked down onto the small town, they observed the remnants of its pre-apocalyptic population, which had numbered a mere couple hundred residents. Brick buildings dotted the landscape, though most of the structures were mobile homes. At the far end stood the business district, comprising a handful of small warehouses, a restaurant, and a small grocery store. Throughout the town, zombies roamed freely, numbering 200 to 300. Half of the undead population congregated near the warehouse district, while the rest wandered around the trailer park area. That looks like a mess, Frank remarked, stating the obvious. I wasn't joking, Edgar replied solemnly. So how do we want to play it?
The situation
Eric
log has
inquired.
been amended.
We certainly have the ammunition, thanks to that Maxwell guy. We can just have ourselves a good old shooting gallery, Frank suggested. That seems like an excessive waste of ammo, Eric countered. What about pulling them across the river? There's nothing but wide open space over there. We can get them moving in one direction, then let them be, Frank said. No, if we're going to clear the town, we have to make sure it's safe for people. I wouldn't want people here knowing that hundreds of those things were across the river, Edgar reasoned. But the river is a good idea, though. That current looks like it's moving pretty good and away from St. Mary's. If we can get them to the water, they can just float away, Eric suggested. I've certainly heard worse ideas. What about it, Frank? Edgar said. Sounds good to me. But how are we going to get them to the river? The bridge is easy enough to lure them to, but we need them to go over the bank to the water, Frank pointed out. Edgar pointed towards a house at the town's edge, closest to the highway. Only a handful of creatures lingered nearby, and 2 cars sat parked in the front yard. That's our play right there, Edgar declared. We get inside, get the keys to those, and block off the bridge. Fire off a few shots and pull them out of town, he elaborated. And if there are no keys? Frank questioned. You're young. I'm sure your back will hold up, Edgar quipped, delivering a playful smack to Frank's back. Frank laughed, shaking his head in amusement as Edgar urged them on. "Come on, we're burning daylight." With that, the trio retraced their steps down the path towards the road, giving their guns a once-over to ensure they were ready for action. However, as they approached the edge of town, they drew their knives, opting for stealth over firepower. "Okay, the house we need is a block up and half a block over. Let's move quick and quiet," Edgar instructed. The other two men nodded in silent agreement as Edgar led them up to the edge of town. A handful of creatures hovered around the first few houses facing the highway, none of them noticing the approaching trio. Quietly and swiftly, they darted along the edge of the yard towards the next block, the faint noise drawing the attention of a few zombies just ahead of them. As the ghouls
Construction
turned
venture
home,
completed.
Edgar and Frank rushed forward, swiftly dispatching them with well-placed knife
Construction
thrusts.
venture completed.
Surveying the street, they
There's
spotted
a
a
light
dozen or so zombies
over
moving
the
about,
newly
with
established
only about half
colony.
of them standing between them and their target trailer. Without hesitation, the trio began sprinting as hard as they could towards the structure. Edgar issued hand signals to the other two men, directing them to take care of a few zombies in the street, while he made a beeline towards the front door of the trailer, determination etched on his face. Edgar didn't spare a glance back, but he could hear the telltale sound of blades cleaving through zombie skulls behind him. Spotting a lone zombie in the yard beside one of the vehicles, it remained oblivious to Edgar's approach. With swift agility, he darted around the back end and delivered a powerful shoulder bash, sending the creature crashing to the ground. Before it could recover, Edgar swiftly ended its existence with a decisive strike. Turning his attention away from Frank and Eric, who were handling a few more stragglers drawn by the commotion, Edgar focused on the front door of the trailer. Without hesitation, he rushed towards it, bypassing any checks and simply turning the doorknob, throwing the door open with confidence. "Gotta love small towns, everybody's so trusting," Edgar remarked wryly as he stepped inside. As soon as Edgar crossed the threshold, a set of decaying hands lunged out, seizing his arm with a surprising force that caused him to lose grip of his blade. Reacting swiftly, Edgar smacked the hands away as he pushed forward into the trailer, using his momentum to knock the creature off balance. While successful in toppling the zombie to the ground, the noise attracted others lurking within. Moans filled the air as 5 zombies began to shuffle towards Edgar from different corners of the living room. The space felt increasingly cramped as the undead closed in from all directions. "Shit," Edgar muttered. Edgar's hope of retreat dimmed as 2 zombies emerged from the other
Construction
side of
venture
the room,
completed.
effectively blocking any chance of escape. Faced with no other choice, he swiftly drew his handgun, firing off a couple of well-placed shots that took down the 2 undead by the door. However, before he could make his escape,
A
the
study
first
has
zombie
been
he had knocked to
completed.
the ground managed to grab hold of his ankle, sending Edgar crashing to the ground with a thud that knocked the wind out of him. It took him a brief moment to regain his composure, but the grip of the zombie hands on his boots proved immensely helpful. With a quick glance downward, Edgar raised his handgun, firing several shots in rapid succession, each bullet finding its mark and obliterating the zombie's face. Yet, the threat was far from over as 2 more creatures pressed relentlessly towards him. Their advance caused the coffee table to collide with Edgar's ribcage, sending a jolt of pain
Construction
through him
venture
and making it
completed.
difficult for him to rise to his feet. With a surge of adrenaline, Edgar pulled himself up to the couch, taking a seat and steadying his aim with the handgun. The zombies, now within 3 yards of him, were easy targets once he was properly positioned. With 2 quick pulls of the trigger, they were down, their bodies crumpling to the floor. As the immediate threat ended, Edgar took a moment to catch his breath, his heart still racing from the intense encounter. He wasn't easily rattled, but on this occasion, it took him a moment to regain his composure. He was startled as Frank came running into the trailer, but his tension eased when he recognized his friend's familiar face. Frank stood in the doorway, surveying the carnage in the living room with a mixture of concern and relief. "Jesus, Edgar, save some fun for the rest of us," Frank quipped. "Next time, I promise,"
system
Edgar
survey
replied
has
with a faint
concluded.
smile. Frank glanced around the room, taking in the aftermath of their skirmish. "Are you good?" he asked, genuine concern evident in his voice. "Yeah, I'm good," Edgar confirmed, his demeanor steady despite the recent chaos. Edgar chuckled wryly as he surveyed the mess in the living room. "So much for silent, huh?" Before they could dwell on the situation any longer, Eric rushed into the trailer, swiftly sheathing
A
his
system
knife and preparing
survey
his
has
rifle.
concluded.
"We need those keys. Now."
Shouldn't my baby be walking by now?
Is our son growing fast enough?
Parents have a lot to worry about. For instance, childhood vaccination rates in Michigan are down, which could lead to outbreaks of diseases like measles or whooping cough. But if you get your kids caught up on vaccines, which are safe and effective, you'll have one less thing to worry about. Get the facts at ivaccinate.org. A message from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and the Franny Strong Foundation.
Ever wanted to stay on vacation longer? Us too. With Vrbo's long stay discounts, you can stay longer and save more on select properties. Gotta love a win-win. Book the perfect summer getaway today with Vrbo Private Vacation Rentals. Your future self will thank you later.
City of Hope, a place where seemingly impossible blood cancers become treatable, curable. With more than 19,000 bone marrow transplants performed, we're the largest and most successful program in the U.S., making major breakthroughs in treating leukemia, lymphoma, and multiple myeloma, personalizing a treatment plan right down to your DNA. Now the experts striving to make the impossible a reality are closer to home. Learn more at cityofhope.org.
Chapter 3. Eric pivoted away from the group, rifle in hand, and discharged several rounds through the trailer's doorway. As he swung back to face Frank and Edgar, their expressions betrayed a mix of surprise and disbelief. "Get those keys." Eric's directive pierced the air. Edgar and Frank snapped into action, with Edgar swiftly delegating tasks. "Start looking through the drawers. I'll check pockets," Edgar commanded, his voice tinged with urgency. Frank nodded, immediately diving into the task of rummaging through desk drawers and scouring the walls for hooks. Meanwhile, Edgar meticulously patted down the fallen zombies. It was on the second undead corpse that Edgar struck gold. His fingers detected the cool metal of keys tucked within a pocket. Extracting them, he found only a single car key attached. "Well, we got one," Edgar announced triumphantly. With haste, Edgar dashed to the door where Eric maintained a relentless stream of gunfire. Peering out, he surveyed the scene. A cluster of undead lurked around the vehicles, while in the distance, a horde of nearly 100 zombies advanced towards them. "Jesus," Edgar muttered under his breath, the gravity of the situation sinking in. "Yep, find the other set of keys quick," Eric urged, his voice resolute. Pressing the button on the key fob, Edgar illuminated the sedan's lights. "We're looking for truck keys," he called out, hoping that the info would help Frank in his search. "Get that one to the bridge, we won't be far behind," Frank shouted. Edgar glanced back at Eric, who continued to provide cover fire with a series of well-aimed shots before giving him a reassuring nod. "I'll cover you," Eric affirmed, his voice steady. With determination, Edgar sprinted out of the trailer, his heart pounding with adrenaline as he made a beeline for the sedan. He pressed the unlock button once more, ensuring the car was ready for his escape. A lone zombie lurched towards him, drawn by the flashing lights. Edgar didn't slow down, rather he barreled into the creature, sending it sprawling to the ground. Sliding into the driver's seat, Edgar inserted the key and breathed a sigh of relief as the engine roared to life. With swift movements, he shifted into reverse and floored the gas pedal. The sedan jostled over the bodies of the undead littering the driveway, its suspension absorbing the impact. Edgar expertly maneuvered the vehicle, executing a sharp turn to face away from the encroaching mob before accelerating away from danger. From his vantage point at the front door, Eric tracked Edgar's progress as the sedan torqued to a nearby yard, aiming to rejoin the highway. As Edgar disappeared from view, Eric resumed his defensive stance, dispatching any creatures that ventured too close to the trailer. "Where are those keys, man?" Eric called out impatiently. A moment later, Frank burst out from the back bedroom. clutching a set of keys tightly in his hand.
A system survey has concluded.
"Let's get the hell out of here," he exclaimed. Eric nodded in agreement as he guided them out of the trailer, firing shots in rapid succession to clear their path to the waiting truck. "I'll get up top to shoot," Eric announced. "Trust me, you want to be in the cab," Frank advised. Eric didn't protest, instead focusing on firing off more rounds as he made his way to the passenger side of the truck. As Eric climbed in, he glanced back to see Frank lowering the tailgate before joining him. "What the hell did you do that for?" Eric questioned. "Because we need to buy a few minutes to get set up at the bridge. Plus, I've always wanted to do this," Frank replied. Frank shifted the truck to drive, aggressively turning the wheel and flooring the gas pedal. The rear tires spun as the truck careened around the driveway and into the yard. The lowered tailgate acted as an assassin's blade, slicing through the bodies of approaching zombies. They spun around several times, decimating nearly a dozen of the undead before Frank aimed them toward the oncoming mob. "Do not go through that horde. If you get us stuck, you're the first person I'm shooting," Eric warned. "Relax, Eric. I got this," Frank reassured confidently. Frank floored the gas pedal, hurtling toward the horde, but at the last moment, he veered through a yard, diverting away from the main highway. He maneuvered a block ahead before slamming on the brakes, blaring the horn to keep the zombies' attention on them. Eric remained vigilant, scanning for threats on the streets. Dozens of creatures emerged from side yards and between houses, drawn by the commotion. Frank glanced back, noting the horde's interest in them rather than the bridge just a few hundred yards away. In the distance, he spotted Edgar preparing, and when the headlights flashed, he knew they were in the clear. "Okay, we're good," Frank declared. Frank pressed the gas pedal, leaving skid marks as he raced down the street, knocking down a few stragglers in their path. As they reached the outskirts of town, he skillfully navigated through yards to reach the highway. Pulling up to the bridge, Eric nodded approvingly, offering a reassuring pat on Frank's arm. "Not bad, Frank. Not bad at all," Eric commended. Frank swiftly maneuvered the truck into position, backing it onto the bridge to align with the sedan. Much to their amazement, the two larger vehicles formed an effective barricade, their rear ends touching the concrete barriers, sealing off the bridge completely. Exiting the truck, Frank approached the barrier, surveying the substantial drop to the water below, approximately 15 feet. "Yeah, I think this might work," Frank remarked. Meanwhile, Edgar leaned into the sedan, activating the horn, prompting Eric to do the same with the truck. The blaring horns echoed for nearly a minute before they ceased, replaced by the haunting moans of the approaching undead. Turning their attention to the town, the trio observed not only the main horde
A
advancing
research
down the
station
road
built
toward
in
them,
orbit of a
but
planetary
also
body
numerous
will
zombies
gather its
emerging from the
physics,
yards,
engineering,
heading
and
toward the
society
highway.
research data.
"You guys stay here, keep drawing them this way, and make sure they don't break through." "I've got an idea," Frank said. Edgar and Eric exchanged shrugs and nods as Frank dashed across the bridge. Sprinting as fast as his legs could carry him, Frank made a sharp left turn upon reaching the other side, maintaining his momentum as he covered 50 yards before coming to a halt. Frank quickly raised his rifle, firing off several shots toward the zombies emerging from the yards. Though his aim was slightly off, he succeeded in capturing the attention of several dozen of them. Rather than heading for the bridge, these zombies lumbered straight toward Frank, who observed with a smug satisfaction as they unwittingly approached the edge. One by one, they took that final step, plummeting into the abyss as they found nothing but air beneath them. Frank breathed a sigh of relief as he watched them tumble down the steep incline into the water below. Fortunately, the strong current carried them away from the bridge, eliminating the threat they posed. As Frank continued to divert the attention of the creatures, Edgar and Eric positioned themselves on either side of the barricade, hoping to replicate Frank's success in luring zombies over the embankment. Their strategy proved effective initially, as the zombies at the outer edges were pushed forward by the relentless pressure of those behind them, inadvertently propelling them into the water below. "Nothing like having a stupid adversary, huh, Eric?" Edgar remarked. Yeah, tell me about it. Almost feel like we could get a mannequin on a fishing line and just dangle it over the water, and they'd go for it, Eric replied with a chuckle. You know, that's not a bad idea for town defenses, Edgar mused. I was joking. However, it'll take a little rigging, but that might actually work, Eric admitted. They'd be like reverse scarecrows, Edgar added, considering the concept further. Block off the bridge and hang those over the water. Eric paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. What's so funny? Edgar inquired. Just laughing at how absurd our lives have become. Using mannequins to fish for zombies, Eric replied between chuckles. It's no more absurd than waking up every day, driving an hour, and sitting in a little office cube for 8 hours a day, Edgar pointed out. This is true, Eric conceded. Both men shared another laugh as they continued their efforts to lure the zombies over the edge. After 20 minutes, the crowd had dwindled to a few dozen, with not enough zombies left to push the others into the water. Looks like it's about that time to take a more direct approach, Eric suggested. Yeah, I think you're right. I haven't seen too many of those things coming out of the neighborhood in the last few minutes, Edgar agreed. Let's clear these guys out and go on mop-up duty, Eric decided. Edgar nodded in agreement as they both climbed onto the backs of the vehicles, careful to avoid the outstretched hands of the ghouls. For 30 seconds, the air was filled with the symphony of gunfire.
Construction venture completed.
One by one, the zombies at the barricade dropped into a pile of rotting flesh. As quickly as the slaughter began, it ended, and tranquility returned to the air. The duo stood there for several moments, scanning the area to ensure nothing else was emerging from the town. As they waited, Frank approached to join them. Well, that was excessively violent, Frank remarked, breaking the silence. We got tired of waiting for them to go swimming, Edgar quipped. Are you ready to finish clearing this place out? Eric inquired. Frank nodded in agreement, and the three men leapt over the barricade, maneuvering through the mass of bodies to reach the highway. As they proceeded up the main street toward the town center, Edgar pointed to a building just off the main street. This was the one they were huddled around, Edgar informed them. Approaching the decent-sized house, the trio peered inside, shaking their heads in disgust at the grim sight. Man, I feel sorry for whoever has to clean this house up, Eric commented, observing the carnage within. Inside the brick house, 15 creatures shuffled about, several pressed against the windows in a futile attempt to reach fresh meat on the other side.
Construction venture completed.
Half the occupants bearing bite marks. Some of the creatures lay on the ground, missing limbs and significant chunks of flesh, their movements feeble and uncoordinated. The realization of the diverse ages of the zombies, ranging from 8 to 80, struck all three men. It's like the entire extended family came together to try and ride out the storm, Frank remarked solemnly. From the looks of it, they invited the storm in with them, Eric added grimly. Come on, we need to check out the store. These things aren't going anywhere, Edgar suggested. The trio proceeded cautiously through the streets, keeping watch for any lingering creatures who hadn't followed their comrades into the river. To their surprise, it seemed they had effectively emptied the town out. As they approached the store, they noticed blood smeared on the large front glass panels, with a few zombies pressed up against it from the inside. Ignoring the undead, they peered past them into the store, relieved to find most of the shelves still intact. At least we know the new residents won't go hungry while they get set up, Eric remarked with a wry smile. I'll head back to the truck, radio it in to Mac. Let them know they can start heading this way, Frank volunteered. We'll wait on you. Wouldn't want you to miss the fun of clearing these buildings out, Edgar replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Frank chuckled as he turned and headed back to the truck. This was a nice little day out, Eric commented. Hopefully Tatum, and the boys are having as good a time as we are.
Hey parents, here's something you probably already know. The return to school usually means kids bringing home germs. But did you know that ProTech Heating and Cooling can help your family stay healthier this year by installing a Remy Halo in your home? The Remy Halo kills up to 99% of bacteria and viruses by offering whole home air.
Some days call for sleek and straight, others for slouchy and relaxed. Whatever your vibe, Old Navy has the denim fits to match. From extra high rise to barrel, it's not just a mood, it's a whole style range. And with jeans starting at just $22, you can collect them all. Snatched waist? Go extra high rise straight. Lived in staple? Vintage slim. Low slung and laid back?
System
Slouchy
survey.
wide. You've got range. Your denim drawer should too. Premium fabric, deluxe details, your perfect pair awaits. Shop in store or online at oldnavy.com.
This season, the game begins before the games begin. On August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. Futures Day is coming. Visit the FanDuel app to learn more and get your picks ready now. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So Matt, we got the top dog at SETI on Star Talk to catch us up on all. It's Jill Tarter. We've heard of her.
The Alien Whisperer. Can you call her the Alien Whisperer? She's
I
the
like
main
that.
alien person. We went to the number one alien person.
Coming up on Star Talk, the Alien Whisperer, Jill Tarter. Check it out. Welcome to Star Talk, your place in the universe where science and pop culture collide. Star Talk begins right now. This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. I got with me my co-host, Matt Kirshen. Matt, how you doing, man?
I'm very good, thanks, Neil. How are you doing?
Yeah, we caught up with you. You're in port in Bermuda. Why didn't you invite us for that?
I am. I'm on.
Construction
I'm in a
venture
very small
completed.
cabin on a cruise right now. So I'm on tour right now. I'm doing some lovely theatre shows with Sarah Millican, who's a fantastic UK comic, and I'm doing some headline spots off the back of that. And then in between those, I'm on a boat. So
Heck, on a boat. Well, that's why not? You know what we talk about today? It's a cosmic queries. We're catching up with the search for alien intelligence. Ooh. We should do at least 2 of these a year because that's what the public's appetite surely wants. And there's so much misinformation or speculative information, and I think our audience expects us to at
A
least
system
anchor
survey has
what's going
concluded.
on. And that's definitely what we intend to do today. We're reaching into the depths
Construction
of the search
venture
for
completed.
alien life and finding an old colleague of mine from way back, one of the founders of the SETI Institute, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and that would be none other than
Construction
Jill
venture
Tarter. Jill,
completed.
welcome back to Star Talk.
Well, hi, Neil. It's great to talk with you again.
Not many people know that you cut your teeth studying stars, correct? You're a co-discoverer of a. Oh, just remind us of that discovery, just to put,
Yeah,
put
my
your
thesis
early chops on the map here.
My thesis was about what I call brown dwarfs, stars that are too low mass to stably fuse hydrogen at their cores.
Don't we just call those planets?
No, these are a little different. They're a bit more massive than Jupiter. And I
Construction
was
venture
trying to figure out,
completed.
because I wanted to go looking for them. We thought at that time that a problem that we had that we called the missing mass, where the mass of the galaxy that we inferred from dynamical motions of the stars differed from the mass that we calculated when we added up all the individual masses of clouds of gas and stars. And so there was this missing mass, and I thought that stars that were too small to fuse hydrogen and burn normally might be what was what could explain that missing mass. And so
could be hidden in those objects. Yeah.
Yes, and the thing was, I tried to put an atmosphere on my model of the star so that I could tell what the temperature or the color of that star would be to help observers go looking for them. And I couldn't do it. It was, so I couldn't get a color, and I called them brown dwarfs. To Edmund Land, brown is not a color. So they're brown dwarfs.
A study has been
us
completed.
25 years to find the first one. But now we know they're very plentiful.
So who would have thought that there was an entire category of object living there between the highest mass planets and the lowest mass stars? It's easy to just discounted that as it's a fuzzy boundary. Remind us what got you interested in aliens.
It was a very fortunate accident. When I was doing my thesis, I learned how to program the first computer that we ever had on our desktop. Now, it took two people to get the computer up on the desktop, but once it was there, it was ours, right? And so you had to, there was no language, nothing like Fortran or anything like that. You had to program each step in octal, right? So you had to set all the ones and zeros by hand. And I learned that skill. I thought it was great fun. It was a puzzle. And so when I was asked to join Stuart Boyer, an X-ray astronomy, and his group at Berkeley, who were interested in looking for signs of someone else's technology, I was asked because I knew how to program this computer, and that was the only tool we had to use. And so I did it, and it was, again, a fortunate accident.
Well, as any good collaboration unfolds, every person in that collaboration brings their unique abilities, right?
It's right, and they wanted me because I could program this computer. And so I often tell young people to get some skill, to find something they like to do, and then get better at it than anybody else. So then they have a tool set that they can go shopping to look for programs and problems that they're interested in solving.
And people will be the path.
Some first contact missions will present options for how we wish to conduct matters. These choices can affect our diplomatic relationships with other empires for a long
There are all
time.
kinds of languages that you can use, and much better computers.
Construction venture completed.
Obviously, biologists would be intrigued by any kind of life at all discovered on anywhere, microbial even. But your sights are set to even higher goals than
Construction venture completed.
You rank them in this way. Maybe that's kind of a bias, I guess, a brain bias. But you're not just looking for any life. You're looking for intelligent life. And what's odd is you get this sense that people think that somehow we don't want to know if there's intelligent life, or that it's being suppressed, or that it's like nothing could be farthest from the truth. And given the efforts that we as a community have put in, especially focused at the SETI Institute, I'm just surprised by this overall sense that somehow people think there's some kind of cover-up.
The espionage tab shows how our envoys are building spy networks within other empires. You can access the Intel ledger here, as well as view and launch operations.
Our SETI algorithms and antennas would not be able to detect frequency hopping spread spectrum signals, because I believed it. And then it turned out when we got on the air, we could see those too.
Are they saying they restricted your bandwidth access because they were doing their own searching?
No, they were curious about what I might see, what we, with our equipment and software, might see that they weren't advertising that they were doing.
So you were searching not just for extraterrestrial intelligence, but accidentally, but for military intelligence.
Yeah, right. But, I literally, I said, no, we can't see that. not the way we've written our software. And it turned out, our software was better than I thought.
And so how do you go about thinking this up? That surely takes a bit of hubris chutzpah to just declare that if there's intelligence out there, we would be able to communicate with it. We can't communicate meaningfully with other animals here on Earth with whom we have DNA in common. Even a chimpanzee. You're not hanging out with a chimp, say, let's go have a beer later. Oh, sure, Jill, I'm good with that. No. Where do you get your confidence that this even would work at all?
What we can do with our equipment and our software limits what we could possibly find. And
a special
we're
project is complete.
Someone that can modify its environment in ways that we could sense over the vast distances between the stars. And it's
construction
a
venture
limited
completed.
subset of what possibilities there are, because we have the equipment of the 21st century, which is better than the equipment of the 20th century, but not necessarily all
A study has
powerful.
been completed.
So we can look for certain kinds of what we call techno-signatures that would indicate somebody is doing something that nature can't do.
You can't search for intelligent life that does not have technology. So if you found an Earth that had a Roman Empire, their version of a Roman Empire,
Construction
certainly that's
venture
advanced.
completed.
Certainly they're intelligent, but they don't have radio telescopes. So you would pass them by saying, nothing here, keep walking.
Yes, with the technology that we have today. But, ChatGPT and all the other large language models
Construction
are
venture
going to be
completed.
able to do some incredible things in the future. And in particular, I think the interesting thing is that whereas any particular search technique looks at certain phenomena at certain frequencies in a certain amount of time, the chatbots will be able to combine or look at simultaneously data sets collected for completely different reasons across the spectrum and across technologies, and might be able to find some correlations that we were totally unaware of.
You're developing a dependence on AI to take you to that next step that you wouldn't otherwise be able to
That's right.
accomplish. Remind me why radio waves is the bandwidth of choice, because that was clearly displayed in Carl Sagan's novel Contact, later becoming the hit film with the character Ellie Arroway. She was a radio astronomer, basically, who is looking for radio signatures out there in space. And the rumor has it that Carl Sagan knocked on your door a few times to try to get some insights into this character. Can you confirm or deny those rumors?
Carl was a member of our board of directors. He wrote a book about a woman who does what I do.
There it is.
Perfectly put. Perfectly put.
That character is Carl. What comes across as Ellie Arroway is actually Carl, and his musings and his thinkings and his it's probably too long to go into, but basically Carl would have loved to be able to have one more conversation with his deceased father, and that drove a lot of the thinking.
Some days call for sleek and straight, others for slouchy and relaxed. Whatever your vibe, Old Navy
Council
has the
agenda
benefits to
ready.
match. From extra high rise to it's not just a move, it's a whole style range. Jeans starting at just $22, you can collect them all. Snatched waist, Go extra high-rise straight. Lived-in staple, vintage slim. Low slung and laid back, slouchy wide. You've got range. Your denim drawer should too. Premium fabric, deluxe details. Your perfect pair awaits. Shop in store or online at oldnavy.com.
This season, the game begins before the games begin. On August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. Futures Day is coming. Visit the FanDuel app to learn more and get your picks ready now. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Joel Cherico, and I support Star Talk on Patreon. This is Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Why radio waves and not visible light or any other band of the spectrum?
The fact is that space is not empty, but there are clouds of gas and dust out there between the stars, and infrared or optical wavelengths are absorbed by these clouds, and they can't travel very far.
An alien society
through
wishes
the
to
galaxy.
contact
We've never
us.
seen the center of the Milky Way galaxy at optical wavelengths because it's just too dusty. But radio, the wavelengths of radio waves are not anywhere near the size of the dust particles in these clouds. And so they basically don't see the particles, they don't see the dust, and are not absorbed by it. So we've been looking at the center of the galaxy at radio waves from very early times in this scientific discipline.
Any aliens would have to know enough astrophysics to conclude that radio waves would penetrate space in the way other bandwidths wouldn't. So we're assuming they'd be on exactly the same track we are in our learning and understanding of the galaxy.
At least at some point in time, they are or were, right? Because they could, in fact, create technologies that outlast their civilization. There are a couple of spacecraft in orbit around this planet that will be there 10 million years in the future, as the orbits will not decay. You know, it's a really interesting question about whether what we're looking for and what is being transmitted overlap in time in this 10 billion year history of our galaxy.
That's part of the parameter space that you speak of so
A belligerent fleet
right?
has been
Because you can
engaged.
search in frequency.
Construction venture
even
completed.
within the radio wave bandwidth, you could be sending a signal or listening, trying to observe a signal in one band of radio waves, but then there's another bandwidth within the radio waves that could be where the action is and you would miss it. And maybe they sent a signal that got here 100 years ago instead of today, because there's light travel time for wherever it is. What's this analogy you gave to the ocean? It was the best thing I ever heard. What was it? About how much we have searched thus far for aliens? Because you hear people say, well, we've looked for aliens and we haven't seen any, so there probably aren't any. And what's your reply to them?
My reply is that we've hardly begun to look. At one point when SETI turned 50 years old as a discipline, I did a calculation that indicated that all the searching we'd done to date was as if we said, oh, we're going to look for fish in the ocean. And what we did was take 1 8-ounce glass and dip it in the ocean and take a look and say, oh, are there fish in there? Well, there are fish small enough to have fit in that glass, but if you didn't see any, you'd hardly make the conclusion that there were no fish in the ocean. You'd just simply say, you have to look harder. That's where we are. We can do so much, but we can't do everything. And we're always looking for a new way.
If you had told me that calculation when I was just coming on and I wanted to be like a SETI researcher, I would have given up in that moment. I would have said, okay, I'm taking up another job.
Well, you might have, but on the other hand, if you're stubborn, you might have turned that around and said, wow, this is one of the most interesting questions that humans can ask about themselves and their place in the cosmos. And if you were to succeed, you would by inference know that it's possible to outlive your technological infancy and to have a long future. Because if the future isn't long for technologies in general, there aren't ever going to be any two that overlap in time. But if you find something, you know that there's a long, path ahead for us potentially. We don't necessarily have to destroy ourselves.
So that's a profound inference from such a simple bit of information you would glean. Let me see if I can restate it to make sure I understand it. You're saying if technologically proficient civilizations lasted only 1 or 2 centuries, and then they rendered themselves extinct, or something bad happens, or it took them that long to even get to that point, and then it doesn't last long, then when you come upon a planet at a random time in its own evolution, because it could have just been born 1 million years ago, or 1 billion, or 10 billion, you don't know if you're hitting it at exactly that time. And so if everybody only were short-lived, nobody would be talking to anybody, and it would give us very little hope for the future of our fingerprint in this world. Is that a fair characterization of what you just said?
That's correct. But if you don't go looking for it in as many ways as you possibly can, you'll never find it.
You're an astrophysicist posing these questions, presuming that they have astrophysical tools. And I'm wondering, if comedians were doing this search, would they presume that the other civilization would have comedians? Is this a natural extension of our own bias?
I mean, I don't know about that, but I definitely know that I've played some gigs where I've wondered whether there's any life out there.
Intelligent life.
Intelligent life, definitely. Is there anything there?
Let's head out to our cosmic queries about now. You've collected them, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. As always, Betty from Maine has asked, if you find life outside of Earth, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, Jill, are you going to conquer it and enslave it and colonize it? What are you going to do?
I'm going to tell the world about what we found and at least my interpretation of what that means. But the world is going to decide how they're going to react. It's not going to be me that makes that kind of decision.
And what confidence do you have that that response would be what you would consider appropriate?
I don't know, Neil.
That's not very hopeful. Come on, Jill.
Oh, come on. Given the politics of our country, I don't know. But all I can say is that you'll know what I know.
So Atticus from Sunny Daisy, Tennessee, who is 10 years old, says, the quote from Arthur C. Clarke, 2 possibilities exist. We are either alone in the universe or we are not. Both are equally terrifying. This keeps me up at night in an amazing, not scary way. Please give your thoughts on the idea behind the quote.
Oh, Atticus.
Are 10-year-olds allowed to have these kind of profound thoughts?
I know. Also go to bed,
Atticus. Playground or something?
Or at least not having to stay up at night worrying about it.
Well, Atticus, we all share that profundity of thought that delays your slumber. And Jill, let's hear from an expert here. Jill, are both terrifying?
Both are extremely significant. One is not so hopeful in terms of the continued existence of life on Earth. The other is something that would be incredibly exciting and impactful to know, because if you know that somebody else has made it through this very precarious
One of our envoys is now building a spy network within this empire. Now that our spy network has reached a sufficient level, we may launch operations against this empire. These are arranged in categories with different types of operation leading to different outcomes. Some more perilous than others.
Made it through, we can too.
Okay, I like that.
Well, while we're talking about the actual process, it's a pretty top-level question. Vincent Thomas says, what exactly do you listen for out there in the stars?
And just to be clear, I just want to, the radio telescopes are like other telescopes. They're detecting light. So somewhere in the decades past, people have equated a radio telescope with listening to sounds, and people think we're listening for sounds. And they did that with, in the movie Contact, where Ellie Arway is listening to her data. But these are observations of radio light, correct? And we're just being loose when we say we're listening. That's like saying, let me listen to the sun and just look at it, okay? No, you're receiving light.
Martin LeBlanc from Montreal does end the question with, and Neil, for this episode, I dare you to change your saying with, keep listening up.
Oh, okay, maybe I'll do it just for him, okay? But Jill, let's get your reaction to that.
What we use instruments to try and detect is the kind of emissions that nature can't do. And that generally means some kind of transmission that is very compressed in frequency, because nature doesn't do that. Nature's emissions come from gazillions of molecules and atoms, each of which is vibrating or rotating and emitting a very specific frequency, but all of the atoms and molecules are moving with respect to one another, so that the ensemble signal is Doppler broadened. So each of these individual transmissions from a molecule or an atom gets added with all the other molecules and atoms that are all moving relative to one another, and you get a broad signal. But technology can get around that. We have means with lasers and masers of compressing a signal into a single frequency or a small range of frequencies, what we call narrow band transmissions. And either we'll learn something unexpected about nature and find that nature can do this job and trick as well as we can, or better, or we'll find evidence of the technologies that we're looking for.
And so it's not just that the signal exists. You might want or expect or hope that signal to also contain information within it. Again, in the film Contact, the signal was, at least in the film version, it was prime numbers, I think it was, right? Mm-hmm. And whereas I think in the novel it was digits of pi, perhaps, but I might be confusing my memory. But within the signal, there was information. So can you decode, if you did find the narrow band, or do you have a next layer analysis to see what they might be trying to tell us?
Well, again, that's one of the reasons that I want to tell everyone what we may have detected and what we've interpreted, because there are far better code breakers out there than me. And so we'd be eager to engage the intelligence of the rest of the world to help us understand any information. And one thing that I should mention is, although we talk about listing and we talk about radio, and I've argued that other frequencies don't travel as far through the galaxy as the radio wavelengths, we are also trying to use the techniques that we have and push them into the infrared and the optical for sources that are closer by.
All right. Well, it sounds like you're on top of that situation.
Well, who knows? I'll let you know when we succeed. We'll know we've done the right thing when we succeed.
So Jonas Dravland says, "Good day, doctors and lords. Jonas from the Appalachian foothills of North Carolina. If there were a SETI-like organization on a distant star system, how close would they need to be to detect us? Would they be able to watch I Love Lucy? And should they expect to pick up their domestic radioactivity, or are we basing our search on the presumption that they are sending signals intended to advertise their existence?"
Ooh, yeah, so I'd love that, because our earliest radio signals are just our earliest escaped television broadcasts, right? Now going into 100 year, 80, how many years ago? I Love Lucy was 1950s and 60s. The Honeymooners. Are they going to learn how men and women interact on Earth from those two shows? I hope not.
1950s TV and earlier radio.
I think what might be detected is not the information content of the television program, but the existence of the carrier signal that transmitted the information. Or maybe once we detect evidence of someone else's technology, they're going to explain, and we translate it somehow, they're going to explain to us why Lucy and Ethel shouldn't have had subservient roles.
or Alice and the Honeymooners. Yeah, all of the above.
Right.
Catch us up just briefly, take a break from the questions and ask you, what telescopes do SETI are in the arsenal of SETI's control?
Well, we have a special telescope that we've developed for working in the infrared and optical that we call optical SETI, or laser
Construction
SETI.
venture completed.
These are special instruments that we've developed. Otherwise, what we use is existing telescopes that are part of the astrophysical realm, and we can essentially piggyback on the signals being detected by those telescopes, which are looking for other things in other ways. But we can carve out a piece of that signal without affecting the primary observer, and we can analyze it looking for these technosignatures. So it's really anything out there that's looking at the universe. We are eager to replicate their data so that we can analyze it in a different way.
And the SETI Institute is mostly privately funded, is that correct?
Yes. Yes, we do, well, I shouldn't say that. SETI at the SETI Institute is privately funded, but we have over 100 PhDs at the SETI Institute who are looking in many different ways to discover life beyond Earth. And these programs are typically funded by the National Science Foundation and NASA. So we do have government funding, and we're very nervous right now about what's going to happen.
Science funding in many realms today feels like, science is just optional. Other things are more important. There's been a shift in priorities, which will have consequences that people do not, we foresee, but the general public doesn't really, given how much of modern civilization pivots on the moving frontier of science. But, okay, let's keep going. Matt, what else you got?
Yuikia from India, living in California, says, how detectable is Earth as a life-harboring planet from a nearby star system? Should we put any large visual structures around Earth or Jupiter so that intelligent aliens can detect them as non-naturally occurring structures when they monitor the transits around the sun? Thank you to SETI and StarTalk for trying to answer the most fundamental questions and promoting scientific thinking.
Oh, cool. Yeah, are we doing all we can to get noticed?
No, we're not. because there are other priorities for funding to do the kinds of things that are being suggested in this question is not cheap. To build structures, to modify orbits of asteroids or planetesimals, that's all really difficult and expensive. And while it might happen for other reasons, such as mining rare earth elements, which we are depleting on this planet, it's not likely anytime soon to be done specifically for attracting the attention of any technologies out there. It's just unfortunately not a high enough priority.
Jill, I remember a zillion years ago, I asked you a question after a colloquium you gave, and you gave the cleanest, simplest answer to a question similar to this one, which was, I asked, why are we spending so much time just, quote, listening for aliens? Why don't we just blast the universe with our own signals? And at the time, what you said was, it costs almost nothing to just passively listen for signals. So you can get away with that without breaking the piggy bank. If you want to actively send signals out, that's orders of magnitude, way more money than what it would cost to just listen. Because I thought it was unfair.
A study has been completed.
If everyone were doing what we're doing, then the whole universe would be listening for other aliens, and no one would be transmitting, and everyone would conclude there's no other intelligent life in the galaxy.
That's right. If everybody's listening and nobody's talking, we're not going to succeed. But another impediment, if you wish, to this idea of deliberately transmitting to make ourselves known to the cosmos is the fact that if we do that, that's going to interfere with an enormous number of other disciplines and searches and technologies. It probably would mess up your GPS just enormously, right?
Right.
Yes, cost is the major impediment, but there are unintended consequences of doing powerful transmissions.
Well, while we're talking about ethical considerations, Hugo Dart from Rio de Janeiro, with Hugo's 7-year-old daughter Olivia, who's also a big fan of Star Talk, ask, what parallel, if any, exists between how we treat animals and vegetable species on Earth and ethical parameters we can establish for dealing with alien life? And I'm just going to add to that, how do we know in this equation that they're the vegetable / animals and not that we are the vegetable to them?
Exactly. Yeah, so Jill, is there sort of an ethical standards that you guys, like a manifesto that's plastered up on your walls at the SETI Institute?
Yes, a long time ago, back in the 80s, we worked with the International Institute of Space Law to create a declaration.
A special project is complete.
For dealing with the detection of extraterrestrial technologies. And one of the important bullets in that protocol is make sure you get it right. Make sure that whatever you're going to announce is not some flaw in your detection system, that it really is what you're saying it is. And that's so important that now we actually suggest that the most valid way of searching is to search with at least 2 instruments, widely separated on the surface of the Earth.
Steering clear of belligerents.
So that the signals received by those 2 instruments.
A science vessel is under attack.
Calculable Doppler shift between signals arriving here and signals arriving there. And that is a good signature to be looking for, in addition to whatever's embedded in the information content of the signal.
Right, but that's not related to the ethics of how you would treat aliens, right? So in the code of ethics, that's good to make sure that you measure that what you say is what it is. But if we come upon aliens, is there some code of how we would treat them?
You're talking about ethics, and I was talking about
The
a declaration
situation
of
log has been
principles.
amended.
The ethics are going to come from probably the religious entities across the planet. And those are different, and they have different perspectives. Some would be threatened by this discovery because it isn't consistent with their teachings. And others would simply say, no, many different life forms in the universe are just another example of God's or
Construction venture
let's say
completed.
God, omnipotence and power. So the ethics come not from the technologies, not from the principles that I can have anything to do with, but they're going to come from religious entities. And as long as you're talking about microbes, nobody much cares. But once you start to talk about intelligent
Inbound
beings,
communicate.
then these other codes of ethics get brought to bear. And again, as I said, they're not all going to have the same conclusions or the same desires.
That would make it very difficult, given how many religions there are in the world, and they'd all have to agree on what a code of ethics would be. And if they're all coming from different religious traditions, that could be very hard to arrive at an agreement. And we have our first encounter. And so we have to see how that unfolds, for sure.
Yeah, and there's another unintended consequence that you might not think about, and that's geographical. So suppose that whatever technosignatures are detected or detectable are only detected from extremely southern locations or northern locations. Now, if it comes from the south, from the Antarctic, we already have some methods or agreements for how to share data that's collected in the Antarctic. But if you get to a point where it can only be seen from the Arctic, now you're in really hot water, because so many different countries and nation states are claiming sovereignty over different pieces of the Arctic.
The Chinese have the biggest radio telescope in the world today, so it could be that the first alien contact will be with Chinese astrophysicists.
That's correct. And they built an amusement park right next to that telescope. Yes, I worry about the potential for creating a haves and have-nots.
Some days call for sleek and straight, others for slouchy and relaxed. Whatever your vibe, Old Navy has the denim fits to match. From extra high rise to barrel, it's not just a move, it's a whole style range. And with jeans starting at just $22, you can collect them all. Snatched waist? Go extra high rise straight. Lived in staple? Vintage slim. Low slung and laid back? Slouchy wide. You've got range. Your denim drawer should too. Premium fabric, deluxe details, your perfect pair awaits. Shop in store or online at oldnavy.com.
This season, the game begins before the games begin. On August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. Futures Day is coming. Visit the FanDuel app to learn more and get your picks ready now. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
we got some more. So Dave McNeely from San Diego, California, says, Dr. Tata, it's a huge pleasure. I met you once at the inaugural SETICon in 2010 in Santa Clara. I'm studying for a master's degree in space studies, and SETI is an enormous driving force in my life. My question, I'm sure you get this all the time, but considering radio technology is limited to the speed of light, doesn't it make sense that more advanced extraterrestrial intelligences would be communicating with each other using something different? Surely they are not using radio communication internally across vast interstellar distances.
Yeah, how much of the physics that we know today is limiting us on the possibility that there's new physics in the future? Yeah, I mean, we have the bias of our own times, all right? And we're thinking they would use radio waves moving at the speed of light. And do you guys think about possible future technologies that could be game-changing on this landscape?
Yeah, we think about it, but we don't know how to do it, right?
Okay, that's the answer. That's the simple answer. Yeah, I think in Star Trek, their communication channels are on, what do they call it? Subnet. Where's Charles when you need him? Our geek in chief. In Star Trek, it wouldn't be helpful to talk to Starfleet Command using radio waves limited by the speed of light, because there would not be a witty repartee between the captain and headquarters. So there's some subnet or something that apparently there's signals that can get through instantly, just like a regular phone call. And so it's solved in Star Trek, which is several centuries in our future.
Something to look forward to.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, right. If the Star Trek folks, the producers and creators can tell us how to do it, then we should listen. But so far, superluminal communication is not within our reach. Superluminal simply means faster than the speed of light. And we talk about it. People write papers about it, but we don't know how to do it.
And it's a cool word anyway that kind of means what it sounds like it says. So I like words like that. So I think, Matt, we have time for one more, a good one. You got a good one there?
Okay, well, I think this is a good, a sort of less technical but deep question. Pinky MacGyver asks, how lucky do we have to be for our ability to detect life to coincide in time with that life's ability to be detected?
Does that take us back to your glass of water in the ocean analogy?
That's absolutely correct, Neil. We have to be pretty lucky in order to end up being cotemporal, being able to be around at the same time for both transmitter and receiver. So unless L, the factor in the Drake equation, which says how long technological civilizations or the technology persists, unless L is large, there's not going to be any success. There won't be any overlap. But again, I'm of the opinion that I like to think about turning that around and saying that if we detect someone else's technology, it means that L has to be large and that we have a long future.
And remind us about the Drake equation, which played a role in the movie's Contact. If someone wants like a full celebration of the Drake equation, but can you just remind us where that came about and what it attempts to do?
Well, the Drake equation is actually the agenda for a scientific meeting that Frank Drake put together at Green Bank, West Virginia, at the telescope there. And it says the number, and it's actually not an equation because it doesn't have a solution, but it's written as the form of an equation. So it says the number of technological civilizations
is complete
in the Milky Way galaxy with whom we could communicate can be estimated by taking the rate of star formation in the galaxy and multiplying that by the fraction of stars that have the appropriate conditions to be suitable hosts for living planets, multiply that by the average number of such planets around each star, multiply that by the fraction of those planetary planets that develop a technology, multiply that by the average longevity of the technologies, and you end up with an estimate of the number of communications.
Zero.
It can't be zero because we're here. It doesn't say.
Oh, we're here. Okay, we got to get at least one out of that equation.
It's at least one. But unless L is large, it's a small.
Yeah, very good.
So you're saying we use the length that we've existed as a civilization as our best guess for how long civilizations can run on average.
Yeah,
so
we have no other guess. Correct.
Matt, it's actually a lower limit. We know that it's possible to have a technology exist for at least as long as we have, and that's 100 or so years. But we don't know what the upper limit is.
And that 100 years comes from the earliest radio telescope signals that we could detect.
Yeah, it actually
that put us on the map, on the SETI map.
Right, back to Cacconi.
What are your thoughts on all of the congressional hearings regarding sightings of unidentified anomalous phenomena rebranded from UFOs? Were you tapped for your expertise in any of this? And what are your reflections on it?
Well, first of all, I have no expertise in that, and nobody came knocking on my door. But there's a gentleman by the name of Nick West, who has done a lot of careful studies of some of the most touted and the most recent releases of videos from the Navy in particular, and has come up with, all right, if you actually analyze what you're seeing and not looking at it with a bias that what you're seeing is something having to do with an extraterrestrial spacecraft, you can come up with very plausible explanations.
So at least somebody is tasked themselves to just be sort of not jump to extraordinary conclusions. As you quoted Carl Sagan earlier, if you have an extraordinary claim, there should be an extraordinary evidence behind it. And if you can explain the evidence with ordinary means and ordinary physics and ordinary technologies, ordinary detector glitches, then, go home.
Occam's razor, yes.
Well, what we should do is, if aliens ever land, we should bring them to you, I think. That's...
I don't know. Maybe you should bring them to the cats of the world, or the elephants of the world, who have amazing memories and capabilities that we're just beginning to understand.
Other species. This topic will never go away because it has unlimited public appetite, and as evidenced by every next movie that addresses that phenomenon. In fact, just now there's Alien Earth just came out, that's the Alien franchise, but now the alien's no longer in space, it's on Earth. Okay.
That's the last thing we want.
I know.
Who let that happen?
Who let that? Somebody left the door open. They forgot to close the door behind them. So yeah, there's no end of this, and movies are making money hand over fist. They should. Jill, they should have a volunteer tax that any percentage of a movie that depicts aliens should be given to SETI. I think I'm going to post that on social media. That's what I'm going to do.
That's great, Neil.
That's not the campaign.
I've been making that argument for a long time, and it hasn't taken hold. So maybe if Neil...
Let me see what I can do with it.
We'll get there.
Well, all right, Jill, it's been a delight to have you back on to Star Talk. I like checking in with you on the latest developments in the SETI universe, the SETIverse, and good to hear that it's alive and well and funded, at least at levels that, at least for now, it's funded. And And we're also delighted to learn that when you make contact, you will tell the world. You're not going to run to members of Congress and keep it in a locked box in a back room. You'll do what any scientist would do in your situation. And so we look forward to that day.
Me too. I look forward to that.
What was that question, Matt? Unless they think we're carrots? What was it?
Yeah, well, are we there animals and plants? I don't know.
Right, yeah. Are we there? Yeah. Are we the something to be eaten? Because they're long voyage. They're hungry. Tasty humans.
Let's hope they're fussy eaters. They don't like their broccoli.
They have the technology to come here and consider you as lunch. They don't need that. They can manufacture you.
Oh, that's true. But it might be a gourmet thing. We don't need meat, but people still do it. It could be a status thing.
I will die knowing I am tasty. How's that? Is that? All right, we got to call it quits there. So, Jill, it's been a delight to have you back on.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Neil. It's always great to talk to you.
And we'll check in with you again every now and then to make sure we don't fall too far behind on the latest SETI developments. And Matt, we can find you on mattkirshen.com. You're on the road.
Absolutely. I'd love to see Star Talk listeners out in my audiences. So yeah, mattkirshen.com for all my dates, and Probably Science is the podcast.
So this has been another episode of Star Talk Cosmic Queries, the SETI edition. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, and as always, I bid you to keep looking up, keep listening up.
Some days call for sleek and straight, others for slouchy and relaxed. Whatever your vibe, Old Navy has the denim fits to match. From extra high rise to barrel, it's not just a mood, it's a whole style range. And with jeans starting at just $22, you can collect them all. Snatched waist? Go extra high rise straight. Lived in staple? Vintage slim. Low slung and laid back? Slouchy wide. You've got range, your denim drawer should too. Premium fabric, deluxe details, your perfect pair awaits. Shop in store or online at oldnavy.com.
This season, the game begins before the games begin. On August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. Futures Day is coming. Visit the FanDuel app to learn more and get your picks ready now. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some days call for sleek and straight, others for slouchy and relaxed. Whatever your vibe, Old Navy has the denim fits to match. From extra high rise to
Construction
it's not
venture
just a mood,
completed.
it's a whole style range. And with jeans starting at just $22, you can collect them all. Snatched waist? Go extra high rise straight. Lived in staple? Vintage slim. Low slung and laid back? Slouchy wide. You've got range, your denim drawer should too. Premium fabric, deluxe details, your perfect pair awaits. Shop in store or online at oldnavy.com.
This season, the game begins before the games begin. On August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. Futures Day is coming. Visit the FanDuel app to learn more and get your picks ready now. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So Matt, we got the top dog at SETI on Star Talk to catch us up on all. It's Jill Tarter. We've heard of her.
The Alien Whisperer. Can you call her the Alien Whisperer? She's
I like
the main alien person. We went to the number one alien person.
Coming up on Star Talk, the Alien Whisperer.
Fabric, deluxe details, your perfect pair awaits. Shopping.
The day begins at the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club at Boston Logan Airport. You get the clam chowder. In San Diego, it's tostadas. New York, espresso martini. It's 10 a.m. Why not? It's the quiet before your next flight, the shower that resets your day, the menu that lets you know where you are. This is access to over 1,300 airport lounges and every Sapphire Lounge by the club. And one card that gets you in. Chase Sapphire Reserve, the most rewarding card.
Learn more at chase.com/Sapphire Reserve. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Hi, we're All Modern.
We have the best of modern furniture and decor. Plus, our fast and free shipping lets you upgrade your
A
space
study
for
has
fall
been
with ease.
completed.
Shop now at allmodern.com. That's modern made simple.
Chuck, that might be a world record, how many questions I answered.
Yes.
In the time allotted.
Exactly. And you only got 2 of them right.
All right, coming up, Star Talk, Cosmic Queries. Welcome to Star Talk, your place in the universe where science and pop culture collide. Star Talk begins right now. This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. This is going to be a Cosmic Queries grab bag. And whenever you hear that, you know who's sitting next to me. Chuck Nice.
Hey, that's right. What's up, Neil?
All right.
Grab bag, baby.
Grab bag, baby.
That's right. Used to be, I liked it when we were Galactic Gumbo.
Okay.
You know, I don't know why we, because, that's
I never know what the hell you're saying.
That's what you mean. Yeah, I love it.
Plus, Gumbo kind of left menus. You don't see it much anymore.
You don't see Gumbo a lot. I'm going to New Orleans next week. And,
well, give me a full report.
Yeah.
Because the first time I had it, it's like, why are there 100 things in my soup?
That's Gumbo. In a nutshell.
All right. So, what you got?
This is Jordan Senerth. Greetings, Dr. Tyson and unnamed co-host, hopefully Lord Nice.
All right.
All right. Jordan from Boston here. I understand an object's mass to be the sum of its invariant mass, rest energy, and its momentum.
Yes.
A photon, because it has no mass, must then be pure movement, momentum, or energy. Okay. Here's my question. Oh, okay, good. You have one. He says, thought he was just showing off.
Yeah, that's a little bit of that too, but that's fine.
But
nothing wrong with showing off if you got it.
He says,
if you got it, flaunt it.
Yeah. He says, are the
construction venture completed
and the graviton then pure something else energy?
Well, so the graviton is the particle version of a gravitational wave.
Right.
It's not been detected. It's presumed to exist if you look at it from a quantum gravity worldview.
Okay.
Okay. And the gluon is the mediating force of baryons and quarks within the nucleus of the atom. So gluons hold the quarks together.
Right.
And
construction venture completed.
That close to it. Think about it. They have the same charge.
Right.
Like charges, what?
They should be popping off.
Exactly. Like charges repel, and so that is repelling from the electromagnetic force.
Right.
But if you get them close enough, the strong nuclear force, which is brought to you by the gluon, the strong nuclear force is stronger than their urge to separate.
Okay.
And it keeps them together. So what we're asking here is can we think about the graviton and the gluon in the way we think of as a photon? So you think as a photon is pure energy, whereas the graviton is not.
Right.
That would be a particle.
It'd be a particle.
Yeah, and same with the gluon.
Right.
So we're stuck with the on suffix to the word, making you think that they would be the same thing.
Right.
But regardless, there's a mass equivalent of the graviton and the gluon.
Right.
You can always, even if it's just energy, you can figure out how much mass equivalent that is using what equation? Thank you. Other than the gluon and the graviton being particles and the photon being energy,
right,
I don't know what other distinctions to make there. All right, what else you got?
All right, this is Chuck. With a mass also has gravity. Can a small mass, such as a CO2 molecule, orbit a larger mass, such as a person? So he has localized gravity down to, like, objects.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Okay.
However, many particles have their own, when they're in a gas, they have their own motion commensurate with the temperature of that gas.
Right.
All right. So for many gases, their motion is so high that they would just escape the system. That's why the moon has no gas to speak of.
Right.
Okay?
I mean, except on Taco Tuesdays. Sorry. I had to do it. I am so sorry. I know that was terrible.
That was terrible.
So bad.
Terrible.
Terrible.
So, but if you don't want to just isolate a molecule, then the answer is yes, it could orbit you.
Right.
You just give it the right speed, at the right distance, in the right direction, and there you have it.
And you have that one molecule
that's it. By the way, all the CO2 molecules in the air, they're not quite orbiting the Earth, but they're attached to Earth. So
A
Earth
special
drags
project is complete.
as it turns. So, and then it's not escaping because there's gravity.
Construction version
Gravity is strong
completed.
enough to hold the atmosphere. So that's not orbiting the Earth, but it's carrying it with us.
Right.
You know, if you like your molecules and you want to keep them, that's another way to do it.
Right. Okay. There you go, Chuck. Way to go. Great name. This is Larry Infante. And Larry says, hello, Dr. Tyson and all. One thing that has bugged me about some sci-fi movies is their use of Earth's time. For example, they may use minutes, hours, and days, saying, we'll be back to claim your planet in 24 hours. These apparently are some very hostile aliens.
As they all
that
are.
have come and,
as aliens want to be.
And they have given us an ultimatum for some reason, even though they have traveled across this galaxy and they are able
They could totally kick our ass that instant.
That instant. Why do they have to give us 24 hours? I don't know. But clearly they're just like, you have 24 hours to surrender and we'll be back. And he says, if you had to create a system of time with no reference to a planet orbiting a star, how would you do that? Lorenzo Infante from San Antonio, Texas.
Great question. So, keep in mind, we evolved on a planet that has a 24-hour day-night cycle. Since that is our biorhythms, who cares if you're on Earth or near the sun if you want to respect your biorhythms? So go on a journey to another star, keep the 24-hour day.
That's what. We all have internal cellular clocks that are our circadian rhythm. So whether or not you're around the time or not, you're going to, your body's going to know 24 hours.
Your body's going to know, and because we evolved in that state.
Right.
Now, from studies that I've seen a few decades ago, I haven't seen them duplicated, but I was intrigued.
All right.
They took people, put them underground.
Okay.
Living underground. You can't see day, night. They took all the clocks away. So they're just living there.
Wow.
And so
I think they call that a casino.
No windows, no clocks.
No clocks. Underground.
So, again, this is a study from many decades ago, but they found that people naturally fell into a rhythm that was 25 or 26 hours long.
Makes sense.
Not 24.
Not 24.
And then I thought about that and I said, that's why everybody's groggy when they wake up.
Right. We need an extra hour.
An extra 2 hours.
Right.
We're forcing ourselves into 24 hours when maybe the body is saying, I need
a 26-hour day.
So they didn't have to touch their snooze bar.
Got me working 26/7.
That doesn't sound...
It doesn't sound good at all.
26. So I'd be perfectly happy keeping my 60-second minute, 60-minute hour, 24-hour day.
Right.
I don't care about weeks or months or years because I'm counting days.
Okay.
Because we sleep on day cycles. So that's what matters to me, no matter how long my voyage is.
Well, what about the aliens knowing the fact that we're on a 24-hour clock?
Oh, because if they said, we'll be back in 47 gloops, that's not helpful. So
they would have done a little research.
They done a little research. And so use a time unit that we know and care about.
Right.
And by the way, we don't think about time in tenths of a second or hundredths of a second or billionths of a second.
Unless you run track.
And you're Usain Bolt.
Right.
Okay. But generally, that's not a thing.
Right.
So a second is, by the way, Your heart beats about once a second.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, if you're really healthy.
Yeah, if you're healthy.
If you're healthy, you get about 60, 62
yeah,
beats,
64
beats
per minute. Right.
Yeah.
So these feel kind of natural to me. And if the alien wants to communicate with us, it better damn straight use my units.
Right, yeah, exactly. And by the way,
if they land in America, they better know inches and feet and miles too.
Let me tell you something. Wouldn't that be something? They come here and they're just like, we'll be back, and we're going to make sure that in 50 kilometers you're going to, and we'd be like, what is this guy talking about? Dude, where are you from?
Welcome to the galactic community, where diplomats from around the galaxy meet to decide galactic law by voting on resolutions.
This is a vacation with Chase Sapphire
You can
Reserve.
support
The
proposed
butler, the
resolutions
spa.
from the
This
queue,
is the
which
edit,
will
a
add your
collection of
diplomatic
pancake
weight
luxury
to
hotels
its
and
total
$500
support.
edit credit. Chase Sapphire
The
Reserve,
resolution with the most
rewarding
support in the
card.
queue will move onto the Senate floor once it is in session. There it will be voted on whether it should become galactic law.
Back-to-school season? Thrive Market's got your back with easy, high-protein meals, brain-boosting lunchbox staples, and low-sugar snack packs. Everything to simplify your busy mornings. Their groceries are high quality and no junk. Over 1,000 sketchy ingredients restricted and all trusted by parents so you can shop worry-free. Plus, their big back-to-school sale makes it the perfect time to stock up. Go to thrivemarket.com/podcast for 30% off your first order and a free $60 gift.
Hey, this is Kevin the Sommelier, and I support Star Talk on Patreon. You're listening to Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Mike says, hello, Neil. Hello, Lord Nice. Long-time listener, new to Patreon.
Nice.
Well,
Welcome.
thanks a lot, Mike.
Well, let me say it right. Welcome to the universe.
Nice.
Say that right.
He says, my question is about the likelihood of 2001: A Space Odyssey, in particular, the new form of life observed in the dual star system, as well as the fabricated central hub for the wormholes.
He mentioned 2001?
Yes.
But I think he's referring to scenes in 2010, which was Arthur C. Clarke's sequel to 2001.
Gotcha.
If my memory serves. I saw that long ago, on first run when it came out, but that's my memory of it.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm cool with, if you're alien, you're more advanced, I'm cool with all that.
Yeah.
What would we look like to our own species from 100 years ago?
Exactly.
What would we look like today? Oh my gosh. I mean, if we are that amazing in the future compared to our own species and our own planet, imagine aliens. So I'm not going to second guess their double star system and their wormhole factory. Fine.
I mean, there are binary star systems.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, that's not a weird thing.
What about planets around binary
They're
star
a little
systems?
unstable because their gravitational allegiance is challenged every time they try to make an orbit. Who am I closest to? Who am I far away from? Who am I?
Maybe you this time. Maybe you this time.
So you need a really big orbit so that the two stars are seen as one field of gravity.
Gotcha.
Right? Because only when you get really close would you
have the perturbations.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. If I remember in 2010, Europa was where the intelligent aliens lived. One of Jupiter's moons.
That's a little too. I'm sorry. First, we're going to put the intelligence on the white planet.
on Europe. Yeah, so they're asking the plausibility of it. Yeah, I mean the double star system, sure.
Yep.
Aliens that have control over that, give it to them.
Why not?
Why not? Yeah.
All right, this is Alex Million. He says, "Hey, what's up, lads? Alex from Northeast England here. Simple question for you all, just for fun. Do you agree with pineapple on pizza? Inquiring minds would like to know. I love your show and have fun." I'm a big no, but guess what? I've never had it, so I can't say I'm a no.
Generally, if you do it, it's kind of Hawaiian style, and it would be pineapple with a ham thing, and because we know pineapple goes with ham. Okay.
Absolutely.
But I, as a native New Yorker, You know where this is not going to end well
Here's
here.
where you going. What are you doing here with the pineapple on the pizza? What's your problem? Huh?
I'm eating over here.
I'm eating over here. I ought to slap you one. Yeah. Mook, what's your...
I'm crossing the street here. I'm eating here, over here. So, for me, pineapple belongs in a pina colada and not in a pizza.
There you go.
Of all the things I would do with the pineapple,
right?
Pizza is not on that list.
Not on the list.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Okay.
I love it.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have to try it now because I'm cringed by the whole thought of it, but I've actually never put slice to mouth to say that sucks.
Well, plus it's also hot fruit at that point.
I know that's so.
That's what I'm saying.
Except for blueberry pie or peach cobbler.
That's different. Yeah.
That's a whole other
different.
hot fruit thing, but
That's
that's
right.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here we go. This is Hugh Cayley. Hugh says, "Hello, Dr. Tyson, Lord and Nice. Hugh Cayley here from Richmond, California. During the most of my life, if you read a layman's book on cosmology, it would confidently state that if you somehow moved in a straight line long enough, you end up where you started. Is this still the case now that the universe is thought to be flat? Thanks."
So what he's remembering was not that statement given confidently. It was that statement given as one of the alternatives of what the shape of the universe would do for you.
Okay.
So I don't believe that was stated confidently. We didn't know, but we had the formulas to tell us what the universe would look like, depending on if it was saddle-shaped, spherical, or flat. It turns out the universe is flat.
Okay.
So no, you don't come back to where you are.
You don't come back.
You don't come back. It's forever.
You just keep going.
Oh, by the way, and if it weren't flat and if it was positively curved, then the coming back happens because the universe would recollapse on itself.
Right.
And everything's back in the same place at the same time. So that's how you end up back where you are. It's that future space-time trajectory that brings you back. Time would be in a loop in the case with the universe recollapsing.
Right.
All right. But how about just we are here? If we're in a spherical universe, you walk straight, eventually you come right back to where you started, and it's no different from walking on Earth.
Right. Same difference.
And when people say, where's the edge of the universe in that scenario, I'd say it has no edge. It's got to have an edge. It has no edge. Okay, where's the edge of Earth's surface? It has no edge. Okay. Because it has, well, you can see the edge going up. As Carl Sagan said, Earth's surface is the shoreline of the cosmic ocean. The three-dimensional shoreline.
There you go. Wait for the tsunami. It's going to be something else. Well, okay. This is Joe Boone. And Joe says, "Kia ora, Dr. Tyson.
Oh.
I am from New Zealand, and I have a question related to your explanation of time dilation. Specifically, that time does not exist at the speed of light. In science fiction, there are often cryopods for interstellar travel, but often those spacecraft, like the Nostromo from Alien, travel faster than light. Therefore, shouldn't there be no travel time from the point of view of the crew? The cryopod is only necessary for Ripley in the shuttle at the end of the film because it was just drifting in space. In reality, wouldn't the people of Earth need cryopods if they ever wanted to see a crew again in their lifetime? I'd love to have your take. Apologies if I've misunderstood time dilation."
What's the person's name again?
This is Joe Boone.
Joe, you understand it perfectly, and everything you
The
said
Senate
is
floor
100%
is where the galactic community
If you were
votes
traveling
to
the speed of light,
pass
you don't
or
need
defeat
cryopods.
the proposed resolution from the queue which had the most diplomatic support.
You get there as soon
As
you
a
are.
member, you can vote yes, no,
or
or abstain.
You don't need the cryopods.
If the resolution passes, it will become galactic law and impact everyone in the galactic community.
Correct.
If it is defeated, it cannot be proposed again for some time.
And not the buttocks of someone.
Black behind a Chuck Nice laying on the beach. Like, ooh, look at these photons.
Just a photon travel. You go through 30,000 years from the beginning of the galaxy,
And then you just
the
hear
center
it
of the
coming
galaxy.
straight for my butt, like, no, where's the telescope? Where's Leo? Oh. Why doesn't this guy shave? Anyway.
Shave your butt? What? I don't even want to. No,
Inbound
stop there.
communique.
Stop.
I'll shut up.
Yeah, he's completely correct. I have nothing to add or subtract from that entire
He did
account.
he did a great
Did
job.
a great job.
Yeah. By the way, the reason you need a cryopod is because for storytelling purposes.
Yeah.
One, something always goes wrong.
Construction venture
Somebody's
completed.
That is how science fiction stories work.
Right.
You go into space and something goes wrong.
Something goes wrong. A cryopod as a mechanism for storytelling.
To kill people.
Right. Exactly.
To kill innocent people.
So anyway,
One other thing. There's, as far as we know, you cannot travel the speed of light if you have mass.
Right.
So that would put a kibosh on that whole idea.
Construction venture
But otherwise,
completed.
yeah. Well, in all fairness to that,
Go ahead.
you can go 99.9999% the speed of light, and it's essentially not aged, but you still wouldn't need the cryopods.
Right.
Actually.
So instead of getting there instantly, you get there just like, oh man, I didn't even get a chance to get an in-flight meal.
Correct. That's right.
Yeah. All right. Elaine Berdu says this. Hello, my name is Elaine Berdu from Montreal. Just a quick question. If a spoonful of neutron star material can weigh as much as
Our vessels have been
Mount
reinvigorated.
Everest,
Easily, yeah.
would Mount Everest come rushing out of the spoon if we brought it to Earth very quickly? Come on, lady, this ain't Jumanji.
Jumanji.
This ain't Jumanji.
Yeah.
A study has been completed.
Densely packed. It's not a sea monkey. It's not a freaking sea monkey.
It's not a chia pet.
Nah, I'm joking.
Let me go to Neutron Star City, but just open out the spoon.
Yeah, that's so funny.
So here's the way to think about that.
Okay.
The answer is no.
Right.
As described. But here's the way to think about it. The energy it would take to scale a mountain on Earth is the same as the energy it would take to step up onto a sheet of paper on a neutron star.
Wow. That is rough.
That's rough.
Yeah.
That's rough. And so neutron star flattens everything.
Right.
So we think neutron stars might be the best spheres in the universe.
Right.
Because whatever's there just got flattened.
Got flattened out.
And she wants the thing to pop back up as a mountain when it comes here. But once you're flat, you don't go back.
That's it. Well, look at that. Once you go flat, you never come back, baby. Emery says this. Dr. Tyson and Lord Nice. Emery from Florida here. I remember in high school, we went
Construction
to a
venture
5-volt
completed.
tri-cell battery and hooked the wires up to
Our
two
vessels have
inverter
been
test tubes
reinvigorated.
in boiling water connecting hydrogen and oxygen. Using the collection principle, wouldn't it be much more efficient collecting the hydrogen and oxygen off the cavitation of a propeller? Almost free on ocean cargo ships.
Oh. Two things.
Go ahead.
First,
Right.
I did not know. Is that true? I'm not denying it. I just never heard that you could, what the word is, dissociate. So hydrogen and oxygen are very tightly bound. So that's why water just go anywhere. It's coming out of the sky and the ground. Water is water.
Right.
Okay? To break that molecule apart requires a huge investment of energy.
A lot of energy.
Do you know the evidence that it requires a lot of energy?
My stove.
No.
No.
You bring them back together.
Oh, and they create a lot of energy.
They create a lot of energy.
Yes.
That's all the energy it took you to pull them apart.
Right.
That's why when we go to the moon and find water, we don't say, oh, that's just rocket fuel, which it is. But you have to
Construction
put the energy
venture
in
completed.
it to separate them to get that energy out as rocket fuel. It's not just like oil sitting in the ground for you. All right. Okay. So I did not know if that's the case, that it would be at the tip of the fastest moving part of the propeller blade, that there's high enough energy there to break apart
Construction
the
venture
oxygen and hydrogen.
completed.
If there is, that's kind of cool.
It is.
And yeah, why not put a collection mechanism there?
Right.
But you're really after the hydrogen, because oxygen is, you get that for free anywhere in the atmosphere. So if it does that I'm intrigued by that. And you're right. There's propellers going across the ocean all the time.
All the time.
Yeah. So I can't comment on whether that's a real thing, but if it is a real thing, yes, do it for sure.
Cool.
But keep in mind it requires energy.
Right.
To make that happen.
So that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But the propeller's already expending that energy.
The energy that they're expending.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's a great thought experiment. But right now, shipping companies are reinvesting in sales to
help out the propeller?
To help reduce the amount of fuel that they use.
Wow.
And there's a company, I believe it's called Cargill or something like that. They're making these giant sails that are controlled by computers, and it cuts like the fuel consumption of a tanker like by 50%.
So what's it getting its energy from?
It's a sail.
No, people don't think about it.
Yeah.
But sails getting its energy from wind.
the wind.
Wind gets its energy from the unequal heating of Earth's surface.
Right.
So air moves to where it's hot or not hot,
right,
and where the pressure is.
So it's really solar power.
It's solar power.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting at here.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Everything's solar power, and
almost everything.
Almost everything's solar. And but here's the kicker.
What?
Can't use that for energy. How we gonna have a solar power? Like no, you gotta burn something, man. Come on. Anyway, just so infuriating.
Drill, baby, drill.
Drill.
All right.
Drill, baby, drill. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, that's what I told somebody. I said this last week to somebody when I was, Florida. I was down in Florida. And I said, so that big thing up there, it's 93 million miles away. It takes 8 minutes at the speed of light for the light to actually get here. And yet you can lay on that beach and it will burn your ass. But yeah, you're saying that it's not effective because they were saying like solar power doesn't work. It's too expensive and it's not effective.
It's called brainwashing.
You know what? There you go.
It's really that
Construction
simple.
venture completed.
Just said that, and I'm like, why did you argue with that idiot? Like, why would you argue with that dude?
If an argument lasts more than 5 minutes, then both sides are wrong.
And so I was right, because you know what? I said that to him, and he was like, no, it doesn't work when he said that. And I was like, okay. That was the end of the argument.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. This is Tom Isaac, and Tom says, hi, I have a question about the many worlds theory of quantum physics. The question is, if every quantum measurement causes the universe to split into multiple universes, where does all the energy and matter come from to create the new universes? It just materializes? Out of what?
Yeah, I can't comment philosophically on this.
Okay.
But I can comment from practical terms.
All right.
The many worlds hypothesis is an attempt to make rational sense of something that's otherwise completely irrational.
Mm-hmm.
A study has been completed.
To understand experiments in quantum physics, you invent a whole universe so that the other result goes into the other universe. That's the result that you didn't see, but might have seen, but didn't see. And okay, but I don't know what I can add or subtract from that. Because if you're going to create a whole universe, where does it get the energy from? I don't know.
Right.
Maybe they've thought about it. I don't know the answer.
Okay.
And I'm perfectly happy to say we forged our sensibilities, our senses and sensibilities on the plains of the Serengeti, trying to not get eaten by lions. And there's nothing about our primate brain that prepares us for quantum physics. So when quantum physics doesn't make sense, I recite the opening line of my book.
The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yep. All right.
And by saying there's many worlds, you're forcing it to make sense to you, but it brings out other issues as well that go unresolved.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is Mile Milkovsky or Millie Milkovsky. Or
they didn't give you help in helping.
Or some. That's weird. Okay.
Millet sounds good. I like that.
Millet, maybe we'll say. All right. So he says, "Hi, Neil and Chuck. My name is Mile. No. Oh no. He gave it to me. He gave it to me phonetically, and I still can't say it.
Oh, that's bad.
God.
Oh, that's bad. Chuck,
I know.
you can't pronounce the word nor the phonetic spelling of the word?
No, I cannot. Millet. Okay, Millet. I'm gonna go with that. From Macedonia, Balkan, Europe. Okay. He says, Neil, in your last book, To Infinity and Beyond, in the chapter To the Edge, do you mean that when we talk about the expanding universe, we are referring to the observable universe expanding?
Yes.
I thought that when everyone talks about the universe expanding, it's about the total universe expanding.
It's also that.
Please explain what I'm doing wrong.
No, you're not doing anything wrong. No. Both counts. The expansion universe is the entire universe. But when we speak about it in practical terms and what your telescope can see, and we see, quote, the edge of the universe with your telescope, that's the observable universe.
Right.
But I myself as well, have been a little sloppy there, distinguishing the universe from the observed universe. And I get a little sloppy. I ask forgiveness there. The whole thing expands. Right. But the part that's expanding that matters to us is within our horizon.
Right.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I hope, Millet, you're right and you're right. There you go.
That's it. That's
you're
it.
Right,
Council
you're right.
agenda ready.
That's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This is Trisha Lynch, who says, hi, Dr. Tyson and Lord Nice. This is Trisha Lynch from Beaverton, Oregon. What would happen if the Milky Way galaxy stopped rotating, both suddenly or gradually?
Wow.
Thank you for everything that you do.
I think I drove by Beaverton, Oregon last year.
Oh, okay.
Or earlier this year.
No, is it that kind of place? You just got to drive by.
No.
Oh, my God, what's that over
No,
there?
I was visiting Ashland, Oregon.
Oh, okay.
And I think Beaverton is somewhere in the area there.
Okay.
And I went to see the Shakespeare Festival there in Ashland, Oregon.
Oh, wow, look at that.
I'm just saying.
And, I guess Central Park was not
Central Park, New York.
I guess. You left Manhattan to go to Beaverton, Oregon, because that's where the good Shakespeare is. Yeah. Forget Shakespeare in the park. Yeah. All right.
So, now I forgot the question. Now, what was it?
So, basically, she's saying, if we stopped
stop the rotation
galaxy from spiraling, either very quickly or slow down to a stop, what would happen?
Oh, that's a good one. Okay. The fact that we are rotating is the only thing preventing us from falling into the central black hole.
Wow. So at the center of our galaxy is a black hole.
Yes, and if we stopped rotating, it means we're no longer orbiting
that
black hole, and so we just descend. Damn. Everything in the galaxy would fall into the black hole.
Wow.
Everything. That's right. By the way, it's no different from saying, here's the space station. Let's just stop it in its orbit.
Right.
What's going to happen? What's going to happen?
It'll
fall right out of the sky.
To the Earth. Right.
Yep.
Yes. Exactly.
So be glad we have orbits, even around black holes.
So, oh wow, that's a tenet of physics.
Yes, it is.
Spin stabilizes. So
no, that's a different spin stabilizing.
I know that's a physics here on Earth, but I'm saying it's the same.
No, spin stabilizing is a different phenomenon.
all together.
Oh, yes.
But
Football is spin
that's
stabilized.
what I'm saying. That's a spin stabilized. But this spin is not stabilizing us?
It's...
What I'm doing is interpolating.
Okay.
I'm
it's preventing us from
affixing
falling
one to
into the
other.
middle. It's preventing that.
It's just preventing.
Our sideways motion. That's correct.
Okay.
And you can say, oh, look how perfectly the galaxy
so wait
is...
a minute. See, you said it differently now, and that's the difference. It's not spin. It's sideways motion.
Well, it's orbiting. It's
right.
an orbit.
That's what an orbit is.
Yeah.
Sideways motion.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
So, yeah. So we're falling around a black hole right
And by the way, any matter that was there that didn't have the proper speed,
right,
it fell in already.
Right. So we're actually falling. We just have sideways motion that keeps us from going in.
Correct.
There you go. I got you.
Council agenda available.
Okay, cool. Great
And
question.
if it slowly came to a stop, then slowly the orbits would just sink in until it came to a stop, and then everything would just rapidly fall.
Right.
Yeah.
Slow. Yeah. So when's it slowed down? There you go. Monopoly World wants to know this. To whomsoever it may concern.
Ooh.
All right. What do you think? What do you think this is? Science Friday?
No.
Like, I just put this question out to everybody, and whoever picks it up, please answer it. You know, I don't care who if it's Bill Nye, Science Friday, Brian Green, just to whom.
All right.
Construction venture completed.
Please explain the Casimir Force. I saw Harold Sonny White.
Construction venture completed.
Talk about it, but I need your version.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So let me give what I think is my best account of that.
Okay.
I don't think I'm missing anything, but I might.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm going to be Joe Rogan now.
Okay.
Okay, here you go. Go ahead.
So, you have two parallel plates of conducting material, metal, let's say.
And what's metal?
Metal conducts
A
electricity.
system survey has concluded.
One of the properties of metal is that it conducts electricity, but there's other properties that define
Construction venture completed.
Okay, I only have 3 hours here, so let's talk about that.
So,
all right, go ahead.
Two plates, very flat metal plates.
Right.
And there's air in between them.
Okay.
So why don't I evacuate the air so that there's nothing going on?
Nothing between them.
Nothing between them, okay? There's no vibrations from the molecule. Okay, so there they are. Now there's a vacuum between them. And I just slowly bring them closer and closer together. There is a distance within which they will feel an attractive force and pull together. As a Casimir force, correct?
Right.
I think this is correct. The interpretation is, it is so close that the particles on either side of the vacuum, we're now so close to each other that the distance between them rivals the wavelength of the particles in the parallel plates to begin with.
Okay. The distance between them.
Between the two plates.
Rivals the wavelength.
Right.
Of the particles
that comprise the plates.
Okay.
So you're now contained within a wavelength of the subatomic material.
Oh, that's freaking amazing.
Yeah, it's freaking right. The fact that someone would even do that experiment and find that that's the result.
Right.
That's crazy.
That is incredible.
Mm-hmm. So that's the Casimir effect. And it's a purely quantum mechanical phenomenon. It doesn't have an analog in classical physics.
Right.
Yeah.
That is really, I got to tell you, some of the freakiest crap right now as I'm thinking about right now. That is really freaky, man, because there is nothing between
Construction
them.
venture
But what you're
completed.
saying is the wavelength of the particle now becomes like a pressure.
Yes.
And that pressure of the wavelength of the particles itself, even though there's nothing between them,
right,
creates this force that mimics magnetic attraction, but it's not magnetic
study has
attraction.
been
It's not.
completed.
It's
Correct.
the two coming together.
Now, I'm just thinking about this out loud.
Freaking crazy.
No, it is.
I love it.
If I got something wrong in that explanation, it might not be the particles on the plates. It could be the wavelength of the virtual particles that exists in the vacuum.
In the vacuum itself.
That's between them.
Well, yeah.
It's still a phenomenon.
It's the same principle. No matter what.
It'd be the same principle.
Whether you got that part right or not,
Yeah,
it doesn't
yeah,
make a
okay.
difference. We're talking about the phenomena itself.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's just a whole new phenomenon. Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah, I think he won a Nobel Prize. So that's a testament to people asking questions and doing experiments. Yeah.
I heard about the damn Casimir.
You didn't know about the Casimir effect?
When declaring war, we also need to declare our intentions to both our enemy and any allies. These war goals determine what kind of demands we can press during peace negotiations, ranging from the ceding of planets to vassalization.
Very nice, buddy. Very nice. On a recent episode, Dr. Tyson corrected the movie idea about the density of objects in the asteroid belt.
Yes.
We just go through
the claims interface, we can spend influence to lay claim to star systems owned by others. Having a claim on a system gives us a valid casus belli against the owner, allowing us to declare war for the purpose of conquering it.
In other words, would we have another planet, or would Neil end up putting it in the dustbin like Pluto?
People still haven't gotten over Pluto.
No, they never.
All right, so a couple of things.
All right.
If you look at the distances between the planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, there's a huge gap between Mars and Jupiter.
Okay.
And people are saying, there should be a planet there.
Right.
Let's look. This is in the 1700s. Let's look. There's got to be a planet there. And we discovered a planet there. We discovered planet Ceres. And then Pallas and Vesta and Juno. The first 4 planets discovered in the asteroid belt. If you look up in 1805 textbooks for how many planets there were in the solar system, it was Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Pallas, Vesta, Juno, and the 4th one. I forgot what. So they would count as planets until we said, wait a minute, they're all in the same place, and they're kind of different, and they're really small, they're kind of rocky. They're not planets. They're asteroids. They're star-like. Asteroid.
Oh.
Star-like.
Star-like.
Because they're tiny dots of light, just the way stars are, except they have nothing to do with stars. People presume there was a planet there. They found these fragments, and they're very excited about that. However, if you take all those fragments and glue them together into one object, you get something about 5% the size of the moon.
Well, that ain't a planet. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That ain't even.
That was
a
never a
moon.
planet.
That ain't even a moon. You kidding me?
It was never a planet.
Right.
Right.
So
it's an excellent question.
It's a great question. So it's basically just it's trash. It's just leftover trash from the creation of our solar system.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes, that's what debris.
Debris.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. All right. This is Rye Guy, and Rye Guy says, "Greetings, Dr. Tyson and Lord Nice. Rye Guy here from Arlington, Virginia. Is it possible that space and time existed separately to one another prior to the Big Bang, and the Big Bang is the result of separate dimensions violently merging? Are there any signs we could theoretically look for to confirm that as our origin story? Is there anything that exists that would explicitly disprove that possibility?"
So this which possibility again?
The possibility that space and time itself were separate.
We're separate.
The Big Bang itself fused them, and now they're inexorably tied.
But you have never noticed a time unless you were at a place.
Right.
And you've never been at a place without having noticed a time.
Right.
So why should we believe they were ever separate? What would it even mean
for them to be separate?
To be separate. It's not clear.
Well, I think what he's getting at, because we've talked about this before, in a higher dimension, we're free from the constraints of time in this dimension.
Yes.
So what he's saying is it possible that this is some kind of derivative of that higher dimension where we're free from time?
Okay.
And now we're bound by time.
Yeah, so I can't imagine a higher dimension where you can move freely in the time.
A study has been completed.
That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, and so that's a good fact if we lived in a place such as that.
Right.
I got to...
Construction venture completed.
Time is defined to make motion look simple.
Damn, Einstein was gangster. Time was defined
to make motion look simple.
That is so profoundly simplistic that it's scary.
Yeah, yeah. And the scary part is that it might be correct.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it would mean to have a universe without time.
Right.
How do you have events that follow other events?
Right.
Is it just frozen there forever? I don't know.
Interesting. You're right.
Right.
Right, because the motion itself connotes time.
Correct. And so, yeah, I'm not convinced.
Right. This is Jaden Peters, who says, greetings from Utah. Jaden here, longtime listener. My question is a simple one, but simultaneously complex. We'll be the judge of that, Jaden. All right. He says, what advice would you give to a physics major currently in college, particularly considering today's political climate and the defunding of scientific programs? I have great apprehension of completing my degree in astrophysics. Thank you so much. Wow. I was joking when I said that, but that is a really serious question that Jaden puts forth for you.
Yeah. So
Damn.
I'll give a cop-out answer, then I'll give a real answer.
All right.
My cop-out answer is, and this too shall pass.
Okay. Right, science is going to be here no matter what.
That's true.
When we went through, there were dark ages.
You can say, I want to fund science, but somebody will.
Somebody's going to do it.
Somebody's going to play the tune, and you have to dance to that tune. Because whether or not it is we, there are other countries in the world that value science on a level that makes our investments look bad. So, yeah. But anyhow, I would say physics is foundational. There is no understanding of biology without chemistry, and there's no understanding of chemistry without physics. I have chemistry books from the 1800s. You open them up, it's like, well, add 3 parts pitch blend and 2 parts sulfur, and you get... Next page, add 1 part hydrogen. What's up? There's no... It's kitchen recipes for chemistry. Not until we understood the periodic table of elements. Why is it periodic? Why do elements in a column make the same kinds of molecules? What's going on? It's all explained with physics. All of it. And don't judge any future of anything based on what's going on in the present when you're still in school. Yeah, if it was 80 years ago, you say, oh, what's the good industry will be in 20 years? I'll tell you that.
Plastics.
Yeah, I mean, back then, the things didn't move as fast. So your whole career could be planned out and you'd know exactly what you'd be working on. Today, I mean, oh my gosh.
Right.
I think we're good there.
Yeah, man. That's great advice. Science is going to be here no matter what. So
well, especially physics.
And physics. So stick with physics.
Just stick with it.
And go for it.
Then, as a physicist, you understand matter, motion, and energy. And there's nothing going on in the world that doesn't tap at least one of those 3.
There you go.
And most of it involves it all.
Nice way to end it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Another installment. Galactic Gumbo.
Yeah, that don't move. Matter and emotion. That's right.
Are there any high-pitched galactic gumbo voices?
There can't be.
There can't be.
There's nobody in New Orleans who's walking around going, hey, no. Gotta be like this. You know what I'm saying? I'm on there again. You know, so
All right. That's all the time we have, Chuck.
Oh, man, that was good, though. That was a fun one. That was fun. I'm glad I'd never got through that many in my whole life. Yeah, that's
okay.
Yeah.
All right. This has been another installment of Star Talk, Cosmic Queries, Grab Bag Edition, or according to Chuck, Galactic Gumbo. Always good to have you, man.
Always a pleasure.
All right. Neil deGrasse Tyson, for Star Talk, as always, bidding you to keep looking up.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use card lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank NA, member FDIC.
Shop in store or online at oldnavy.com.
This season, the game begins before the games begin. On August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. Futures Day is coming. Visit the FanDuel app to learn more and get your picks ready now. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In the summer of 2019, a wealthy financier named Jeffrey Epstein was arrested on charges that would shake the foundation of elite society. And his subsequent death in a Manhattan jail cell would only deepen the mystery surrounding one of the most disturbing criminal networks in modern American history. This is a story of Jeffrey Epstein. Not just the man, but the system that protected him, and the powerful people who enabled him, and the web of just straight up corruption that continues to this day. And what you're about to hear is based entirely on documented facts, court records, investigative journalism, and sworn-in testimony. I will not speculate, we'll let the evidence just speak for itself. But by the end, you'll understand why so many people believe there's far more to the story than we've ever been told. And also, I like my life. I really like living, and I don't plan on leaving anytime soon. Crime, conspiracy, cults, serial killers, and murder. All things that I love to consume, and I know you do too, you sick, twisted, intellectual, beautiful-minded freak. And today, we are getting into something controversial, but I think something that needs to be spoken about because it's way bigger than any of us know. And I just want to keep talking about it. I don't want it to go under the rug like some other elites really do. So let's just put these people on blast. So without further ado, let's unbuckle our seatbelts, go Mach 5 down the highway, slam on the brakes, and bust.
Construction venture
This is
completed.
the table, the one with the view. This is how you reserve exclusive tables with Chase Sapphire Reserve. This is your name on the list. This is the chef sending you something he didn't put on the menu. This is 3 times points on dining with Chase Sapphire Reserve and a $300 dining credit that covered the citrus pavlova and drinks and the thing you didn't think you liked until you tasted it. Chase Sapphire Reserve.
We have declared war.
Learn more at chase.com/Sapphire Reserve. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Sling has more of the live sports, news, and entertainment channels you love and less of the ones you don't, so you save hundreds on TV. And with rewards on Sling, you could win up to $10,000 in cash and other prizes just for watching 30 minutes of TV. Customize your channel lineup or watch for free and get rewarded for doing it. Sling lets you do that. Visit sling.com to learn more and get started. Restrictions apply.
Complexity and emergence. 2 terms that I think in modern times should be on everyone's tongue.
They will be after this show.
Instead of what we have right now, which is stupidity and ignorance.
Coming up on Star Talk. Welcome to Star Talk, your place in the universe where science and pop culture collide. Star Talk begins right now. This is Star Talk Special Edition, which means I got Gary O'Reilly sitting right next to me.
Hi, Neil.
Gary, former soccer pro.
Yes.
Chuck Nice, good to have you, man.
Who knows nothing about soccer?
Nothing. That's because you're American.
That's right.
A hostile station has
So,
been engaged.
you guys always come up with fun topics, and today is no exception. It's complexity.
Yes.
Oh my God. Complexity.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm
Please
amazed
simplify.
this is our first time we've ever handled this subject.
It's been one we've been waiting to find the right guest to enter the arena.
Okay.
And guess what? We have.
We have, okay. All right, take us there.
Let me frame it this way. As we come to grips with the reality of the lives we live, I ask myself, is there anyone out there considering the complexity of everything? Right? Asking the big questions. How did intelligence evolve in the universe? Does intelligence have limits? How do ideas evolve? Are there laws of life? And then here the biggie, what is life? Right? So happy to say there isn't just one individual, but an institution that's set to these tasks. Neil, if you would kindly introduce our guest.
I would be delighted to. We've got with us David Krakauer. David, welcome to Star Talk.
Fantastic to be with you.
Yeah, and you are president of the Santa Fe Institute in New Mexico. This is a world-famous place where deep thinkers go. And the question is...
and die.
That's what do they ever come out, is the question. So you are the William H. Miller Professor of Complex Systems. I'm impressed that that's even a title you can have.
It's a great, yes.
A Professor of Complex Systems.
Imagine how big his door is just to get that name on there.
I want to be Professor of Simple Systems.
The situation log has been amended.
What else? You have a background in evolutionary
Construction
theory.
venture completed.
With also a background in computer science and math. So it sounds like you've got just the right pedigree for this. And I think if we have time, we'll get to that you're founder of the Interplanetary Project at the Santa Fe Institute. I only just now first heard of that, but we want to get to the bottom of that as well. So let me just lead off here. We've had a couple of guests on our show who have either spent time at the Santa Fe Institute or were on the faculty there, if that's the right way to say it. Can you just remind everybody what the mission statement is of the Santa Fe Institute and what distinguishes it from any other place that believes they're having deep thoughts about the world?
And can you simplify that into one sentence?
No.
Yes.
No, he's a complexity professor.
Oh, that's right.
Well, I'll tell you the mission, which is one sentence. It won't help, but it's searching for order in the complexity of evolving worlds. That's the mission statement, and I guess this whole conversation is, what does that even mean?
Which has its own bias,
A
because you're presuming
spaceborne life
there's
form
order
has
within the
appeared to
complexity
us.
to begin with.
Absolutely, and I assume the fact that we're here having this conversation is some kind of evidence of that fact.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so essentially the Institute was founded in 1984 in the mountains of New Mexico. There's a reason we're here, because of Los Alamos, and we can discuss that history, because it's sort of interesting, actually. I think of us as the sort of more generative, optimistic, fissile material in this part of the landscape.
Just to remind people, Los Alamos, I mean, it's a national lab,
Right.
okay?
Right.
And we're nuclear
A
reserve.
hostile station has
managed
been engaged.
And overseen. Very important
Construction
place.
venture
And it's not
completed.
an accident that it's in the middle of freaking nowhere.
Right.
Okay? You're not gonna put that in a city.
Just in case of an accident, it's in the middle of freaking nowhere.
Okay, so you have genetic history, overlapping history with Los Alamos.
Los Alamos, absolutely. In fact, it's sort of interesting that there's an interesting cultural history here. The founding president, George Cowan, he was a child prodigy, and he had worked very early with two people from your world. He'd worked with Eugene Wigner, who won the Nobel Prize for his work on symmetries applied to physics, and with Enrico Fermi. And
famous for the
very
Fermi
young.
paradox and among other things. Yes.
And among many other things. And so he then became eventually the director of research at Los Alamos. In the 1950s, he was asked to give a talk at the Aspen Institute, which is kind of just down the road in Colorado. And he gave a talk on social entropy. Right? So the notion of entropy we're familiar with, from physics, that systems tend towards disorder. And he thought, well, maybe that's true of society. He gives the talk and he flames out. No one understood what he was talking about. Is this a metaphor? Do you actually have something in mind mathematically? That was in the early 50s. 30 years elapsed, and you're thinking there's something wrong with the world, where the social sciences and the natural sciences, the mathematical sciences are not communicating as they should be. And that's really the origin story. In the 80s, a group of rather illustrious people came together, several Nobel laureates, So what would it take to build an institute where we don't start with the divisions of departments and the divisions of knowledge, but we actually just kind of short-circuit them and have people compressed in a very high density in one place in the high desert. And that's sort of the premise.
I'm interested. Interplanetary project. I mean,
yeah, what is that?
There's an itch that needs scratching right now.
Right
please.
there. Yes.
Okay, so given our perspective on how the world works, how the universe works, our belief, right, that life is probably universal. There's no evidence, but I think it's a reasonable assumption to make.
Right.
What would it mean to have a theory of the universe or a festival of the universe that included not just physics, but economics and sociology and poetry and art and music, right? In other words, astrobiology, as Neil well knows, is dominated by physics. But if it's true, right, that there's life elsewhere, there might be extraordinary sport, extraordinary music to be discovered on other planets. So we wanted to expand
Construction
the range
venture completed.
of thinking about life in the universe to encompass all disciplines. And that's, again, that's the kind of spirit of it.
Are these really disciplines that are created by life, or are they our perception of our preeminence in life?
Yeah, that's a really deep question that relates
so
to this
deep, I didn't
concept of-
understand it.
Really?
No. I mean,
So here's what I'm saying.
If you find aliens and they play music, is that what you're saying, or what?
Yeah, my point is this: we think that would happen because we do it.
Oh, okay.
Do you understand?
So that's an interesting bias.
We have a perception of preeminence in the universe itself, and so
even in the movie,
why would we make the supposition that
Close
those
Encounters
things
of the
exist?
Third Kind?
Right.
They played musical
They played
notes
music back to
to
us.
each other.
Right.
Yeah.
Look at our other bias. Let me just turn this around on you a bit, which is that everyone would say, look, maybe chemistry is universal, right? So we're going to find DNA or RNA. That's universal. But mathematics, well, we could describe things mathematically, but is mathematics can be universal? Is music? I mean, what is the, if you like, set of beliefs we have that make the most fundamental constituents universal and everything else somehow anthropomorphic?
So
and I would like to question that premise.
Gotcha. And
I'm down with that.
And that flows in and through your thinking about an interplanetary project. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
and in
got it.
fact, the slogan of the Interplanetary Project was changing the world one planet at a time.
That's actually
And
very
I
good.
think,
Yeah.
right, because
A
I want to change
spaceport
this
is
world,
set.
I don't want to particularly change others. And the question is, could a more expansive, humanistic, decent perspective on things allow us to make progress on this planet?
Well, we did discover a planet that's completely inhabited by robots. It's called Mars.
Oh, how long have you been sat on that joke?
waiting to put it out there. So now we got the institute understood. Now tell us about complexity.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, this is. There are several ways to do this, and you just tell me which you like and don't like. And
A hostile
throw out
station has been
options,
engaged.
because I'm going to take different slices through this idea, right?
Right, let's start with the roots. What are the roots of complexity science?
Okay, Well, okay, so, all right. So I just wrote a whole series of books on this. So it's a very good question for me. So essentially, one way to say this is the roots are the study of machines. Machines that were made, right, in the Industrial Revolution, like steam engines, or machines that evolved, like organisms.
Just to clarify, you're not referring to the 5 basic machines of physics here.
No.
You're referring to industrial machines that we have made, manufactured in our civilization.
Exactly, like the steam engine, like the centrifugal governor, or like an organism. So, exactly. So, mechanisms in the natural world that do work of one kind or another.
Gotcha.
And, right, so sometimes we call that problem-solving matter, in contrast to the regular matter that's studied by physicists and chemists.
I
So,
like
you know,
that
you don't look at
distinction.
the
Yeah, because in physics class, there's a frictionless pulley pulling a mass on an inclined plane.
Right.
We're not thinking that has consciousness or anything else. No. It's not doing anything interesting other than fitting into my problem set.
Right.
Right. So yeah, I like that distinction. Continue, please.
Right. So okay. So that's one way to go. Right. So problem-solving matter, versus regular. And then there's a whole bunch of questions, in fact, you just did it, that feel very natural when you talk about problem-solving matter. Like, for example, how efficient is it? How did it originate? How does it adapt, right? How smart is it? How does it store information? How does it evolve? How does it fail, right? And how eventually does it go extinct? And some of those questions are shared with physics, many of them are not. It's not really meaningful to say how smart is the moon. I mean, some people probably do, but we tend to ignore those people, right? And so, but it's totally natural to say, how much information does an economy store, right? How does a society of insects compute? So in a way, you can define it by the questions that feel natural for it. And all of those are natural to all the scales we study.
I like that because when you have that awareness, it means you're not going to force a square peg into a round hole if you're looking at a different system. Just because certain questions and solutions work with one system of machines doesn't mean they'll work for all of them. And so if you keep your interactions native to the phenomenon, you're surely likely to get deeper into what's going on for it. Is that a fair characterization of what you just said?
No, that's exactly right. And I think what happens, and this happened in history of physics, is that the domain, what we would call like the ontology, the reality, requests from us a certain methodology or set of approaches we call epistemology. And so the physical world loves principles of symmetry, right, which we encode in various principles in physics, typically conservation laws, right? In complex systems, we like broken symmetries and noise, irregularities that get fixed, that sometimes we call frozen accidents. And that needs a different kind of theory. And a lot of SFI is about finding a theory for the messier
Construction
domain
venture
between
completed.
order and chaos.
Getting your prescription shouldn't be complicated. That's why United Health
A
Group
hostile
is
station has
eliminating
been
25% of reauthorizations for 140 medications that treat chronic conditions like high cholesterol, hypertension, and behavioral health. This will help keep patients on medications, reduce workload for physicians and pharmacists, and lower administrative costs. Discover how United Health Group is making healthcare simpler at uhg.com.
Your body is brilliant. Nature's Bounty has a bounty of solutions to help you thrive, supporting your systems from your head to your heels. Nature's Bounty High Absorption Magnesium Glycinate supports heart, bone, nerve, and muscle health, while just one hair growth capsule a day helps grow thicker, fuller hair. Delicious new Nature's Bounty Probiotic Gummies contain prebiotics and postbiotics, supporting gut health, regularity, and immune health. Nature's Bounty. It's in your nature. Learn more at naturesbounty.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
With networks like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, and more, Sling is the best way to get the news you care about, which is great for everyone. Well, almost
A
everyone.
belligerent fleet
Where's
has
that
been
dang
engaged.
paperboy? I need my news outdated and rolled up like a burrito. Finally. Now I can read all about what happened forever ago.
Get the most important news delivered reliably at the best price. Sling lets you do that. Visit sling.com/news to see your offer.
Hi, I'm Ernie Carducci from Columbus, Ohio. I'm here with my son Ernie because we listen to Star Talk every night and support Star Talk on Patreon.
This is Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So this is chaos theory. So you're looking for patterns out of chaos theory. But if you take a step back,
But he didn't say it was chaos theory.
Yeah, he didn't.
He
He
said
said
it's in between.
A station is under attack.
Yes.
I know.
Look, what he said was it's in between pure chaos and
A hostile
order.
station has been
And
engaged.
there's messy systems that might yield
to
Construction venture completed.
analysis, as you're saying.
Does chaos actually present with certain regularity of patterns?
Yes, so actually, I mean, just to...
Construction
okay, let me
venture
decide, I'll get there in a
completed.
second. A footnote to that. The answer is yes. Neil's right. I mean, chaos theory is a tiny, tiny, tiny part of complexity. And in fact, weirdly enough, it's a part of complexity that fits very naturally in physics. It came out of the study of things like the so-called three-body problem, classical systems, right, that are completely deterministic. There's no noise in chaos. It's deterministic irregularity. So it does present as order that appears superficially to be random. And we're interested in subjects that have that property, but they add real randomness, like thermal randomness, noise to them. So early in our history, because of a book that was written by James Gleig, actually, in 92.
Oh, yeah.
It's called Chaos, right? And it was an important book for SFI because he talked a lot about our work. But it's actually a tiny part of what we do, and it's the part that's very close to physics.
All right.
So it could.
So there.
That no.
Now I know more. I am better educated, so thank you.
Okay, so how about other elements?
I was just going to say, but are you looking in the messiness for reason, or if you want to call it order, if you want to call it non-messiness, that so that the messiness itself really isn't messy, we just see it that way. We don't understand it.
Yes. Okay, so, right. So, interestingly, so where does this word complexity come from? And it gets exactly to your question. In 1948, Warren Weaver, who was a mathematician, he wanted to classify all of regularity or irregularity in the universe, right? And he said, and we can debate whether this is useful, I find it quite useful. He said there are simple phenomena. That's classical physics. It doesn't mean it's easy to understand, but it's to Neil's earlier point. It's simple. There are beautiful laws, elegant mathematical formalisms that explain it. Then there's the world of what he called disorganized complexity. That's the sort of the study of gases, what we would now study with thermodynamics and statistical mechanics. Irregular things, but have beautiful descriptions. And then in the middle, there's organized complexity. It's not a gas, it's an organism, it's an ant, right? It's a brain, it's a city. And in that space, what we realized really at the end of the 19th century is we don't have good theories for it. We can do irregularity beautifully.
A study has been completed.
Beautifully. And then you move to everything that we actually care about in some sense as human
A
beings.
hostile station has been
living
engaged.
beings. We kind of under-theorized, beautifully described, beautiful artworks. But what is the kind of mathematics of that zone of organized complexity? And I think you make a really important point, which is that how much order you see is a function of the observer. And if the observer has more computational power, it's going to see more order, right? So complexity is observer dependent in a very profound way, rather like quantum mechanics is observer dependent in a very different way.
Wow.
But this has to do with our computational capability, if you like.
I'm going to tell you the truth right now. I'm just going to come out and say it. I actually thought when we started that this was going to be bullshit. but he is making some great points here.
That's why he's on.
That's why we got the man.
That's why he's here.
That's why we got the man.
So when you look for adaptive functions, is that the sort of pattern that you're looking for, how it's reacted to, for want of a better term, environmental circumstances?
Definitely. I mean, I think, you know, one of the challenges, right, is going from, and I think you've had some of my friends on that show who talk about this. I mean, maybe Sean and maybe
Yeah, we had
Sarah.
Sean Carroll. Yes,
Right,
he's a friend of the show.
And yeah, and so that's a good example. So you go from, you know, what's the difference between a ball rolling down a hill, right? So it's minimizing some function, and an organism adapting. And that distinction, to this day, people debate, is there adaptation in physics? You know, maximizing some function or minimizing some function? Or is it unique to the living state? And so for us, agency, the agent, you know, it could be an organism, could be a machine, actually, it could be an AI, has some characteristics that a ball rolling down a hill do not have, that we need a new theory for. And we can talk about what that new theory looks like.
Right.
But adaptation is absolutely central to complexity because without it, there isn't any.
I will tell you this much, an AI rolling down the hill is a hell of a lot more expensive.
Than a ball rolling down a hill.
You have lost a lot of money other than that ball.
All right, so this approach seems potent enough so that it does not need to be constrained to any one discipline. And I'm impressed to see efforts to apply this to society, economic systems, civilization itself.
Yeah.
So, do you have enough confidence in your modeling and its foundations to then go into something that's way more complex than basic physics because you're now involving human behavior?
Yes, in other words, can you solve stupidity? Because we are living in a very high time of stupidity.
Well, that's actually, that's my area of interest. So I can't solve it, but I can diagnose it. And so, but we can talk about what it means. Let me just address both. I feel this question, I don't know, is the real honest answer to this question. I think that something interesting happens that's sometimes surprising. And this is
A
very
hostile
familiar
fleet has appeared to us.
Right? If you try to understand an individual particle floating about, it's really hard. Its trajectory is essentially random. But you have enough particles and you average, and order emerges, right? So for example, a fluid will flow. And so we have equations of fluids that look at things like viscosity and average density that don't worry about the individual particles and all their peculiarities. And in just the same way, humans that are fundamentally, I think, unpredictable, I mean, there are things we do that are predictable, alas, but in aggregate, there are predictable regularities in societies, and economists and psychologists and sociologists exploit those facts. So if you aggregate right, then a regularity and a pattern can emerge again. And I think the big question for us is a city, is a civilization one of those things that actually shows emergent regularity, which will give us some handle on them that we might be able to control?
This is not a pushback, but I need some clarification here. Because when you talk about a city and you talk about, let's just say the aggregate of a group, okay? All right?
People.
People, thank you. When you talk about people, all right? A neuroscientist will tell you that we are predictable enough that if given enough data on the person, I can tell you exactly
A hostile station has been
and if
engaged.
given enough
advertisers know that.
Yeah, advertisers.
You don't need
We don't even need neuroscientists, right?
Yeah.
And if given enough data on a group, I can tell you exactly how to manipulate them for them to become violent, for them to become docile, for them to become agitated. So where is the emergence in that? Because
we haven't talked about emergence yet.
Okay. Well, you're right. Okay.
Okay.
But
it's still a great
I
question.
felt like he was moving towards emergence with that.
No,
with what he just said.
But the bridge there is he's brilliantly analogizing the fact that you have gas fluid particles.
I agree
and
with that.
individually, you don't. There's no flow law.
Yeah, you're
for
not
individual
worried
particle.
about the particle, but when they come together, they actually present these properties that make them as a whole act differently.
And you basically just said what he said, that in aggregate, we behave in ways that may be predictable and be describable analytically.
Yes, but here's the difference. As human beings, that's due to the fact that each one of us has to be in a very particular place for that to happen. Do you understand what I'm saying? Unlike particles, all the particles is going to do the same thing. All of them, all the time.
All right, David,
That's my
question
point.
for you. If you go back to the reference point of cities, does it
Yes.
change for an unplanned to a planned city where the predictability is as same or very different?
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, good question. I mean, I think that for the things that we study, not so much, interestingly. Okay, I want to thread these points.
All right,
all
good.
of them, because they're all really good and they're actually getting at the heart of why this is difficult. So the first point about, yes, humans are not like
A
little,
belligerent fleet has been
round
engaged.
particles. We have histories, we have desires, we have beliefs, right? And so we're heterogeneous in a way that particles are not. That is absolutely right. It's what makes
And that's
it
really
very
all
difficult.
Chuck was
That's what I'm saying.
trying to say.
Yes, that's Chuck's
Correct.
point.
Sorry
And I
for
think
taking
that's
so long to
completely-
get there.
No, but
The station is under
really
attack.
important, right? And I think, and yet, right, if I half the price of the groceries, you're going to go out and buy more of them because you're fearful that the price will go up again next week. But you see what I mean? There are regular patterns of behavior despite all of that heterogeneity, which
A
is
special
important.
project is
And so
complete.
the question is at what scale? So now let's go to cities, right? It turns out actually that cities are so constraining of the supply of energy and the supply of resources and the interactions between people and neighborhoods that there are emergent regularities that come out of those constraints.
A spaceport has been
If you
lost
look
to the
at
other
growth
side.
of GDP, as a city gets larger. It follows a universal law that looks like it's a law of physics. You get a scaling of GDP that goes as essentially the population size to the 1.15.
A worldly invasion has
So whatever.
begun.
But the point is that weirdly enough, when you impose these strong constraints on society, they start looking more like physical systems. They have emergent regularities.
Oh man, that's great.
And as you remove those constraints, right, then of course many of these systems, these kind of theories fail.
So let's blow open the topic now then of emergence. Yeah. Because that's a topic of great fascination, especially in biology. But to the extent that that can apply to other systems, that would be amazing to get some insight into
A spaceborne life
what's
form
going
has
on
appeared to us.
on the frontier where we don't understand what's going on.
And just because you and Neil and Gary probably too, because he's did all the research on this, can you please define emergence? Because I hear people use the term, and I think a lot of times they're not using it correctly. So can you please just tell us, what is emergence?
That's a completely fair observation. I spend most of my life, in horror. Okay. First of all, I want to say it's a difficult concept, and I think it would be completely accurate to say that we still have huge amounts of work to do to understand formally what it means. But I'm now going to, having said all that little caveat, I'll tell you what I think it is.
A belligerent fleet has been engaged.
So we just talked about it. We talked about gases, like the kinetic theory of gases. Put loads of those particles together, right? And you can get solids at the right temperatures and pressures, and you can get fluids. And it turns out that the mathematical equations you use to describe those two systems are different, right? And the dimension, the simplicity, if you like, the number of terms in those equations are different. And so we like fluid dynamics because it's actually quite a elegant way of describing the behavior of loads and loads of particles in a particular temperature and pressure. That is emergence. The fact that you have two things, a new state of matter with properties that wouldn't really seem to apply at the individual particle level, and it has a new language of description, and a new language of prediction. Those are the two hallmarks. Now, it's interesting you were talking about psychology, advertising, and neuroscience. And that's a beautiful example. So let's imagine, right, that in order to be a really good psychologist or marketer, you had to be a great neuroscientist.
A station is under
Of course,
attack.
a really good marketer doesn't need to be a good neuroscientist, because all of that detail is a little bit like a particle in a gas relative to a fluid. A good marketer is doing something like fluid dynamics, by analogy. They're understanding collective
worldly
properties
invasion
that have
has
their
begun.
own language. Right? And I think a lot of kind of
A military
pseudoscience
station has
honest
perished.
is where a level that has its own perfectly
A
adequate
spaceport
language
has been lost
starts
to the other
using more
side.
reductionist language to give it legitimacy. So emergence. One, new states or phases of matter or organization. Two, new languages and descriptions, typically mathematical, it doesn't have to be, right? And three, the tricky one is not everything deserves to be called emergent. And so finding that emergent level is actually part of the challenge. And a lot of, we would argue, a lot of economic theory would be better off being replaced by psychology, because the language it's
Inbound
derived or
communicate.
invented doesn't really work. Fluid dynamics. So the failures of emergence are also really interesting.
Cool, man.
So when you get to the state of emergence, what is the prediction accuracy for you being able to say this is most likely going to be happening here?
Yeah, that's actually the criterion, right? That, if you'll allow me, I'm going to use another analogy
Go
that
for it.
helps. Okay. So let's say that I'm proving a mathematical
A
physics.
hostile fleet has appeared to
The
us.
way that works, you write down your axioms, right? Your assumptions, you put down your
A
equations,
spaceborne life
and then you
form
have
has
a
appeared
bunch
to
of
us.
kind of a toolkit for doing deduction. You apply calculus or group theory, whatever you like, and out pops an answer, right? And the correctness of that answer has nothing to do with your psychological state, nothing to do with what you have for breakfast.
A
in the
hostile
morning,
station
nothing to
has
do
been
with the
engaged.
economy, right? Nothing to do with neurons. It has to do with the formal logic of mathematics. And that's the most beautiful example of emergence for me, because you wouldn't
Construction
gain
venture
technical
completed.
insight into the correctness of a proof by knowing what the neurons were doing. They're irrelevant. And the technical term for that is screened off. Truly emergent phenomena screen off.
A station is under
microscopic
attack.
degrees of freedom. That's fancy language. And we know it's true, right? But we know it's true of mathematics. It's probably the best example, I think, of a truly emergent language. And because, to your point, it does predict. It does.
A spaceport has been lost to the other side.
You don't have to go down.
So I'm curious about something here. So when we look at flocking birds,
yeah,
that is a macroscopic group behavior where, as far as I understand it,
A hostile fleet has appeared to us.
There's no known way to analyze a single bird in any way that will tell you that in the company of other birds it will flock. And I've always thought of emergence as just such a system. And you hinted to that with the gas particle and the gas as a fluid or as a solid or as a gas. Well, yeah.
Depending on temperature and pressure.
Sorry, the molecule, as a solid, liquid, or gas. So, would you agree that these other kinds of systems, you can't look at a termite and say one day it will build a termite mound? Is it because we don't know enough about it? Do we need to be more reductive or less reductive in our analysis of the organism to know what it would do macroscopically in a group?
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. So I think sometimes that and sometimes the opposite.
Inbound communicate. A hostile station has been
It's
engaged.
interesting because let's say it's sort of interesting, right? If you said, I know everything about the neuroscience of an ant, right? Or a termite or a starling, you know?
Yep.
I know about fluid dynamics, hydrodynamics, I know what feathers do, I know how far they can see, you know, all of that. So I could predict, if I put a bunch of them together, how they would behave. And I think that there are going to be cases
A
where
belligerent fleet has been engaged.
But that doesn't mean emergence isn't still useful. Because you might say, yes, I can. I needed deep thought, the computer from, you know, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? To work it out, and it took the lifetime of the universe to do so. But I could do it, as opposed to, you know what, Neil, I've got a pencil and paper here. I'm going to write down my little emergent theory, and I'm going to do it in 5 seconds. And so there is a side to emergence, which is just about efficiency.
Yeah.
Efficiency.
Yeah.
A hostile station has been
An equation
engaged.
on a T-shirt sometime soon.
We have many of those. Unfortunately, we have too many of those. That's part of the problem.
equations, right?
All right, well, let's. I mean, Chuck mentioned AI earlier on, and we don't want to roll it down the hill because it's too expensive.
Absolutely.
Can you predict the emergence of consciousness in something like an AI?
Wow.
Or define the complexity of life itself in this
You
context.
want to go even deeper? Fair enough.
I mean, why not?
Well, yeah.
Once we're there.
I mean, honestly, and wouldn't that kind of be the same? Because if an AI it really does have emergent consciousness and truly emergent intelligence,
it's life.
Then it really is us at that point. It's just us at that point.
Or is it?
No, it's us in a different form.
Well, let's find out.
Okay, let's find out.
I might annoy you now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the first thing I would say is that AIs have no intelligence.
Right.
Okay? And then we'll discuss what that means. But they have tons of capability. And I tell you the difference. I mean, here's my thought experiment. I was asked these kind of zealots of the technocratic era, which is the following. You have 2 students, okay? And let's call it A and B. And you set them the
Inbound
same exam. It's just a
communicate.
general knowledge quiz, right? And they come back, got all the answers right, all right? And I said to you, which is the better student? You say, I don't know, they got the same answer. Now I say to you, you know,
A station is under
exam
attack.
in a library where every time a question came up, they looked up the answer. And B actually took the exam, I don't know, by the side of the ocean, you know. And you say, well, clearly B is the better student. Now, the problem is, so knowledgeable, we know the difference between fake knowledgeable and real knowledgeable because we can ask, did you do it in a library or not? And the problem with a lot of AI at the moment is it's basically fake intelligence as far as I'm concerned.
It's very
A
quick to look
spaceport
up.
has been lost to
It's
the
very
other
quick,
side.
essentially a really clever lookup. It's a plus, and I'm not saying it's not an amazing technology. I'm just saying, but it's a very capable technology. If you ask, and again, now we get to intelligence, kind of my field. What is intelligence? Intelligence is basically someone or something that is If you went to school and you're sitting down trying to work out a problem, you look over at the person next to you, and they've made a problem look effortless, you'd say, "Oh my God, that's pretty intelligent."
No.
If that person was,
You're the intelligent one looking over the shoulder, right? Because you got the answer easier than they did.
yeah, that's true.
Right.
That's like a strategic intelligence.
If I may echo your story with an example I give often,
Yes.
where let's say I'm an architect and I'm going to hire a summer intern, and they're both the same on paper,
right?
And so therefore they get to come in for an interview, right? And I want to pick one from the interview.
Okay.
And this is a contrived example, but I think you'll agree, David, that there's a church steeple outside my window, and I say, just for grins, how tall is that church steeple? And the first person says, "Oh, it's 135 feet." I will say, "Well, how do you know?" "Well, I memorized all the church steeple
A
lights.
hostile
It's the thing I
station has
do."
been engaged.
The other person says, "I don't know. I'll be right back." It goes away for 10 minutes, then comes back and says, "Somewhere between 130 and 140 feet." I said, "Well, how did you find out?" He said, "Well, I know how tall I am, and I measured my shadow. Then I measured the shadow of the church steeple, and then I did some simple math to get this answer." Who are you going to hire?
I'm actually going to hire the second guy.
The second one.
Because clearly what he was able to do was problem solve.
I didn't say he or she, but that's okay.
I said he. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Because I apologize. Because they were able to.
Good save.
Because they
He saved.
were able to problem solve.
To problem solve. And does my example resonate with you here?
Yeah, very much so. And I think you can see where, notice, right, that in the era of the Turing test, the imitation game, you just ask how high is the steeple. And if it gives you the right answer, you say, "Look, there you go. It's indistinguishable from another human being." But you then went a bit further and asked for an explanation, right? Tell me how you arrived at that answer. Prove to me you understand. And I think these ideas of it, understanding and explanation, are really
A
important
worldly
to
invasion
intelligence.
has begun.
Under-discussed. In place of what Alan Turing did, and he's my compatriot, I love him, but the idea of the Turing test did a lot of harm because it allows for this possibility, essentially, of cheating.
I had not thought about it that way, but
Yeah.
you've just convinced me. Because that's the litmus test that has always been applied.
Right.
And then everyone is left thinking there's intelligence on the other side. Right. But David just unpacked that into and lays it bare for what it is.
However, in defense of Turing, I think it was just the wrong terminology because basically the idea was you wouldn't know the difference. That was the test. You would not know the difference.
Correct.
So he's not necessarily saying that they're the same. He's just saying that one is represented in a way that is indistinguishable from the other.
Unless you went further and said, how did you figure this out?
Well, now you just screwed him.
That's right.
The average American spends more than $1,200 every year on prescription medications. United Health Group is changing that by capping out-of-pocket costs for more than 290 life-saving drugs and ensuring people get the best price on all their prescriptions. Last year alone, United Health Group saved people nearly $1 billion through price scanning and proactive alerts, and another $2.5 billion through
belligerent
2024
fleet
on
has been
critical
engaged.
specialty medications. See how we're making prescriptions more affordable at uhg.com.
Your body is brilliant. Nature's Bounty has a bounty of solutions to help you thrive, supporting your systems from your head to your heels. Nature's Bounty High Absorption Magnesium Glycinate supports heart, bone, nerve, and muscle health, while just one hair growth capsule a day helps grow thicker, fuller hair. Delicious new Nature's Bounty probiotic gummies contain prebiotics and postbiotics,
A spaceport
supporting
has
gut
been
health,
lost to the
regularity,
other
and immune
side.
health. Nature's Bounty. It's in your nature. Learn more at naturesbounty.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sling has more of the live sports, news, and entertainment channels you love and less of the ones you don't, so you save hundreds on TV. And with rewards on Sling, you could win up to $10,000 in cash and other prizes just for watching 30 minutes of TV. Customize your channel lineup or watch for free and get rewarded for doing it. Sling lets you do that. Visit sling.com to learn more and get started. Restrictions apply.
David, you spoke about your research into intelligence in the universe. On Aeon, you published an essay, Problem Solving Matter. September
Is Eon
2024. Aeon. Yes, it's a journal.
Yeah, either way.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you suggest that life is less chemistry and physics, more like a computational process that is born out of our need to be.
I have important information for you.
You're going to need to.
Shots fired there.
No. You're going to need to do a little bit more unpacking there, because that's got people thinking. Now I've even just said that.
You can only say that when there's not a biologist within a mile of him that he can say that.
I think David has the capability to answer this.
You think? All right, go for it.
So in that paper with my co-author Christopher Kempes, we address this question of problem-solving matter transcends its materials, which is essentially that question, right? But let me give you here's the thought experiment, and it's extraterrestrial. You're going to like it. Which is, so you imagine some extraterrestrial being visits the Earth, and they want to know what a computing device are, right, or is, and they arrive on the Earth at the time of the Jacquard loom, which was like a first essentially digital computer. And they say, our digital computer is something made out of wood, out of silk, right? And, right, okay, and it's, all right. And then 50 years pass, with a foot pedal, right, exactly, right? And it's used to make beautiful items of clothing. That's what I give you, wait, okay. So, 50 years pass, they come back again, maybe a bit more, 75 years. And they say, what is a computer? It's this thing with these giant vacuum tubes, right? Thermionic valves, and they're made out of quartz, and they're made out of metal, molybdenum and so on. And another 50 years passes, and they come back and say, what's a computer? Actually, no, that's not a computer. It's not something made of wood and silk. It's not something made out of glass and tungsten or whatever you want. It's something made out of metal oxides, and it's based on transistors. And what you realize is, computing isn't about the material, it's about the logic. They all implement a logic. Now, they implement, as it happens, binary logic, Boolean logic, right? And we know that if you have enough transistors and you put them together, you can do computations. So this is actually another thing that came from Turing that he got completely right, is that it's not the material, it's the logic, and you need the material that can instantiate the logic. So not any material will do. Unfortunately, the history of the study of the origin of life has been obsessed with the material, because we're made of material. So you look at the materials that we're made out of, or all life, and you kind of reach this weirdo conclusion that that's the only way it could be done.
That's clever and insightful. What that also does is it misleads us into projecting what things might be like in the future. So for example, in 2001: A Space Odyssey, that was 1968, and they're imagining the year 2001. Right. Okay, that's the whole point of the movie. So in 1968, computers were like big, and in 2001, the computer was even bigger.
Right.
Okay, and it was even more centralized, and no one is thinking that we don't have computers in our pocket.
A hostile station
they're
has been
thinking that it's
engaged.
the material, now just get more of that to make that happen.
Exactly.
So it completely distorts how you might be thinking about the future, unless you take David's sensibility to task here.
True. In
Steering
addition,
clear of
could we
belligerence.
then think that the materials are us, and then seek to replicate not a silicon version of ourselves, but an actual biological merger of the AI and what causes us to have true intelligence?
Again, two things there. So one is just a lot of the things and concepts that we've been wrestling with, even, consciousness that you asked about.
A station is under attack.
In their early phases of development, get mapped onto a machine or mechanism or matter that's familiar to us. And there's good reason. There's nothing wrong with that. It makes perfect sense. You've got to start somewhere.
Right.
And then as our ideas evolve, they become in some sense more abstract. And eventually we culminate in a kind of logical description. But the material matters, right? And so to your point, it's really interesting. And this is an unknown question. There are people out there, and they call themselves functionalists. And Turing was one. And he wrote this beautiful essay where he said, he didn't say it this way, but he essentially said, I don't give a shit whether the brain has the consistency of cold porridge. He said, the matter doesn't matter. And, that was his view. But we don't know
But
if that.
matter does matter.
But matter matters. Matter matters, right?
I'm
But
all
can
for
it be
mattering.
Right, but does any kind of matter, right?
Okay.
And I think that's sort of the question. And it is an open question whether the kind of sensual existence we experience does depend on the particular kind of matter we're made from. Does consciousness our kind of consciousness depend on our kind of matter? I actually think there's a strong claim to be made. The answer is yes. It doesn't mean there couldn't be other kinds of life, right? Other kinds of intelligence.
Right.
But this one depends on our matter.
Well, it's the one that we know for a fact does, because it's us and we're experiencing it. So from an experiential frame of reference, we understand it. So my point is, why wouldn't we just look for exactly how we become conscious and intelligent in our formation? And then if it truly isn't something that just happens because all of these disparate things come together, then we might be able to take that and graft it onto a machine of our making.
Well, you could argue that that's exactly what's just happened.
Uh-oh.
So if you if you if you look at the history of AI, 30 years ago, it now gets called GoFi, good old-fashioned AI. And it was all about, we're going to build a computer that can play chess using symbolic logic, checkers. We're going to build expert systems that we're going to inform with human understanding. And then this big shift took place in neural networks. They said, you know what? We're not going to start top down. We're going to start bottom up. And we're going to start bottom up with a system that resembles a brain. And it's exactly, so they did exactly what you just said. They'll say, let's just try and rebuild something that looks a bit like a brain with lots of units that are kind of like neurons, that are connected kind of like neurons. You have enough of them, they'll do something interesting. So I would argue that this kind of biomimesis approach to intelligence that you're describing is the AI revolution of the current moment.
Okay.
All right, but I got to get to the bottom of something here. Let's bring back emergence into the conversation. We have neurons that ostensibly are nicely suited for our survival. Okay, when we're hungry, we look for food. If there's danger, we escape it or fight it. And so the brain is doing its thing. And any creature has any creature that cares about
similar
living,
functionality in their brain.
in their brain. But we want to say that we have consciousness as something beyond what we might ascribe to a plant. So what is going on inside of us, either in complexity or from bottom up or top down, that you can call consciousness? And the reason why I ask that in that way is everyone is making a big deal of consciousness today. And the fact that people are still writing books about it is evidence to me that we still don't know what it is. Because if we knew what it was, the last book would have been written and there'd be no further books on the shelf. So, but everyone's talking about it like we fully understand it. And so can you give me some access to consciousness?
A hostile station has been engaged.
That you have built to ask questions.
Yeah, I share your skepticism. I think a lot of this is just baloney. The consciousness stuff, to be honest. And I think we really don't understand it. And hence, more and more terrible books being written on the topic.
Well, I think this is a good time for me to announce my forthcoming book, the last book on consciousness.
There are just many schools of thought here. And in my world, most of the rigorous work, and I'm not saying it's great work, I'm just saying it's rigorous work, is looking for
This window presents an overview of our current war. Each side suffers war exhaustion, depending on how the war is progressing, which determines how willing they are to accept a peace agreement.
So I measure your brain, right? I write down some equations, I calculate some number, and I measure your brain when you're sleeping, I measure your brain when you're awake and solving a problem, and I measure your brain under anesthesia. And it turns out that number that I calculated, I say, wow, look at that. That number's high when you're waking and solving a problem, and it's near zero when you're under anesthesia or sleep. And so this is sometimes called the neural correlates approach to consciousness. It doesn't tell you what it is. It just says that there's some formalism that allows you to
found a correlation.
Right.
you found a correlation, right? And maybe that's useful, right? If you go under anesthesia and you're going to have your big toe removed, I'd rather that thing was near zero than at its maximum. So, but that's sort of the best of it. When it comes to actually theories of what it is, honestly, qualitatively, it seems to be something about the tiny little attention window that the human brain has to operate on large sets of data. And just to be explicit about this, every mathematician knows that every hard problem is solved by their unconscious mind. Right? There is a very famous book written on this by someone called Hadamard, and it's called The Mathematician's Mind. And he interviewed everyone. He interviewed Einstein, Poincaré, looked at the journals of Gauss, and they all say the same thing. They say, it's a really hard problem. The best thing I can do is think about it and then stop thinking about it. I have a nice meal, I go for a run, or whatever you do, and then somehow, through some epiphany, the solution presents itself to me.
I'm pretty sure Einstein didn't go on runs. I'm just pretty sure about that.
Yeah. He played the violin.
I don't think he was a fitness guru.
He smoked his pipe. He did something. He going for a run.
Played his violin.
Construction venture
He played
completed.
violin. He went walking with Kurt Gödel. He did his thing. But the interesting point there is that consciousness is not about solving the hard problem. It's about that little window of attention that is focused on some part of the problem. And most of the current formalisms don't really give us much of an insight into how that might work. So I actually do not like a lot of this stuff, to be honest.
So I didn't read the book, but I saw the film I, Robot, which is based on the story by Isaac Asimov.
The Will Smith one?
Yeah, well, the Isaac Asimov one. But yes, Will Smith. Okay. Yes, the Will Smith story.
Yes, the Will Smith story.
So the robots, all humanoid robots, there are these large vans.
A station is under
that
attack.
have robots that are decommissioned but they're still kind of alive, but they just have no.
A spaceport is the set.
Programmed for their utility, to be your partner, to be your whatever, and in the van, the robots.
A spaceport has been lost to the other side.
They weren't just maximizing their distance, and their pattern was not random. And someone asked about that. What do you know about this? And they said, we don't know what's causing this. What we do know is that there's a lot of residual programming that was never fully cleared out when we added new utility to these things. And this is exactly evolution, okay? There's leftover stuff in us from a time that we don't need it anymore.
Right.
So what the hell is it doing in our head?
It's the reason why sometimes I feel the need to eat flies.
That explains a lot.
It's my reptilian brain.
Your gecko brain.
Yeah, exactly. Just going crazy.
So I was intrigued that it was the leftover programming that was not refreshed in the continued evolution of humans, or in the case of those robots, the continued layering on to the functionality of them. And there's legacy software that you don't know what it's doing. So I was intrigued by that. I just want to share with you that observation.
Yeah. A lot to talk about. And I think, actually my colleague here, who you probably all know, who recently passed away, Cormac McCarthy, the novelist, he wrote a beautiful essay on this that he called The Kekulé, which is about this moment of insight. And this was the discovery by Kekulé of the benzene ring. It's like, he saw it in a dream. And Cormac was fascinated as a writer, as a novelist, with this question of, where is this coming from? I'm sitting down to write a book, and somehow my brain is instructing my hand that I couldn't tell you exactly what's going to happen at the end of that sentence. It's sort of coming out. And so he, over the course of time, introspectively, came to believe that he was getting these instructions from his unconscious mind. Now, I'm not in a mystical sense, just he wasn't working it out, right? And to your point, if you look at the history of life on Earth, most of evolution, up until very recently, took place without language, right?
Vessels have been refitted.
Most organisms being run by a set of automatic programs of the kind that you just described in the van with the robots huddling, like Starlings. And that we superimposed above that this kind of very thin layer of abstraction and self-awareness.
Debris
But
has
most of the
been
computation is
analyzed.
not being done by that thin layer. And so
Yeah, that's very
what
Yeah,
is
I love that.
true right, is that little thin layer
A hostile
is a
station
fine
has
thing
been
that we're not
engaged.
aware any other animal can do.
Yeah.
Which means that we can communicate our understanding. They can communicate other things, but we can communicate our understanding. I can give you Newton's laws. I can tell you about Darwin's theory of evolution, right?
Council
And
agenda ready.
That superpower of humans that comes from very few neurons, I imagine, right, sits on top of exactly all of that programming that evolution gave us over the course of hundreds of millions of years.
So I got one last question for you.
A study has been
No,
completed.
we're
asking more questions.
Construction venture completed.
we're in rap mode. We're in rap, not the MC.
No, I know
kind
what
of
mode
rap
you
mode.
mean, yeah.
We're in rap mode here. So I just have to go there because it fascinates us all. Well, I think about it all the time. I can't speak for others. Can you estimate, based on your toolkit, how intelligent we are relative to how high intelligence can get in the universe? So
wow.
Are we smart enough to figure out how the universe works? Or are we just complete idiots and some higher alien is just going to come out and just look at us like we are earthworms in our capacity to deduce the nature of the world?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, one of the areas I work on is on tools and artifacts. You know, the abacus, the sextant, the quadrant, the Rubik's Cube. Yeah, all
Here
that
comes
good
the
stuff.
sextant.
behind
Okay,
you.
here comes the shelf. Got my sextant here, and I've got 3 Rubik's Cubes up on the other shelf. Just show and tell.
You know, that's...
And I'm sitting on the abacus.
I hope not. I mean, there's an important point in that, because human intelligence has always been about ingenious outsourcing to artifacts and tools, including mathematics, right? You could not calculate the orbit of a planet without conic sections or the calculus, right? And I think human intelligence in that respect is unlimited, because we'll just continue to build tools that are kind of adjuncts to our capabilities. And what makes AI interesting...
I just want you to know that I can compute orbits with this abacus.
Nice. No, I love it.
No, I'm lying. I'm totally lying right there. Yeah, this is an authentic Chinese abacus.
Yeah, I can see. I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, so just to your point, I think that what's really, I'll just tell you very quickly. I classify tools into 2 categories. One I call complementary cognitive artifacts. That's like a pencil or an abacus or a sextant. And there's another kind of tool that I call a competitive cognitive artifact, and that's like a GPS machine or a large language model, right? One of those sets, the complementary ones, makes you smarter. One of those sets makes you dumber. Okay, and I think it's the choice of humanity to decide what kind of tool it wants to be dependent on. And so my fear now is we're outsourcing our capabilities to competitive artifacts and not to things like future abaci, which actually would make us smarter.
Wow. Do I have time for my question?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, I'm asking it anyway.
Go ahead, ask it. Come
All right.
on.
All right.
So,
let the man ask
David,
his question.
You said life is problem solving. So why has the universe created life, and what is the problem it's trying to solve?
Ooh.
So I can tell you the horribly cynical answer to that question.
Go on.
Yes, please.
This horribly cynical answer to that question is that life is the most efficient way of returning to thermodynamic equilibrium.
Oh man, that's terrible.
Because life is the most efficient generator of entropy.
Right.
And if you think about what we do when we build factories, and what we're essentially doing is we're turning ordered states into disordered states. And that the cynical answer to your question really is life is a kind of suicide by the universe.
Yeah, I was about to say, what you really just said is, it's all for nothing.
A study has been completed.
But that's not true either, because it's what we make it.
Is there an answer
However,
that isn't cynical, just so as we can have it on a such a downbeat?
No,
I
know.
like the cynical answer. I love it.
And I think the non-cynical answer came from the sort of idealist philosophers, and they said life was the universe's way of knowing itself. And that's also true. So that's the non-cynical version.
Yeah.
That's very poetic.
Yes.
I like
yes.
that.
That was Cosmos 1980.
Okay.
That was a major theme. The life is a way for the universe.
Debris has been analyzed.
All right, we got it. We kind of have to end it.
Time's
here.
up.
Right.
But we could have gone on 3 more hours.
Yes.
Clearly. Well, we're delighted to first meet you and to
Nice to
hear
meet
what
you.
you're into. And I'm glad, as president of the Institute, you get to still do work in your favorite topic.
Yeah, but the question is, are you glad?
I am glad. You can't do this job unless you also do science.
Yes, good. That's as it should be, and often how it's not. Yes.
Absolutely.
So, David, thank you for joining us here on Star Talk.
Thank you so much for having me in these horribly dark times. So I appreciate the fact that we get to talk about intelligent things in a stupid world. I value that.
Thank you for that.
Well, there you go. There you go. All right, Chuck.
It's always
Gary?
a pleasure.
Pleasure, Neil.
Feeling good here.
Yeah.
This has been Star Talk Special Edition, the complexity version of our special edition. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, as always, bidding you to keep looking out.
Your body is brilliant. Nature's Bounty has a bounty of solutions to help you thrive, supporting your systems from your head to your heels. Nature's Bounty high absorption magnesium glycinate supports heart, bone, nerve, and muscle health, while just 1 hair growth capsule a day helps grow thicker, fuller hair. Delicious new Nature's Bounty probiotic gummies contain prebiotics and postbiotics, supporting gut health, regularity, and immune health. Nature's Bounty. It's in your nature. Learn more at naturesbounty.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This season, the game begins before the games begin. On August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. Futures Day is coming. Visit the FanDuel app to learn more and get your picks ready now. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The day begins at the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club at Boston Logan Airport. You get the clam chowder. In San Diego, it's tostadas. New York, espresso martini. It's 10 a.m. Why not? It's the quiet before your next flight, the shower that resets your day, the menu that lets you know where you are. This is access to over 1,300 airport lounges and every Sapphire Lounge by the club. And 1 card that gets you in. Chase Sapphire Reserve, the most rewarding card.
Learn more at chase.com/Sapphire Reserve. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Hi, we're All Modern. We have the best of modern furniture and decor. Plus, our fast and free shipping lets you upgrade your space for fall with ease. Shop now at allmodern.com. That's modern made simple.
Chuck, that might be a world record how many questions I answered in the time allotted.
Exactly. And you only got 2 of them right.
All right, coming up, Star Talk, Cosmic Queries. Welcome to Star Talk, your place in the universe where science and pop culture collide. Star Talk begins right now. This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. This is going to be a Cosmic Queries grab bag. And whenever you hear that, you know who's sitting next to me. Chuck Nice.
Hey, that's right. What's up, Neil?
All right.
Grab bag, baby.
The grab bag, baby.
That's right. Used to be, I liked it when we were Galactic Gumbo.
Okay.
You know, I don't know why we, because, that's
I never know what the hell you're saying.
That's what it should be. Yeah, I love it.
Plus, Gumbo kind of left menus. You don't see them much anymore.
You don't see Gumbo a lot. I'm going to New Orleans next week. And,
well, give me a full report.
Yeah.
Because the first time I had it, it's like, why are there 100 things in my soup?
That's Gumbo. In a nutshell.
All right. So, what you got?
This is Jordan Senerth. Greetings, Dr. Tyson and unnamed co-host, hopefully Lord Nice.
All right.
All right. Jordan from Boston here. I understand an object's mass to be the sum of its invariant mass, rest energy, and its momentum.
Yes.
A photon, because it has no mass, must then be pure movement, momentum. or energy. Okay. Here's my question. Oh, okay, good. You have one. He says, thought he was just showing off.
Yeah, that's a little bit of that too, but that's fine.
But
nothing wrong with showing off if you got it.
He said,
we all have that piece. You know the one. The thing that's so you've basically become known for it. And if you don't have yours yet, you'll find it on eBay.
Council agenda available.
eBay is where you'll find those one-of-a-kind, can't stop researching, stay up dreaming about pieces. Again and again. I'm talking that Miu Miu off the runway red leather bomber, the Custo Barcelona top with the cowboy on it, or that Patagonia fleece in the 2017 colorway. All these finds are on eBay, and they even offer millions of main character pieces backed by authenticity guarantee. eBay is the place for pre-loved and vintage fashion. eBay, things people love.
This season, the game begins before the games begin. On August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. Futures Day is coming. Visit the FanDuel app to learn more and get your picks ready now. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome to Star Talk, your place in the universe where science and pop culture collide. Star Talk begins right now. Welcome to Star Talk. I'm your host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist, and I'm also the director of New York City's Hayden Planetarium at the American Museum of Natural History. I'm here in New York City, joined by my fab co-host, comedian Lynn Koplitz. And Lynn, welcome back.
Hello. I love our new intro. Isn't that great?
It is so cool. All parts of my body are still shaking from it. This week's show topic is on the science of fashion, and as well as the appearance of fashion in science fiction. And I have no expertise at all on this, except I have strong opinions about all the outfits I've seen in movies. But we in a few minutes, we're going to get to an interview I conducted in my office with fashion stylist James Aguilar.
We have a professional.
We have a professional, that's right. But first, we have to sort of do an update on the week's news, cosmic news.
Well, I know. We have news that has to do with our show last week.
Yeah, last week we talked about new life that was discovered in a lake in California. It's not new life, it's old life, but that lake has
we are so cutting edge now.
that lake has some of the highest levels of arsenic of any body of water in the world. So if you find life thriving in it, you want to understand why isn't the arsenic killing them? Because it would kill us like post haste. And one of the reasons it would kill us is because our body is not good enough to distinguish phosphorus from arsenic. They both. Do you remember your chemistry in high school? Do you remember?
Oh yeah. Of course I do.
Okay, I'm just checking.
I didn't even know if Connecticut was a state or not. I hardly remember chemistry.
All right, so
no,
in it, arsenic sits right below phosphorus on the periodic table of elements, which means they bond the same way with the same elements. And so when you ingest arsenic, your body doesn't know the difference, and you could end up dying from it because your body doesn't protect you from that distinction. There are microbes, however, that do know the difference and can swap it out and still thrive on it. And so we reported on this discovery.
That's what we found out last week.
Last week, there was a NASA announcement that there are microbes in Mono Lake in California that thrive on arsenic in places where the phosphorus would go. Since then, there's been some pushback in the scientific community, which they're always scientists are.
Everybody's got to rain on somebody else's parade. Even if it's acid rain, they got to do some sort of mean little rain on the parade, stepping on their rainbow.
You just got to make sure your nose is clean when you're doing science. And so what they questioned whether, apparently they were coaxing the bacteria not to replace their phosphorus, one of the basic ingredients of life as we know it. The claim was that they were like swapping arsenic with the phosphorus. Turns out that
A hostile station has been engaged. A spaceborne life form has appeared to us. A study has been completed. Construction venture completed.